Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had 6 Eyes Limitless Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's a healthy baby boy, Mrs. Midoriya. The doctor said as she handed the wailing infant to his mother. Inko Midoriya, the retired pro-hero famous for her incredible mastery of her telekinetic abilities, gently held her son as he opened his eyes for the first time. They were a vibrant aquamarine, a cross between her own emerald eyes and his father's bold blue. "Oh, he's perfect, just like his father," she said quietly. "I'll name you Izuku." The doctor smiled. "That's a wonderful name." Suddenly, the door swung, and the number one hero in the world, All Might, stepped in, rapidly closing and locking the door on dozens of eager fans. "I am here to see my newborn son," he declared to the 3 other people in the room. "This is Izuku. Doesn't he look like you?" Inko said. Toshinori Midoriya's bright grin softened slightly, as he held his son in his muscular arms. "I would say he more closely resembles you, my dear Inko. It appears my genetics barely did anything to him," Toshinori said. "Let's meet in the middle and say he's 50-50. Inko said. The muscular pro-hero laughed at that. "Ha ha ha. Very well, Inko. Whatever you say," Toshinori said, before handing the infant Izuku back to his mother. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must continue my duties as the symbol of peace and justice," All Might said as he opened the window and leapt out of it, using his mighty quirk, One for All, to boost himself through the air. Inko smiled as she cradled Izuku in her arms. "You're going to be a great hero, just like your parents, I can feel it," she said as she watched All Might leap from building to building. For years later, Izuku ran through the family's yard, his makeshift cape, which was really one of Inko's tablecloths, flapping in the breeze. "There's no need to fear, because I am here," he yelled as he climbed to the top of the monkey bars and stood on them bravely. "Be careful, honey," Inko said, but Izuku only grinned wider. "Don't worry, Mama. I'm the strongest there is. You used to be the number 2 hero, and Dad's the number 1. Nothing can wow." He was cut off as he slipped off the bars and tumbled to the ground. Just as he was about to fall, a green light surrounded him as Inko caught him with her quirk. She sighed. "Izuku, honey, I love that you know your parents' power, but please don't be careless," she said. Izuku giggled. "Okay, Mama." Inko shook her head. "If I knew raising a kid would be this much of a hassle, I probably still would have done it," she said. Just then, her phone buzzed with a text. She read it, then smiled slightly. "Hey, Izuku," she said. "Your cousins are coming over to celebrate your birthday today." Izuku cheered and pumped a fist. "Yeah. I hope they brings their puppy, that little guy is so fluffy," he said with a bright grin. "Your uncle's gonna drop them off for the weekend. They'll be here in about an hour, and then we'll have cake and ice cream," Inko said, reading off the text message. Izuku nodded in understanding as he climbed to the top of the slide and zipped down it. "Okie dokie. This is gonna be the best birthday ever," he cheered as he climbed back up the ladder for another trip down the slide. Time flew by, and in no time at all, a familiar tan van rolled into the driveway. Izuku raced out of the house to greet his favorite cousins. The door slid open, and 2 black-haired kids, one 4, the other 9, burst out of the van. "Izuku!" They both cheered. "Hana! Tenko!" Izuku cheered back, as they all embraced. Inko walked up to the driver's side window and spoke a few words to Izuku's uncle that none of the kids could hear. He nodded, then closed the door and drove away. "So, what do you want to do first? We could play heroes and villains, or maybe we could play Hero Kart, or maybe," Tenko began, before his older sister cut in. "Hero Kart," Hana said immediately, to which the other boys looked at each other and nodded. They all ran inside, then turned on the TV and the Nintendo. Hana navigated the menu and selected Hero Kart, then handed the other controller to Tenko and Izuku. "Since I'm older, you two can team up," she said. "All right, thanks for the advantage," Tenko said, as he put his left hand on the controller, with Izuku using his right hand. The game started, and Hana's kart, featuring the rabbit hero, Mirko, zoomed ahead of Izuku and Tenko's All Might-themed kart. They raced through bends and curves in the road, dodged various obstacles, some artificial, others placed by Hana, and eventually, used a golden hero license to boost them to the finish a sliver before Hana. "WW what?" Hana shrieked. That was..." She was lost for words. "Heh, I told ya, Izuku and I? We're unbeatable when we work together," Tenko said, wrapping an arm around his best friend and cousin. Hana sighed, before reluctantly shaking their hands. All right, you two won, or whatever, good game. She said. Good game. The boys echoed, before they got off the couch and ran to Izuku's room to play with their toys while Hana played a single-player video game by herself. So, what kind of quirk do you think you'll get? Izuku asked. Tenko scratched his chin. I don't know. Grandma had a floating quirk, and Dad got a trampoline quirk, so maybe I can fly. He said. But what about you? Your dad's All Might, of all people, and Auntie Inko was the number 2 for 12 years. Yeah, I really wonder what my quirk'll be. I bet we'll both get something really cool. Izuku said. Yeah. And then we can be an unbeatable hero duo. Tenko said, high-fiving Izuku. Just then, Inko's voice echoed from the kitchen. Kids. Dinner. And Toshinori's home. She called. The two boys looked at each other, massive grins plastered on both of their faces. Dad. Uncle Toshi. The two boys rushed into the dining room, where All Might stood, all 7 feet 9 inches of pure heroic muscle, grinning from ear to ear. Hello there, boys. I took the day off for this evening and the weekend, so that I can celebrate this momentous occasion with you too. He boomed, as Hana entered the room. Oh, hi Uncle Toshi. She said, waving at him. Wait, you're here for the whole weekend? Tenko asked. Indeed I am, young Tenko. Now, what do you say we dig into this wonderful meal my dear wife has prepared for us? Toshinori said. The family all sat at the table and began eating. In no time at all, the food was gone, and Inko stood up. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. She said, before reaching out and using her telekinetic powers to levitate a birthday cake and bring it over to the table. For our new 4-year-olds, Tenko and Izuku, I'd like to formally wish you, happy birthday. She said, as a floating knife cut the cake into 10 sections. 2 sections floated onto each plate, as well as a fork and knife. A chorus of thank you's came from the table, as everyone digs in. Chocolate mousse center? You're the best, Mama. Izuku said as Tenko hummed in joy. Yes, my dear Inko always delivers, Toshinori said. Hana picked at the cake, which caused Inko to place a hand on hers. Is everything okay, Hana? Hana shrugged. I'm just being sour. This is supposed to be a celebration of Tenko and Izuku's 4th birthdays, and the inevitable arrival of their quirks, but I'm quirkless. I love my brother and cousin, and I'm happy for them, but I'm just a bit wistful, is all. She said, before filling her mouth with cake to silence any more discussion. Inko nodded in silent understanding, then turned to the two boys, who had stopped eating and looked saddened. Tenko pushed the rest of his cake towards Hana. You can have my cake. I'm not hungry anymore. Hana accepted the cake with a small smile and silent nod, then began to eat. Well, I suppose, Toshinori began, but even he was lost for words. The rest of the meal was eaten in silence, and once everyone was finished, Inko stood up. All right, it's bedtime. Come on, that means everyone. Yes, even you, Toshinori. You can't go hero ing on just caffeine and birthday cake. Toshinori began to protest, but one glance from his wife shut him up. Yes, dear. Toshinori said as he stood up. Everyone walked to their rooms. Izuku led Tenko to his room, full of merchandise from every hero that immediately came to mind. Mirko, Ryukyu, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Edgeshot, Best Jeanist, and yes, All Might. In fact, All Might's grinning face was predominant among the many faces around Izuku's room. Your room will never not be cool. Tenko said. Izuku smiled, then patted the lower bunk bed, which had a 13-print blanket laid across it. Here, this one's yours. He said. Of course. This one's always mine. Tenko replied dryly, before climbing into bed. Night, Izuku. Tenko said. Night, Tenko. Izuku replied. The boys fell fast asleep soon after that. The next morning, Izuku's eyes opened, and hurt. It was like the whole world was 5 levels brighter than it was yesterday. Izuku shut his eyes immediately, and groaned in pain, which woke Tenko up. Huh? What's wrong? Tenko asked. My eyes, Izuku groaned. It's like I'm staring at the sun everywhere. Hold on, I got you. Tenko said, running to the kitchen, before grabbing some medical wrappings from the first aid cabinet. He ran back to the bedroom and climbed up to Izuku's bed. Here, let me use these. Whoa! Tenko said. What? What? Izuku asked. Your hair, it's white. Like, as white as snow. Anyways, I'll use these wraps to cover your eyes. He said, wrapping the white cloth around Izuku's head over and over, until a tight cover encircled his head. Slowly, cautiously, Izuku opened his eyes, and gasped. He could see through the bandages, and everything was more brighter, more colorful, and, if he squinted, he could see through walls. He looked at Tenko, and he could see his organs through his chest. Whoa, Izuku said in wonder. What? What is it? Tenko asked. I see everything. Izuku exclaimed. I see your heart and lungs, and I see Mom and Dad in bed, asleep. Izuku said. Tenko's jaw dropped. No way. That's awesome, he said. Just then, Inko woke up and walked into the boys' room. What's going on? Is everything okay? She asked, rubbing her eyes. Auntie Inko. Izuku got his quirk. He sees everything. Tenko said. Inko's eyes widened and she gasped. He got his quirk? And it's X-ray vision? She asked, curiously. Well, I don't think so. He also says everything is bright and colorful, like there's a magnifying glass in front of his eyes. Tenko said. Well, we should probably schedule a visit with the quirk doctor and see exactly what Izuku's quirk is. Inko said. Just then, Toshinori stepped into the room. Well, what's this about my boy receiving his quirk? The symbol of peace asked, stepping into the bedroom in an oversized pair of striped pajamas. Izuku received his quirk and it's a mystery as to what exactly it is. It also changed his hair color to this white shade, Inko said, and Izuku nodded in confirmation. I see. Well, good luck with the quirk doctor. That man gives me the creeps sometimes. Oh, come on, you big baby, are you, the symbol of peace, really scared of a random old man? Inko teased. Well, no, he's just a bit unsettling, is all. Toshinori said. Ah, come on, Dad. If that guy even looks at me funny, you can just toss him across the city like a ball. Izuku said, spreading his arms wide to punctuate his point. Suddenly, the rubber ball on his shelf flew across the room into his hand, like a vacuum suction had pulled it there. Whoa! Tenko exclaimed. Was that you? Izuku looked at the red ball in his hands. I think so. Wow. Inko and Toshinori's eyes widened even further, and Inko whipped out her phone. All right, I'm scheduling that appointment ASAP, she said, tapping away on her phone. All right, 9:30, we'll come into the doctor's office and get your quirk checked and registered. Inko said. Tenko slid down the ladder and beckoned Izuku to come. Come on. Let's play until then, he said. Izuku followed Tenko down the ladder. Should we invite Hana to play? Izuku asked. I would advise against that. Hana is dealing with some strong emotions right now and rubbing your quirk in her face might not be the best idea right now. You two go play, I'll talk to Hana, Toshinori said. The two boys nodded and ran outside to the backyard to play. Tenko tossed the ball to Izuku. Catch it, Izuku, he said. Izuku moved out his hand, and the ball zipped towards it like a magnet. He caught it. Awesome. Tenko and Izuku cheered simultaneously. Izuku tossed the ball back to Tenko, who caught it as well. Your quirk is so cool, Tenko said, as he tossed it back to Izuku. Izuku smiled. Thanks, but I bet yours will be just as cool, Izuku said. Inko and Toshinori stepped outside to watch the two boys toss the ball between each other. These two boys are good friends to each other. I'm proud of the relationship they've built, Inko said. Indeed. They will grow to be great teammates, and magnificent heroes, if that's the path they so desire, Toshinori said. Inko chuckled. You say that as if they would ever want to pursue any other career, she said. Toshinori also chuckled, then kissed Inko's cheek. You have a wonderful family, my dear Inko. I'm so grateful to be a part of it, he said. Inko was about to reply, when Izuku's yell caught their attention. Tenko! Look out! Izuku yelled, as the ball came hurtling towards Tenko's face. In a panic, Tenko swiped his right hand to smack the ball away. Suddenly, his palm became encased in a blue energy, and a loud sound erupted from it. BVVVVTTT. The ball disappeared as soon as Tenko's hand touched it. Izuku gasped. Inko gasped. Toshinori gasped. Tenko gasped, then looked at his hand, which now sported a four-pointed star shape in the center, that glowed blue. I think we may need to add one more appointment to that quirk doctor visit, Inko said, still in shock. Whoa, Tenko said, staring at his hand as the blue glow faded. The family, minus Hana, who had been picked up by her parents earlier that morning, piled into Toshinori's cobalt blue minivan, and drove to the quirk doctor's office. The drive was short, and Tenko had voluntarily worn a quirk-restricting bracelet to ensure he didn't accidentally erase anything else. Once they got there, Inko brought the two boys into the office, and walked up to the front desk. A young woman, maybe 18 to 20 years old, sat in the chair, and looked up and smiled when Inko approached. Hello there, Miss Midoriya, correct? She asked. Inko nodded. Yes, I'm here to get Izuku Midoriya and Tenko Shimura's quirks checked and registered. Of course. Dr. Tsubasa is out today, so you'll be with Dr. Yeri today. She's relatively new, but she's wonderful with children. Inko smiled gently. That's wonderful. Thank you. The woman smiled and pointed down the hall to the left. Room 14E. Thank you. Inko said, then led the two boys down the hall. Eventually, they found the room. Room 14E. Dr. Shoko Yeri. Here we go. Inko said, and the three of them stepped in. Inside was another young woman, maybe 24 to 25 years old, with russet brown hair, a small, but kind and welcoming smile, and gentle brown eyes. She knelt down to be at eye level with the two boys. Hello, I'm your quirk doctor. My name is Dr. Yeri, but you kids may call me Ms. Shoko. Now, let's see, you both have some quirks for me to examine, yes? Yes, Ms. Shoko. Both boys said obediently. Alrighty then. Let's take a look. You first, Izuku, is it? Let's see what you can do. Shoko said. Izuku stepped forward. Well, I can see really well, even through this blndfld. I can see through walls, and I can even see through you. You have really big lungs. He said. Ah yes, well, that's part of my quirk. It's called inhale. As long as I hold my breath, I can heal wounds. Shoko said. Pretty useful for a doctor like me, huh? Izuku nodded. That's what I thought. Alright, anything else? She asked. Well, yeah. I can SCK stuff into my hand, like a magnet. Izuku said. That sounds pretty cool. Can you show me? Shoko asked, placing a small rubber duck on a countertop about 10 feet away. Izuku nodded. He looked at the duck, then outstretched his hand. A spark of blue energy flashed in his hand, and the toy flew into his hand, letting him catch it in one hand. Wow, that's pretty cool. Now, we'll see exactly what your quirk is and what its potential is. She said, as she led Izuku over to a large machine. You put your arm in this hole, and I take a quick scan. It'll tickle a bit, but don't pull it out until I say. Got it? She asked. Okay, Izuku said. He pushed his arm into the machine, and Shoko stood up, before pressing a few keys on a keyboard. Alright, the scan's starting, be nice and still for me, buddy. She said. Izuku held still, and he felt a little tingle in his arm. Then, the machine made a small ding noise, and Shoko nodded. Alright, you can take your arm out and come take a look at this. Ms. Midoriya, you can come see too. Both Izuku and Inko stepped forward and looked at the screen. Quirk, Limitless. This quirk grants the used advanced spatial manipulation, able to bend and warp space to the user's liking. The full potential of this quirk is unknown at this time. Izuku's eyes widened, and a grin creeped up on his face. My quirk is so cool. He said as he jumped for joy. Tenko ran up and read the readout, before turning around and hugging Izuku. You're so awesome. That quirk is incredible. He said. Shoko chuckled, before kneeling down in front of Tenko. Alright buddy boy. Your turn. Let's get that quirk restrictor off, so we can see what you can do. She said. Tenko nodded, then unclipped the bracelet around his right wrist. Then, cautiously, he pressed his right hand against the countertop. Nothing happened. Huh? He asked, then pressed his hand against the countertop again. Once again, nothing happened. Well, this is awkward. Shoko said. What's supposed to happen? It's supposed to be gone. Tenko said. He raised his hand once more, then slammed it against the countertop. This time, the star shape in his hand glowed blue, and the sound of Tenko's deletion rang through the office. BVVVVTT. There we go. Shoko said. So maybe the speed of your hand has something to do with it. Let's get you scanned. Tenko nodded and placed his arm in the scanner. Shoko activated the machine. A tingling sensation slid up Tenko's arm, before the machine dinged again. Come take a look. Shoko said. Tenko removed his arm and walked around to look at the screen. Izuku and Inko looked as well. Quirk, erasing hand. This quirk allows its user to delete anything their right hand touches, granted that the hand has built up enough momentum. No defense is enough to resist this deletion. Whoa! Both Izuku and Tenko gasped in wonder. Inko smiled and ruffled her son and nephew's hair. Looks like you two have some pretty strong and unique quirks. She said. I'd say. If you two ever want to be heroes, you've certainly got the power to do it. Heh, you bet we want to be heroes. Tenko said. And I bet we're gonna be the best ever. Izuku said, as they high-fived with their left hands. After the appointment wrapped up, Inko drove the kids back to the house. Well, now that you two have your quirks, let's take a look at some quirk-friendly daycares for you guys. You'll meet some new people, make some friends, and have fun playing with your quirks. Inko said as she pulled into the driveway. Also, I just got a text from your father, Tenko. He says you can stay Monday. Yeah. Tenko cheered in the back seat. He and Izuku leapt out of the car, their little red shoes hitting the asphalt as they scurried to the backyard playground. Izuku, I just came up with a great idea. What if you used Limitless to pull acorns off of the trees, and then I delete them? Tenko asked. Izuku grinned as he nodded. That sounds awesome. Let's try it, he said. He outstretched his arms, and activated his quirk, creating a vacuum of space in his palms. The leaves and branches around him began to be attracted to the warped space, like iron filings to a magnet. Then, an acorn flew off the branch. Tenko spotted it and swiped with his hand. BVVVTTT. The acorn disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Izuku squealed in excitement. Your quirk is so cool, Tenko. There's more coming in behind you, he said. Sure enough, 3 more acorns snapped off of their branches and flew towards the pair of boys. Heh, don't worry, I've got M, he said, as he swiped his hand in a wide arc. BVVVTTT. The acorns vanished. Awesome. Here comes more, Izuku said. Tenko pet his hand back, ready to swipe away the acorns. BVVVT BVVVVT BVVVVT. Nice, Izuku said. Just then, Inko stepped out of the house onto the balcony. Kids, I love that you're testing your quirks, but please don't completely erase all the acorns, would you please? Okay mama, Izuku said. Yes Auntie Inko, Tenko said. Inko smiled. Good. Now come inside, you'll melt in this weather if you stay out for too long. The 2 boys looked at each other, smiled, then turned back to Inko and nodded. Okay, they said in unison, as they ran up the stairs to the balcony. Inko opened the sliding door as they scampered inside, where All Might was waiting with a box of his own brand of popsicles. Thanks, Dad, Izuku said as he pulled 2 out of the box and handed one to Tenko. They spent a few minutes eating the popsicles, before finishing and throwing the sticks in the trash. Come on, Izuku. Let's play in your room until dinner, Tenko said. Izuku nodded. Okay, let's go. Eventually, Monday rolled around, Izuku's bandages had been swapped out for a black BLNDFLD, and it was time for the first day of the boys' new daycare. Inko drove them to a large brick building with a green roof and rainbow-painted doors, where a young woman waited in front of the doors with a bright smile. Izuku and Tenko hopped out of Inko's car and walked up to the woman. She grinned brightly and waved at the 2 boys. Hello, boys. I'm Ms. Gwen, and I'll be your teacher here at Musutafu Daycare. The 2 boys waved. Hello, Ms. Gwen. They chorused, as Ms. Gwen opened the doors for them. Inside was a bright and colorful daycare room with several kids playing. Izuku and Tenko walked inside, placed their packed lunches into a cupboard, then ran to play with the other kids. Immediately, Izuku could spot a wide assortment of quirks, from emitter types, to transformation types, to even a few mutant types. One boy immediately caught his eye. Hey, don't be mean. She brought that toy, it's hers to play with. Don't make me blast you. Izuku and Tenko looked over towards the voice. They saw 2 boys facing off with each other. One had a Viper mutant quirk and was grinning maliciously while holding a red airplane toy. The other was a boy with blonde spiky hair that stuck out in every direction like an explosion frozen in time. He was crouched down next to a girl with small bird wings poking out of her shoulder blades, who was crying. The Viper boy sneered. No. I'm the strongest kid here, that means I get all the toys. You wouldn't want your toy to get broken, would you? He hissed, grabbing one wing of the plane and bending it experimentally. My plane. The girl exclaimed, reaching for the toy, but the Viper held it out of her reach. This is mine now, and if you try and take it, the Viper started, before the blonde boy lunged, holding out his palm, which was sparking with small explosive pops. The Viper boy flinched, tossing the plane into the air. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it zipped into Izuku's waiting hand. Got it. No planes breaking on my watch, Izuku said, as the teacher ran over to pry the blonde boy off of the Viper, who was hissing like crazy. Katsuki, what are you doing? Ms. Gwen asked. Katsuki let go of the boy and scoffed. The little JRK tried to steal her toy plane, he said, pointing to the plane that Izuku was handing to the girl. Here you go. No damage done, Izuku said, as the girl's tears of fear turned to ones of joy. My plane, she said in joy, waving in thanks. Thank you, blind kid. Izuku waved back. Just then, he and Tenko were approached by the blonde kid. Hey, was that you who caught the toy before it broke? He asked. Izuku nodded. Katsuki nodded with a smirk. I like you. You're strong, but you don't abuse that power on the weak ones, he said. The strongest, Tenko chimed in. Katsuki looked at the black-haired boy, immediately spotting the star shape on his right-hand palm. So, are you two siblings or something? What are your quirks? Cousins, actually. I'm Izuku, and this is Tenko. My quirk's called Limitless. It's an advanced spatial manipulation quirk, according to the quirk doctor lady. For now I can only see really good, which is why I need this BLNDFLD, and create a vacuum in my hand to SCK stuff up, but apparently I can do a lot more in the future. Izuku said. And mine's deleting hand. Tenko said, when my hand gets to a certain speed it erases anything it touches. That's why I wear a quirk restrictor bracelet, so I don't accidentally erase someone. Katsuki grinned. Cool. Those are some neat quirks. The name's Katsuki Bakugo, and my quirk's explosion. My sweat is explosive, and I can spark it to make big booms. He said. Whoa! Izuku exclaimed. That's amazing, Kazu, he struggled to pronounce Katsuki's name. Katsuki. Katsuki said. Katsuki. Izuku said slowly. That's really hard to say. Just call me Kaken. That's easier, right? Katsuki said. Kachan. Yeah. Kaken. That's easy to say. Izuku said with a bright grin. Kaken it is. Katsuki said. Hey, do you guys want to play heroes and villains? Yeah. Both Izuku and Tenko said. Mwahahaha. I am the most evilest villain with all the most evilest quirks. No one can stop me. Tenko said. The black-haired boy had donned a long white wig and a red cloak, and was standing atop a beanbag. Hey, that's cheating, Tenko. You can't have multiple quirks. Izuku said. Ha ha ha. I don't care. I'm evil. And I am not Tenko anymore. I am Tamura, the epitome of evilness. Tenko said, flourishing his cape. Katsuki ran towards Tenko. I, the noble hero, will stop you. He said. Tenko turned around and faked a punch at Katsuki. Ha ha ha. You are dead now. I just killed you with my super evil quirks. Tenko said. Katsuki played the part and fell over, dead. Nu, Kaken. Izuku said, reaching out a hand. Bleh, Katsuki said, sticking his tongue out for dramatic effect. The noble hero falls. Ha ha ha. Now it's just you, sidekick. I will take your life just as I took his. Tenko said, placing his hand on the ground. With my super disintegration quirk, I destroy the ground. He said. Fine. If you can have more quirks, then so can I. I use my flying quirk to fly, and my rope quirk to tie you up. Izuku said, leaping up onto the beanbag and wrapping a green ribbon around Tamura. Ha! I use my blasting quirk to blast you. Tenko said, firing a pretend blast, breaking free of the ribbon. No, my danger-sensing quirk told me you do that, so I use my speed quirk to dodge. Izuku said, zigzagging across the play mat. Fine. I take your danger sense with my quirk-stealing quirk. Tenko said, putting a hand on Izuku's face. No, that's not fair. Izuku said. Fine. I call in backup and a healer hero fixes Kaken so he can fight too. Izuku said. Katsuki stood up and ran over beside Izuku. Now I use my speed quirk to speed up Kaken and send him flying at you like a missile. Izuku said, grabbing Katsuki's arm and spinning him, before sending him flying into the beanbag. Fine. I'll use my speed quirk to get out of the way. Tenko said. Well, then I'll force you to take all my quirks to make them overload. Izuku said, pushing Tenko into the beanbag. No. My one weakness. Blee, Tenko said, pretending to die, before sitting up and laughing. That was fun. Yeah, and Kaken, you die really well. Izuku said. Katsuki shrugged. I got killed by the evilest villain ever, I had to make it look good. Kids, it's snack time. Ms. Gwen said. All the kids gathered around as she passed around snacks, such as animal crackers, goldfish, and mochi. Tenko, Izuku, and Katsuki grabbed their snacks and sat in a circle with each other. So, what kind of hero do you want to be when you grow up? Izuku asked Katsuki. The blonde boy thought for a moment, before answering. Definitely a combat hero. I want to fight villains. He said. What about you guys? Oh, me too. Izuku said. Fighting villains is the best. Isn't it? Seeing yourself on TV beating a villain, getting the public love, it's awesome. Katsuki said. Actually, I want to be a rescue hero. My quirk's great for that stuff, erasing debris, opening up paths for trapped and injured civilians, that kind of thing. Katsuki nodded in understanding. Honestly, I can see that. We'd need a good rescue hero for our team anyways. Maybe a second one would be good too, but that'll come down the road. The other two nodded in agreement, as they ate their snacks. The rest of the day went by in a blur, and in no time at all, it was time for everyone to go home. Tenko's father picked him up, and Inko came to pick up Izuku. "Hey Izuku, how was daycare today?" Inko asked as they drove home. "It was great. I made a new friend and his name is Kaken and he's the coolest friend ever. I'm gonna miss Tenko, though," Izuku said. "Don't worry, he'll come over to visit again in no time. Plus, you can see him at daycare on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays," Inko assured. Izuku sighed. "I know, but that doesn't mean I can't miss him," he said. The drive was relatively quiet after that, and they got home about an hour before dinner time. Izuku played, while Inko began cooking. Soon, Toshinori came home. "Ah, there's my wonderful son. How was daycare, Izuku?" the muscular hero asked. Izuku grinned. "I had so much fun. And I made a new friend. He's so cool." All Might's smile glistened in the afternoon sun. "That's wonderful, my boy. Hopefully you and your new friend will grow to be incredible heroes," he said, picking up a ball. They played catch while Izuku talked about his day, and were only stopped when Inko called them inside for dinner. She made a pork katsudon dish, which smelled delicious to both Izuku and Toshinori. "I will never say this enough. Your cooking is incredible, my dear," Toshinori said as he sat down, with Izuku sitting next to him. They ate, as Toshinori told stories about the criminals and villains he caught that day. "And then the villain began to run, but I was too fast, and caught up to him in no time. A well-placed Texas smash to the back of the head put him down for the count," he said, before taking a bite of his food. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it," Inko said. She stood up from the table, and walked over to the door, before opening it. To her shock, it was Tenko, on all fours, with his shirt burnt and tattered. He had a black eye, as well as several burns and bruises all over his body. He smelled like smoke. "Auntie Inko," he said, clearly in pain. Inko carefully lifted him up with her telekinesis, before setting him down on the couch. "What happened?" Izuku asked, rushing over. "The house burned down. Hana is gone, and Dad thought I did it. He hit me," Tenko said, before falling unconscious on the couch. "Tenko!" Izuku's scream of terror was the last thing he heard before he blacked out. Everyone was shocked. "The house burned down?" Inko asked quietly. "Hana is missing?" All Might asked. "And Uncle Kotaro blames you? Why?" Izuku asked. "I don't know," Tenko said, tears falling down his face. "But he thinks I did it, and he said he never wants to see me ever again. He said I'm dead to him." Inko wanted to hug him desperately, but she knew it would cause him even more pain. "Well, first, we should administer first aid. Those are some nasty burns, and they aren't gonna make things easier in the slightest," she said, as she gently, and carefully, lifted Tenko off the couch and carried him to the bathroom. She laid him in the tub and turned on the water, setting a gentle warm temperature. "Shoo, it's okay. I'm here for you. I know you'd never do something like that. You're far too compassionate to destroy your own home," she said softly to Tenko as he cried. Just then, All Might walked in with a tall boy, maybe 16 or 17 years old. "Inko, this is Recovery Girl's apprentice. His name is Kai Chisaki, and he's a very promising and powerful healer." Kai nodded respectfully. "I'm here to help. May I see the injured boy?" he asked. Inko nodded and stepped away, allowing the teen to approach Tenko. He kneeled down in front of him. "Hello. I'm Kai Chisaki. I'm here to help." Are you gonna make it better?" Tenko asked. "Yes. I'm gonna make it better. My quirk lets me deconstruct things and reconstruct them the way I want. That includes people. With my power, I can undo all the injuries you've been inflicted with, and put you back together, good as new. It used to cause pain, but through much practice, I've learned how to make the process painless," Kai said. Tenko nodded shakily. "Okay, if you promise it won't hurt," he said. Kai nodded once, then pulled off the glove he was wearing. Gently, he touched Tenko's hand. In an instant, Tenko felt his body become undone, before it all flew back together like nothing had ever happened. His burns were gone, as was his black eye. Even his clothes had been mended. "Whoa!" Tenko said, looking down at his hands. "That was crazy." Kai smiled warmly. "It sure is an interesting experience. All right then. I guess my job here is done. Anything else needed?" "No, I think that's it," Inko said. "Thank you, Kai. You're an amazing hero." Kai bowed respectfully. "All in a day's work. Take care," he said, before leaving the bathroom, then the house. After he left, everyone gathered around in the living room. "All right, sweetie, can you tell us anything about what happened? If you didn't set the fire, then who did?" Inko asked. "I don't know. One moment I was playing in my room, the next it was filled with smoke. I used my erasure to clear a path, but I still got burned. When I finally made it outside, only Dad was there. Hannah was gone. Did you see anything suspicious? Anything out of the ordinary? All Might asked, gaining a sneaking suspicion of what, or rather who, the cause of this tragedy may be. I don't know. Wait. There was a guy, he wore a lot of black. And he was walking a bunch of dogs. He walked right by our house as it burned up, like he didn't even notice, or care. Inko and All Might looked at each other. So, it seems he finally revealed himself. Who? Who revealed himself? Izuku asked. All Might looked at his wife, before sighing. You know I, being the symbol of peace, have a lot of enemies, right? People who don't like me. Izuku nodded. Well, one of them hates me more than all the rest. He's well, I guess you could call him my arch-nemesis. His name is All for One. He's the epitome of evil. I've spent a long time trying to find him and defeat him once and for all, but he's managed to give me the slip time and time again. This time, however, I think I can finally pin him down and put him down for good. All Might said. Whoa! So you're gonna do it now? You're gonna find him and destroy him? Izuku asked. Correct, my son. I am going to defeat him, and let goodness shine. All Might said, raising a fist in determination. Yeah. Go get him, Dad. Izuku cheered. 6 years later. It took 6 years for All Might to find All for One. In that time, Tenko had adjusted extremely well to living with the Midoriyas, and they had since fully adopted him as their own. Tenko and Izuku were now 10, and they'd become closer than ever. All Might pulled his boots onto his feet. Wish me luck, boys. I'm off to finally put an end to All for One's reign of evil. The tall muscular man said. Good luck, Dad. Give him an extra hit for Tenko and I. Izuku said. Ha ha. I'll be sure to. All Might said as he exited the house. He leapt into the air, before twisting around and clapping his hands together to create a burst of air, propelling him backwards in the direction he wanted. He attached an earpiece to his ear. Talk to me, Mirai. What's the story? He asked. On the other end, a tall lanky man with green and yellow hair leaned over a screen displaying a map of Japan. All for One was spotted about a half-mile from Musutafu Elementary. It seems he's there to observe the new generation of quirk users and harvest the best ones. He said. All Might's grin faltered. Musutafu Elementary? That's where my sons attend. He muttered under his breath. No margin for error, then. Strike fast and quick. Don't hesitate. Mirai said. All Might landed in a large meadow as the sun began to rise. He looked around, searching for something, anything that would reveal the location of All for One. Everyone is standing by, All Might. As soon as you find him, let me know, and I'll deploy anyone and everyone at my disposal. Mirai said. All Might grunted a reply, then paused. The birds weren't chirping. In fact, there wasn't a single sound. Just then, a high-pitched zinging noise. He ducked, and a sharp spear made of bone whizzed over his head. Ah, a shame. I was hoping you were so caught up in your conversation I could get a lucky shot off. A smooth voice said from the shadows. All Might whirled around, finally locking eyes with his opponent. A tall man with pale white hair and a blunt nose, wearing a dark suit and trench coat stepped out of the shadows of the trees. It's been a while, All Might. The man said. Indeed. Do you mind if we make this quick and I just take you to jail? All Might said, clenching his fists. Maybe, but Tartarus just ran out of my favorite soap and I just can't wash myself without it. All for One said, as his arms began to glow with the power of dozens of quirks stored up. Shock absorption ×3, swollen muscles ×7, instinctive agility ×2. Rivet ×3. He muttered to himself, layering quirk on quick to ready himself for battle. In a blur, All Might lunged for the old man. Detroit. Smash. All Might yelled, slamming his fist into a wall of defensive quirks. Impact recoil. All for One retorted, and all the force of All Might's blow was returned to him. The muscular hero recoiled. That one's particularly annoying. All Might said, gritting his teeth. Oh, I guessed so. That's why I chose it just for you. All for One replied. Did you now? All Might asked. Let's see, if he can return all the damage my fists deal to him back on me, I'll just have to beat him without touching him. He thought to himself. Suddenly, he took off running, around and around the villain in rapid circles. Oh? What foolish strategy are you trying this dash? All for One said, before suddenly, a shockwave slammed into him from behind. Then another from the left. Then they were coming from all angles. All Might was punching the air with such force it was creating air cavities that slammed All for One with the force of a freight train. At the same time, he was running around in circles fast enough to whip up a whirlwind that was draining the air from the villain's lungs. How, frustrating, he said. Suddenly, he reacted, lunging in one direction and catching All Might by the throat. HRK. A strangled noise escaped All Might's lips as All for One hoisted him up into the air. A noble effort, All Might. However, it was for nothing. Now I will destroy you, and end the passing on of One for All forever. Spear like bones times 7. Air blast times 4. Inertia times 6. Acceleration times 3. He said, as his arm swelled up. He held his hand a few feet away from All Might's stomach, then released a sharp bone from his wrist, which launched through the air towards All Might. Forgive me, Nana. I couldn't do it. He muttered. The world slowed down around him, and the bone was only a few inches away, when all of a sudden, a young voice pierced through the quiet. Limitless Lapse Blue. Izuku and Tenko got out of the car and walked up the stairs towards the front door of their elementary school. You think Dad's gonna catch the villain? Izuku asked. Of course. Uncle Might's the greatest hero ever. Tenko replied. Just then, a strong wind hit them in the face, and they saw a large whirlwind whipping up in the park outside the school. Whoa! What's that? Tenko asked to no one in particular. Let's check it out, Izuku said. The two boys ran towards the whirlwind. When they reached it, their eyes widened. It's Dad, Izuku said. No way, that's the guy who was at my house when it burned, Tenko said, jaw gaping. Get down. They crouched down. That's All for One? Izuku asked. I think so, Tenko whispered. They watched All for One grab All Might by the throat. No, Dad, Izuku said, standing up a bit. Izuku, what are you doing? Tenko asked frantically. I'm gonna save Dad. I'm gonna be a hero, Izuku said with a determined face. He stretched his hands out and concentrated. Concentrate the limitless energy to a point away from my hands, he muttered to himself. Limitless Lapse Blue. He yelled at the top of his lungs as he aimed at All for One. A blue vortex appeared on All for One's torso, twisting his body and causing the bone spear being launched at All Might to crumple and fold in on itself like a crushed soda can. All for One screamed in pain as his side was being engulfed in what essentially was a mini black hole, and he let All Might go. This gave him the chance to unleash everything he had. My sons have given me all the time I need to defeat you, All for One, All Might declared, grabbing the villain's face in one hand and leaping up into the sky. Run, Izuku said, and he and Tenko bolted, getting away from the blast radius, then turning around. United States of Smayawash? All Might roared as he drove All for One's head into the ground, creating a massive crater. All for One's head was splattered, brain matter and blood scattered across the crater as his body twitched. Carefully, cautiously, Izuku and Tenko looked down at All Might as news helicopters and teams swarmed the area. All Might raised a fist in victory as cameras snapped around him before he ran up to his sons and hugged them. That was close. I'd say you two acted foolishly, jumping in on a dangerous battle like that, but if you hadn't, I'd be grievously injured, or worse, dead. I'm grateful, my boys. You both have a real heroic spirit in you, he said with a grin, before rubbing his fist, which was bruised and blackened. One for All has just about reached its time with me. Soon I'll have to find a worthy successor, someone to carry the torch once more in my place, he said. Izuku and Tenko nodded sadly. They'd known this. All Might had told them so, but it still was sad. Hey. Don't frown. I'm not going to give it up yet. I'd say I have a good 5 to 10 years left before I truly burn out. But until then, I am here, he yelled triumphantly, as Izuku and Tenko grinned. All Might was sent to the hospital, while All for One's body was sent to a crematory for disposal. Izuku and Tenko had school cancelled for the day, since the actual All for One was near their school. That was awesome, Tenko said. Kinda scary, but still, awesome. Izuku looked down at his hands. I did it. I actually projected Limitless at a point away from my hands, he said. Cool, huh? I wonder what else you can do. Tenko wondered. Guess we'll find out later, once I've grown a bit, Izuku said, to which Tenko nodded in agreement. Inko picked them up and drove them home a few minutes later, and they spent the rest of the day playing together. That evening, All Might returned from the hospital. And just like that, I have a clean bill of health, All Might said. That's comforting, Inko said, stepping away from the sink to kiss her husband. Though I'd guess you still have something on your mind. Indeed I do. It's about time to pass One for All to the next worthy hero. I've asked Night Eye to locate and gather young aspiring heroes. Once he finds enough worthy candidates, I plan to test them, to see which of them deserve the awesome power, All Might said. Sounds like a good idea. What kind of traits or qualities are you looking for? Inko asked. Well, to be worthy of my quirk, my successor must be brave, kind, smart, and willing to put everything on the line to be a pillar of righteousness in this superhuman society. All Might said. Inko nodded along, imagining the ideal person. You know who fits that perfectly? She asked. All Might thought for a moment, before his eyes widened. No. Not her. He said. The qualities you're looking for exactly describe her. Inko said with a smirk. I can't just give my quirk to my niece. Everyone will think it's a cop-out. All Might exclaimed. Well, think about it, and remember, her lifelong dream has been to be a hero, even though her quirk is relatively weak. Just give it some thought. Inko said. I will do my best, my dear. All Might said, before he turned to the stove. In any case, I am here. To help with dinner. He said triumphantly. For years came and went, and the thought of a new successor had fallen to the back of All Might's mind. After all, his sons were just about to enter high school, and the thought of them getting into UA was exciting for the #1 hero, who graduated from the same school. Feels like it was just yesterday when I graduated. All Might said wistfully, looking at a framed diploma hanging on the wall. Suddenly, All Might received a text message from Sir Night-Eye. Mirai, I found several candidates. It took me a while, but I believe at least one of them will be worthy enough. All Might's mind rushed, remembering the assignment he'd given to his sidekick. He replied with a quick thumbs-up emoji, then got in his car and drove to his agency. It was a quick drive, only a few minutes long, and when he got there, he quickly walked inside, passing through hallways and up flights of stairs, until he came to his sidekick and friend's office. Mirai Sasaki, All Might Agency. Sidekick. All Might pushed the door open, and stepped inside. There, he found several teenage kids sitting in chairs, with Sir Night-Eye standing off to the left, a hopeful smile on his face. Hello, Tashinori. These are all the kids I've gathered. From my research, they all display the traits you desire in your successor. They've all been briefed on what's happening, and they all have agreed to a non-disclosure agreement concerning your quirk. Night-Eye said. The kids all nodded to emphasize his point. All Might looked at them all, before his eyes widened. At the far right, the second-to-last chosen child, was his niece, Melissa Shield. She looked at All Might, grinned cheekily, and waved. All Might sighed. Mirai, you cheeky little, alright, fine. Let's do it. He thought to himself, before walking over to the leftmost child, a boy maybe in his mid-teens with black hair and a nervous expression, and sitting down on a chair opposite to him. Greetings, young man. If you don't mind, please tell me your name and quirk. He said in a kind tone. Titamaki Amajiki? I'm a second year at UA, and my quirk is called Manifest. Anything I eat, I can manifest on my body. He said timidly. He's shy, but brave and kind. Night-Eye said, before handing a piece of calamari to Tamaki. He took it and ate it, before holding out his hand. His fingers began to transform into long writhing tentacles with suction cups on the bottom. A very interesting quirk, young Tamaki. Tell me, what do you like to do for hobbies? What do you like to do for fun? All Might asked. Well, I like taking care of my pets, and I like snorkeling in coral reefs, and I like spending time with my little sister. Ah yes, strong familial bonds are a great sign. Now, do you think you have what it takes to become the new symbol of peace? And no sir. I don't really want to. All Might was stunned. He just didn't want to. Oh, well, may I know why? Well, sir, I don't like crowds. I prefer the quiet. Tamaki said. He's a huge introvert. A female voice said from the next seat. All Might turned to look at the source, his eyes meeting a bright-eyed girl with pastel blue hair that fell all the way down to her knees. She waved enthusiastically. Hey, I'm Nijire Hato. I'm Tamaki's classmate and one of his best friends. She said. Ah. Greetings, young Nijire. All Might said, shifting to look at her. And what's your quirk? Wave motion. I create these gold spirals of energy that are super cool. They let me fly, and fight bad guys. She said enthusiastically. I want to be a hero to make sure everyone can be happy and have fun. Well, that's certainly a good motivation. Now, if you do become the #1. No thanks. She said quickly. All Might looked confused. No. Thanks? He asked. Yep. I'm not here to inherit one for all. I'm just here to keep Tamaki company. She said. Oh. I see, well, I wish you the best of luck in achieving your dreams. All Might said, before he moved to the next person, a brunette girl with a wide-eyed expression. Greetings, young one. What's your name, and your ability? The girl looked at him with a vacant gaze. Whoa, big yikes. You're looking a bit worse for wear, Mr. Might. I'm Kami Utsushimi, and I got the good stuff. My quirk's illusion. Basically, I create hallucinogenic powder from my body. The girl said. I see, and why do you want to be a hero? All Might asked. Simple. I want to be the most popular girl in the country, and then the world. Kami said as if it was common knowledge. All Might cast a judgmental glance at Sir Night-Eye as his lips flattened. She's incredibly compassionate. Night-Eye defended. All Might sighed, before moving to the next candidate, which was, for better or worse, his own niece, Melissa Shield. Her blonde hair was let loose today, and she wore a short-sleeved collared shirt and sleeveless vest, with blue jeans. Hello Melissa. He said. Hi Uncle Might. She chirped back. As you know, my name is Melissa Shield, and my quirk is Energy Leech. I can leech energy, mostly electricity, from things. Then I can use that energy as fuel for myself. I'm basically a giant electrical appliance. Yes, I am aware of that. Now, why do you want to be a hero? All Might asked. Well, I want to be like you, Uncle Might. And my cousins, too. I want to see people smile, and I want them to never be afraid. I want to be strong enough to protect the people who don't have the power to do it themselves. People like me. She said, her overly happy voice dying down, revealing a softer, more tender tone. I see, that's a very noble motivation, Melissa. And you certainly are a good person, kind, brave, and willing to put everything on the line for the good of the world. I respect that. He said, before turning to the final candidate, a blonde-haired boy with bright eyes and a brighter smile. Hi. I'm Mirio Togata. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. All Might. The boy said. Likewise. All Might said. Now, what is your quirk and motivation for becoming a hero? Well, my quirk is called permeation. It lets me slip through anything, be it metal, stone, or anything in between. As for my motivation, I want to be the hero known for saving a million people. That's why my hero name is Lemillion. I want to keep your flame burning as long as it can, that's why I'm here. Mirio said. I see, All Might said, scratching his chin. Well? Do you have one you like most? One that you want to pass your torch to? Night-Eye asked. I believe so. My choice is me dash, he started, before he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw his late mentor, Nana Shimura, floating behind him. Behind her, another man stood. Not Mirio? He distinctly heard Nana's voice from her mouth. And Nana? Why not? He muttered. Not Mirio, the warning echoed in All Might's mind as Nana and the other man faded away. My choice is Melissa. All Might said, nodding once. Tamaki breathed a sigh of relief. Kami didn't seem to notice, instead choosing to stare into a mirror as she did her makeup. Melissa's grin brightened, and Mirio nodded once. Very well. Night-Eye said. Thank you all for coming, you may all go. Melissa, you may stay. The other 4 kids exited the room, leaving only Melissa, Night-Eye, and All Might in the office. Thank you, Uncle Might, Melissa said, standing up and rushing to him, hugging her uncle tightly. I won't let you down. I trust that you will. Your training starts next week, and your cousins will be there. Melissa giggled. Yay! You chose Melissa to inherit your power? Izuku asked his dad. Indeed. She fit my criteria the best. All Might said. That's awesome. She's always wanted to be a hero with Tenko and I, even if her quirk isn't as strong or flashy as ours. Now with your quirk, hers will be strong. Izuku exclaimed. Inko peered in on the pair, grinning smugly. So, you did end up choosing Melissa, just like I predicted. She said. All Might stuttered, trying to think of a comeback, before he sighed and nodded. You're correct, Inko. You just know me so well. All Might said. Hey, can Izuku and I come with you to train Melissa? Tenko asked. All Might's mood instantly brightened. But of course. Having you two around to help Melissa train would be great. Plus, you two need some muscle building as well. He said, poking Tenko's scrawny chest. Tenko groaned. Dayawad. June. A week passed by, and in no time at all, it was time to begin training. All Might brought Izuku and Tenko to Dagoba Beach, where Melissa was already waiting in a dry-fit t-shirt and gym shorts. She also had a green headband encircling her head. She waved cheerfully. Hey boys. Ready to start this awesome training program? In no time at all we'll be ready for whatever UA has to throw at us. She chirped. The boys hopped out of the car and walked up to their cousin. Oh yeah. I'm ready for anything. Tenko said, his stark black hair blowing in the strong sea breeze. This'll be fun with each other around, won't it? Izuku said, stretching his legs, before swapping the dark sunglasses he used for casual occasions for his BLNDFLD. You bet. Melissa said, as she held a few batteries in her hands, soaking up their power for her own use. Alrighty then, kiddos. You ready to train yourselves to become great? All Might said. Yeah. The three teens said in unison. Very well. Do me a favor and take a look at this beach. All Might said, pointing outwards to the coastline. Izuku, Tenko, and Melissa all looked where he pointed. It's pretty dirty. Melissa observed. No kidding. There's junk everywhere. Tenko said. Exactly. For the next 10 months, each of you will take 1/3 of the beach, and be tasked with cleaning it up. Additionally, each month I will be bringing in another hero to help you grow in other ways, since my area of expertise is simply strength. All Might said, grinning brightly. The three grinned back. That sounds so fun. Tenko said. Yeah, I think this'll be awesome. Izuku added. Not to mention a really good way to increase our strength as well as perform some community service. Melissa said. Well then, what are you waiting for? Get on with it. All Might said, as the three of them each ran in a different direction, selecting 1/3 of the beach to work on. Izuku ran to the far right of the beach, where a huge pile of garbage was waiting for him. He smirked. Alrighty then, let's do this. He said before extending his hands. Limitless, Lapse Blue. A blue orb of energy appeared a few feet away from Izuku, vacuuming all the trash together. Then, Izuku clenched his fist. Condense. He said, and the orb grew in size slightly. A loud metal crunching sound erupted from the trash as it was scrunched together into a dense ball, before dropping to the ground with a dull thump. Meanwhile, on the far left of the beach, Tenko was laughing his head off as he erased a path through the trash. BVVVVTTT BVVVVTT BVVVVTT BVVVVT. Ha ha ha. This is so fun. He said, swiping his hand through the metal and plastic. He kept going for about 7 minutes, deleting the trash nonstop. Suddenly, his arm cramped, as searing pain erupted all throughout it. Gaha. He gasped, clutching his right arm with his left. All Might rushed over to him. What happened? Are you okay? He asked. I'm okay. I think I hit my limit on erasing. I got too carried away by the exhilaration. Tenko said, rubbing his arm as the cramp slowly faded. Well, at least now you know your limits. Hopefully with this training you'll be able to expand those limits further away, so you can enjoy your exhilaration longer. All Might said. Over in the middle of the beach, Melissa was lifting pieces of junk by hand, carrying large metal bars, wooden planks, and even tractor tires to a trailer All Might had set up just for that purpose. Anytime she found an old electrical appliance she'd drain its power for a quick pick-me-up. She was already feeling her muscles aching, but the determination to impress her uncle kept her going. My, you're quite the determined worker, aren't you, Melissa? All Might said, crouched on top of a refrigerator. Determined to get into UA and keep up with my cousins. Melissa replied, as she hefted a cabinet onto her back and began carrying it to the trailer. That's good, very good. I have a small favor to ask of you. He said. Melissa turned to face him. HM? What can I do for you? I need a strand of your hair. He said. Melissa tilted her head to the side in confusion. Why? Well, during the selection a week ago, my initial choice was going to be Mirio, since I didn't want to put you at risk doing my job. However, I had a feeling that picking Mirio was an incorrect choice, and you were the ideal candidate after him. I want to see if it has something to do with your DNA, since my mentor Nana said that a person's DNA is a way to determine one for all's power in a person, though she didn't elaborate further. I see. Alright then. Melissa said, pulling a strand of hair from her head. All Might took it and sealed it in a container, before nodding once. Thank you. I'll take this to the lab and get it tested. He said. No problem, Uncle Might. See you later, then? Melissa asked. Yes. See you later. The large hero said. July. Alright kids. This month in addition to your cleanup duties, I've asked the pro hero Edshot to come out and teach you all about hand-to-hand combat. Quirks are a great form of fighting, but in cases when your quirk isn't enough, you need to know how to fight normally. All Might said. Just then, a silver-haired man wearing navy blue and crimson ninja robes slid out of All Might's truck without opening the door, slipping through the crack of the door instead. Hello, children. I am Edshot, the number 4 hero in Japan, and master of the ways of the ninja. I'll be teaching you how to fight hand-to-hand, both with and without your quirks to assist you. Let's start with you, Izuku Midoriya. Edshot said. Alright. Izuku said, following the pro hero. They walked to an open area, before Edshot faced the snow-haired teen. Fighting is all about making sure your opponent goes down before you do. That's what I'm here for. Under my tutelage, you'll learn how to almost always win a hand-to-hand fight. Izuku nodded in understanding. All right. Most combat teachers tell you how to throw a punch first. Not me. I believe that everyone has their own best way of fighting, and I allow my students to discover it themselves. However, before you learn how to attack, you must first learn how to prevent an attack from hitting you. I've been told your quirk grants you near limitless energy that you can manipulate to warp space. Let's see if that energy can be used to boost your combat abilities. Throw a punch. Edgeshot said. Izuku grinned and threw a punch, his fist balled up and soaring through the air to connect with Edgeshot. As soon as it got close, however, the ninja moved in a blur, and in an instant, Izuku's hand was flung out of the way, allowing Edgeshot to deal a sudden blow to Izuku's chest, which knocked the wind out of the teenage boy's lungs. There. A quick and devastating counter almost guaranteed to give you a good hit, Edgeshot said. Izuku nodded in understanding. Cool. How do I do it? He asked. When you see your opponent's hand flying towards you, use your own hand to smack it away. This usually leaves them off guard, which will give you a clean shot at their torso. The number 4 pro hero said as he demonstrated the movement slowly to let Izuku watch. I see, Izuku said. Good, now practice on this dummy. Once you've learned the counter move, you may begin development of your combat style. Edgeshot said. He pulled a high-tech robot out of a trailer and set it up in front of Izuku. Izuku smiled. Okay, I'll do that, he said, before focusing on the dummy. Edgeshot nodded, before turning to Tenko. Now, you are a different matter. Your quirk always activates when your right hand gets to a certain speed, correct? It deletes everything it touches, with the exception of yourself. Edgeshot asked. Tenko nodded. Yep, that's right. Edgeshot nodded in understanding. All right. I'll have you learn the counter too, just with your left hand instead of your right. When using your right hand to fight, always aim for the arms and legs, never the torso or head. Limbs can be healed and regrown, but death cannot be reverted nearly as easily, he said, pulling out a new training robot. Alrighty then. Let's do this, Tenko said, squaring up to fight the training dummy. Edgeshot nodded once, before walking over to Melissa. Last but certainly not least, Melissa Shield, the future inheritor of All Might's sacred torch, he said. Melissa grinned. That's me, she said. Alright. Your combat will likely be mostly physical, since One for All boosts all physical abilities tenfold when it is accepted into the body. Due to that, you'll be able to hit far above your weight class. I'll get you started on the Iron Fist training program, so you can hit as hard as you like without worrying much about damage to your body, Edgeshot said. He went to the truck and pulled out a bucket of sand. Make a flat palm, he instructed. Melissa did so. Now move it into this sand, he said. Repeatedly, until your hands are rubbed raw. It sounds harsh, I know, but the rewards are worth the suffering. Melissa's cheerful smile turned determined and fierce. All right, I'll do it, she said, before she began moving her hands into the sand, each hand like a spear plunging into the coarse material. Gotta tough it out, she thought. Gotta be strong enough to earn Uncle Might's gift. Gotta prove Mom wrong. She beat the sand for 30 minutes before her hands were a raw pink. Edgeshot came over with bandages and ice. You did well. Phenomenal, even, for a girl like you, he said. Melissa quirked an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Edgeshot stuttered, quick to correct himself. I mean, you know, a girly girl. A feminine woman. The two boys looked away from their training bots and started at Edgeshot, before laughing. Melissa soon joined them in the laughter. What? Did I say something? Edgeshot asked. Izuku wheezed, catching his breath, before answering. She's just dressed up like a pretty girl because her family's loaded, and her mom wants her to be a good feminine girl, but Melissa's as tomboy as you can get. Total outdoorsy, rough and tumble, hands-on experience type of girl. She helps her dad in his workshop all the time, and she loves hiking and camping, he said. Oh, I see. Well, in that case, it's still impressive you lasted a half hour on your first day of this training. You have potential, Edgeshot said. Melissa grinned. Thanks, Mr. Edgeshot, she said. The three teens trained for the rest of the morning under Edgeshot's tutelage, before he left, and they went back to strength training until it was time to go home. That night, Izuku looked down at Tenko as he settled into bed. Hey, you ever wonder what'll happen to Melissa when she gets Dad's quirk? He asked. Tenko thought about that for a moment. I don't know. It seemed to really make Dad super big and muscular. Imagine if Melissa gets that. Izuku pictured Melissa's head on All Might's body and physically recoiled. Ew, no. I hope that doesn't happen, Izuku said. Maybe she'll get her quirk boosted like Grandma Nana. Tenko said. That sounds a lot better. Izuku admitted. But whatever she gets, I'm sure she'll put it to good use. Tenko nodded. Yeah, I know she will. November. Several months passed by, and as the trio trained, through rain or shine, through blood, sweat and tears, they grew stronger, faster, tougher, and more closely connected as friends and cousins. This month, the group's special teacher was the flamboyant loudmouth, Present Mike. Good morning, my beloved heroes in training. Today we are going to be learning about public speaking, brought to you by the best speaker in the world. Mike announced across the entire beach. Do I have everyone's attention? The three teens sat on wooden stools as they paid attention to Mick's lesson. They all nodded, causing him to continue. Alrighty then. First thing to know is that as long as you stay a good person, most people around you who know of you will like you. That's the most important thing. I'm sure Midnight taught you kids about how to maintain a positive public image, right? He asked. 3 more nods. Excellent. Now, there will always be haters, people who don't like you for whatever reason. Maybe you don't support a controversial topic, maybe you implied something that was taken the wrong way, maybe you didn't even do anything wrong, they're just grumpy. However, even in the midst of these haters, you've gotta always stay positive. Never let them get to you. How do you think I've stayed so chipper after all these years? Mike said. Just then, All Might arrived, driving his truck to the beach parking lot, before stepping out and walking over to Melissa. Melissa, would you mind coming with me for a second? He asked. Melissa stood up and nodded. Okay, Uncle Might, she chirped, before jogging after the huge pro hero. The two of them got into All Might's truck, then began to drive. It was silent for a few minutes, before All Might spoke. I bet you're wondering what's up, he said. Melissa said with a nod. The test results on your hair sample came back, and we found something interesting. All Might said, as the truck pulled into the parking lot of a science lab. The two of them got out, then walked to an elevator and started ascending. When the doors slid open once more, they led to a large laboratory room with scientists working on various things. One of them, a man with blue hair that moved like ocean waves, walked up to them. Ah, Mr. All Might, and this is your niece, Melissa, I presume? He asked. Melissa smiled and waved shyly. Yeah, that's me. Excellent. Follow me. The scientist said. He led them to a sealed-off lab room, where various samples were stored. In the center of the room, the container holding Melissa's hair sat on a pedestal. We combined this piece of Melissa's DNA with that of All Might's, and the reaction was beyond anything we expected. He said. Did it go bad? Melissa asked. No. Quite the opposite in fact. Your DNA merged seamlessly with One for All, even better than All Might's did, according to the records. It seems that the quirk you possess is especially compatible with its power. We ran some tests on other samples of human DNA, and we made some discoveries. Apparently, certain quirks are compatible with the merging of One for All, and some are not. Those with compatible quirks have the transfer take less of a strain on their bodies, and their quirks are upgraded further than those with incompatible or neutral quirks. The scientist explained. I see, that sounds interesting. And my quirk is compatible, as you say? Melissa asked. Correct. We predict that your training will only require a month or 2 more before you're prepared to accept One for All. He said. Cool. Melissa said. Is that everything? Yes, I believe so. Best get back to your training program. The scientist said. Melissa nodded, then stood up. She and All Mights walked back out to the truck, and drove back to the beach to continue training. December. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring. Not even a mum. Izuku yelled down the hallway. What, honey? Inko asked. Did we get the cookies out? Oh. Right. Thanks for the reminder. Inko said. She slipped oven mitts over her hands, then opened the oven and pulled a tray of gingersnap cookies out, setting them out to cool. Tenko walked into the living room with a huge pile of presents, setting them down by the Christmas tree and arranging them neatly. This is gonna be the best Christmas ever, he said. What makes you think that? Izuku asked. I don't know. I guess it's just a feeling. Tenko said, scratching his chin. Well, here's hoping that feeling is right. Izuku said. Just then, Melissa burst through the door, with All Mights behind her. It's Taiyime. She called, her arms spread wide, as Izuku and Tenko turned and smiled. Hey, Melissa. They said in unison. Wow, little missy, you've grown a lot of muscle since I last saw you. Inko said, walking over to pinch Melissa's cheek. The blonde girl squirmed, but smiled once the pinching stopped, and hugged Inko back. Hi, Auntie Inko. She said cheerfully. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. Melissa replied. Hope you don't mind me crashing at your place for the weekend. Mom and Dad are having a big fancy party at their house that isn't really my style. Oh, of course not. I'm almost positive the boys are ecstatic to share Christmas with you, Inko said. But right now, it's late. Off to bed for all of you, she said, gently shoving Melissa towards the guest bedroom. She obeyed, and walked to the room, while Izuku and Tenko went to their room. Good night, Izuku, Tenko said mid-yawn. Good night, Izuku replied. And with that, the two of them fell asleep. Time sped by, and in no time at all. It was Christmas. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he could feel the festive cheer in the air. He leaped out of bed, slid down the ladder to his bunk bed, and shook Tenko awake. Tenko, Tenko, Tenko! It's Christmas, he said energetically. Okay, I'm up, Tenko said, climbing out of bed and stretching, before facing Izuku and grinning. Alright, let's go, he said. They both ran down the hall, slipping into Melissa's room and poking her side until she woke up. Melissa! Wake up! Christmas! Izuku said. Melissa thrashed around in bed, before sitting up and groaning. Ugh, it's just you two. Alright, she said, hopping out of bed and straightening her hair. The three of them walked to the living room, where Inko and All Might were waiting. Merry Christmas! Inko said. Merry Christmas! The three teens echoed. And a very Merry Christmas to all, this wonderful morning, All Might said. Now, let's all enjoy these amazing presents. The kids didn't need to be told twice, as they all leapt to the presents, each opening one and holding them up. Tenko got a single fingerless glove with a high-tech interface on the wrist. Melissa got a pair of yellow gloves and a forest green jacket, and Izuku got a new high-quality black BLNDFLD. After the initial presents, they each took turns opening presents, pulling out clothes, supplies for UA, and hero merchandise. Thanks, Mom and Dad, Izuku and Tenko said in unison. Thanks Uncle Might and Auntie Inko, Melissa said. You're welcome, kids. Enjoy, Inko said. Now, let's not be so hasty, Inko. I think there's one more present for Melissa, All Might said, turning to face the blonde-haired girl. He reached behind the tree and pulled out a wrapped cylindrical object, before handing it to Melissa. She took the cylinder, holding it in her hands, before looking at All Might. The muscular pro-hero nodded once, and Melissa tore open the wrapping paper. Inside was a high-tech container, with a single strand of All Might's hair inside. The scientists deduced that your absorption powers should allow you to take the power of one for all without consuming it. Go ahead, All Might said. Melissa took the hair out of the container, before taking a deep breath, and activating her quirk. The energy was SCKED out of the strand, traveling up her arms, through her body, until it came to rest in her heart. She took a deep breath. Whoa, this feels so cool. I feel so much stronger, so much freer, Melissa said, marveling at her fingers, where green energy danced between each fingertip. Thanks Uncle Might. All Might hugged the girl warmly. You're welcome, dear. Merry Christmas. January. A week after Christmas, the new year had come, and Izuku and Tenko were watching Melissa practice. The power of one for all hadn't really shown itself in any significant way, but she wasn't going to give up yet. Melissa punched the training dummy once more, scowling when it barely worked. Ugh, why isn't this working? Isn't one for all supposed to be an energy stockpile quirk? Where's all the phenomenal heroic power Uncle Might uses? She said, looking down at her fists. It's weird, Izuku said, leaning in closer. I can see your energy pooling at your hands, but none of it's coming out. Maybe it's got something to do with her quirk? Tenko suggested. The other two turned to face him. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Well, the lab guy said Melissa's energy absorption quirk was compatible with one for all, right? So, what if the energy of one for all was spent upgrading or evolving Melissa's powers? Tenko said. Melissa rubbed her chin. That would explain all the stomach cramps and headaches I've been having. You might have something there, Tenko. The boy smiled, his once charcoal black hair that over time had been slowly fading to a pale blue-gray swishing as he raised his head. Well, if the my absorption power was upgraded, maybe I should try absorbing some energy, Melissa said. Good idea. Try pulling some power from that big server rack. It's guaranteed to have some juice, Izuku said. Melissa nodded, then walked over to the rack and reached out, activating her quirk. Her fingers touched the live wire, and BZZZZZAAPPP. The energy discharged violently, sending Melissa flying backwards. Melissa! Both boys yelled, rushing to their cousin. Ugh, ouch, that was unexpected. She groaned, rubbing her head. What happened? Usually you just SCK up the power like an energy drink. What went different? Izuku asked, offering a hand to Melissa. I don't know. It's weird, it's like I can't absorb electricity anymore. Melissa said, reaching out her gloved hand to take Izuku's. He lifted her up onto her feet and looked her over for burns or injuries. You seem fine, I'm not seeing any injuries. Looks like you did absorb it, but it's not contained anymore. It's wildly racing around your body. He said. Tenko, that wire's still sparking. On it. Tenko said, running up to the server rack and swiping his hand, instantly deleting the space his hand occupied. Come on. Let's get you home. Keep your gloves on, you're still charged with electricity. We'll have to let your body vent it. Izuku said, as they all walked back to the house. The next morning, after Melissa had completely vented all the electricity she absorbed, she and the boys went with All Might to the beach. All right, kiddos. Today, we have an ultra-special guest. All Might said. Izuku looked at his cousins in excitement. An ultra-special guest was never heard of before. Even the number 2 hero in Endeavor wasn't ultra-special. Who is it? Izuku asked. Only the greatest hotshot of the land of the free. A strong, masculine voice said from above. They looked up and saw a large muscular man of similar, but slightly smaller build than All Might. He had styled, and heavily gelled, blonde hair, a chiseled jaw, and a bright grin, and wore a blue hero uniform with silver shoulder pads, a large red cape, and 2 yellow CS on the chest. No way. It's Captain Celebrity, the number 1 hero from America. Izuku said excitedly. The hero landed on the ground with a dull thump. Amazing. Someone recognizes a hero from a different country. You don't see that every day. Captain Celebrity said. Anyways, my good OL buddy All Might called me in to teach you kiddos about combat mobility. In case you didn't know, my quirk is flight. It lets me cruise through the air and create a transparent barrier around my body that protects me from anything I might encounter while airborne, be it heat, cold, or extreme air resistance that would strip the skin off anyone else. Flight also grants me super strength and durability, so I can handle pretty much anything I face on a day-to-day basis. Ah, where was I? He quickly pulled out some cue cards, flipping through them, before nodding to himself. Ah yes. Today, I'll be helping you all learn how to move around effectively in combat. Having to block or counter a punch is a worst-case scenario. Best to avoid it entirely, and I'll be helping you all utilize your quirks to the peak of their mobility potential. Let's start with you, Izuku. Izuku stepped forward and grinned. All right, Captain Celebrity. Let's do this. He said, getting into a fighting position. Captain Celebrity returned the grin and began to fly once more, hovering above the air. Give me all you've got, and focus on using your quirk for mobility, either to aid your own or hamper mine. This battle will end when you touch me, he said. Izuku nodded, before leaping at the pro hero, who responded in kind by flying further up into the sky. Trying to play an evasive game, huh? I think not. Time to ground this bird. Izuku said. He reached out his hand, and activated his quirk. Lapse blue, pull. He announced, as the blue orb appeared in his palm. A powerful suctioning force aimed at Captain Celebrity immediately began dragging the aerial hero back to Earth. You're a lot stronger than I thought, Captain Celebrity grunted through his teeth as he strained against the powerful vacuum. Izuku's grin widened, and with one sweeping motion of his arm towards the ground, the American hero hit the dirt with a muffled thud. He got to his hands and knees, shook his head, then stood up. Not bad, kiddo. Using your quirk to pull me down to Earth was smart. You're up next, Mr. Tenko. He said. Tenko stepped up as Izuku walked to the bench and sat with Melissa. Okie dokie, let's have some fun. Tenko said. This time, instead of flying away from the fight, Captain Celebrity took to the air and charged straight towards Tenko. The boy was startled at first but clenched his fists and grinned. All right, let's go. Head-on combat, here we come. He said. He pet his hand back, then swiped. BVVVVTTT. Captain Celebrity's eyes widened, and he barrel-rolled to evade the erasing power. Tenko, however, anticipated this, and swiped a second time. The air around Tenko's palm was SCKED inward to replace the air that was deleted, creating a small vacuum that pulled Captain Celebrity towards him. Tenko reached out and touched the pro hero on the shoulder with his other hand. Tag, you're it. He said with a smug grin plastered on his face. Well, shoot. Guess I am. Nice work. Similar strategy to your brother, but that's normal for siblings. I'm proud. Captain Celebrity said, standing up and patting Tenko on the shoulder, before turning to look at Melissa. Last, but certainly not least, Miss Melissa Shield. All Might told me that you're his apprentice, his successor. I hope you'll prove that you're worthy of his power. Melissa hopped up from the bench and cracked her knuckles. I'll do my best. Let's give it a go, she said, walking into the combat field, before getting into a fighting stance. Captain Celebrity grinned as he dusted off his costume from Tenko's battle. Show me your legendary strength, he yelled, flying towards Melissa like a ballistic missile. Melissa pivoted, dodging his attack. He whizzed by her face, but quickly turned around. This time, Melissa sidestepped once more, but caught the captain with a punch. The blow did little to him, and he easily shrugged it off. Is that it? I'd think the wielder of the legendary one for all would be able to land a harder blow than that. Come on. Hit me harder, Captain Celebrity said, gesturing to himself. And take off those gloves. You ain't gonna be landing any decent blows with those to cushion every hit. Melissa grunted, then pulled her yellow gloves off of her hands, and clenched her fists. All right, you want my strength? Come and get it, she roared, charging towards the American pro, before throwing a punch with all her strength, hitting him in the chest. Captain Celebrity didn't even flinch. He chuckled. He reached out and grabbed Melissa's wrist, intending to pull her fist off of his chest. Well, I'm sure with time your quirk will dash, he started, before stopping abruptly when a stream of sky blue energy began to flow from his hand into Melissa's arm with an audible hum. The color drained from his face, and in a few seconds, he collapsed onto the ground. Captain Celebrity, Izuku yelled. Oh dear, Christopher. All Might, who had just returned in his truck, called. Captain Celebrity was spasming on the ground, like B was having a seizure. Melissa was frantically trying to pry his hand from her wrist, to no avail. All Might ran over, and, with some effort, managed to wrench the American's hand off of his niece. What happened? Izuku called. Oh no, what have I done? Melissa took a step forward, when all of a sudden, she began to float. What? She asked, flailing her arms as she hovered a few feet above the air, just like Captain Celebrity was doing a few minutes previously. Melissa, you're flying, Izuku said amazedly. Yeah. How, though? And, how do I get down? Melissa said in a panicked tone. Just relax. You'll come to the ground easily if you just relax, All Might said. Slowly, Melissa breathed in and out, her nerves calming, and her feet slowly lowering to touch the ground. Her breaths were shaky, and tears beaded at her eyes as she looked at the comatose pro-hero in front of her. Did I kill him? She asked timidly. No. He's alive, I can sense his heart beating, Izuku said, walking up to her. I already called 911, they'll be here in a moment. Melissa breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, she said. Right now, the thing we should be concerned about is whatever just happened that let you fly, All Might said. Somehow, you absorbed Captain Celebrity's powers, and I'm determined to find out how. Yep, this seems to be the manifestation of Melissa's evolved quirk. She's almost entirely lost the ability to absorb electricity, and now, she can absorb people's power. She can temporarily take their vitality, their memories, even their quirks. Her quirk was re-registered from a D tier to an S+ tier. The doctor said, as Melissa removed her arm from the quirk reading. Machine. I see. And what of Christopher? All Might asked. He'll live, but his quirk is permanently crippled. He's already filed for his retirement. Oh no, did I do that? Melissa asked, holding a hand to her mouth. Unintentionally, yes. But Captain Celebrity has already assured us that you are not to blame. It was the first thing out of his mouth once he woke up, in fact. It was strictly his own fault that his powers are disabled, the doctor assured. In the meantime, we have found out some interesting things. Melissa was in contact with the skin of Captain Celebrity for so long, his power is permanently fused with her own. The new memories will wear off soon, but the abilities of flight, superhuman strength and superhuman durability are staying. Melissa looked down at her hands. Whoa, that's pretty cool, the doctor chuckled. He said you'd say that. He also said learning to fly is really easy, and you'll get the hang of it in no time. Go ahead and give it a shot in the courtyard, he said. Melissa looked at her hands again, then at the doctor. Are you sure he's gonna be okay? She asked. The doctor laughed. He's gonna be fine, we've got the best healers lined up for him, and he's already got a new face to take the #1 spot in America. Go ahead and have some fun with your new powers, he said. With that, Melissa grinned and ran out to the courtyard, with Izuku and Tenko following close behind. They opened the door into a wide-open garden area. I guess I should try flying? Melissa asked. Yeah, go for it, Izuku said, while Tenko whipped out his phone to record. Melissa steadied her stance, then looked up into the sky. The stars sparkled and shone, practically begging her to come and join them among the heavens. She put on a determined grin, then raised her fist into the air. Nothing. "Ha, that was anticlimactic," she said. "Try getting your feet off the ground," Tenko called. "Oh, right. Here goes," she said, then jumped into the air. Immediately, she felt gravity weaken around her as she rose high into the sky. "Yeah. Woohoo!" She whooped, soaring over the hospital with both hands in front of her like a comic book superhero. Her hair blew in the wind as she flew in circles around the hospital. She felt great. She felt free. Freer than she'd ever felt before. Eventually, she flew back to the courtyard and landed, stumbling a bit before gaining her footing. "Not bad for a first takeoff," Izuku said. "Gee, you think so?" "Thanks, Izuku," Melissa said. "Yeah, and the doctor said you've got super strength and durability now, so that's that box checked," Tenko added. Melissa's grin widened. "Yeah, that's right. I've got all the powers I need. Now we just keep training until the entrance exam in April," she said, reaching her hand up for a high five. "Oh, glove first," Izuku said. "Oh, right. Whoopsies," Melissa said, slipping the yellow gloves onto her hands, before they all high-fived. The next day, after Captain Celebrity had been taken back to America, the three teens had only All Might around for the first time in several months. "Alright then, kids. Today, we're going to be going back to the basics. Strength training. Let's see how much you've grown in these months," he boomed. The kids nodded, then immediately split up to their individual sections of the beach. Izuku's quirk hadn't developed much, and honestly, he didn't really need it to. His quirk was by far the strongest of the three, though Melissa's new abilities might pose a good challenge to that title. "Shall we, my friends?" he said to the pile of garbage in front of him, before raising his hand, palm facing up. A swirling blue orb came to life in his hand, suctioning all the debris around him into it. Something that had changed in the months of training was his ability to use lapse blue as more of a black hole than a magnet, able to select targets at will and attract them, while leaving other objects nearby untouched. "Heh, nice," he said, sizing up the chunk of trash he just removed. Meanwhile, at the other end of the beach, Tenko was also trying out a new strategy. He swiped his hand, creating a cavity in space. When the surrounding air rushed in to fill the cavity, it took the trash surrounding Tenko with it, all falling onto his growing pile on All Might's trailer. "Awesome!" he exclaimed, pumping his fist, before pulling his hand back and repeating the process, pulling trash out of the pile and onto the trailer. Just then, he heard Melissa's voice from afar. "Eyes up, Tenko!" she called. Tenko looked up, and his eyes widened as a huge steel girder rocketed through the air. He leaped out of the way, and the beam speared into the ground, burying itself several feet into the ground. "Mind chopping that in half for me?" Melissa shouted, as she floated about 30 feet up in the air. "Yeah, sure. Just don't try to impale me next time," Tenko yelled back, before walking over to the steel girder and swiping his hand about halfway down its length, splitting it in two. "Now come pull this half out of the sand," Tenko shouted. "Why don't you do it? It's on your third of the beach," Melissa asked. "Because A, you threw it here, and B, it's embedded 5 feet in the ground and I can't lift a half-ton of metal," Tenko retorted. "Fair point," Melissa admitted, before she flew down to the metal beam, then crouched down and grabbed it, her fingers creating indents in the metal, and ripped it out of the ground like King Arthur pulling the sword out of the stone. She hefted it over her shoulder, then grinned. "All right, we got it out of the ground. Now what?" she asked. "I'll take that, actually. Some guys from the steel factory are coming over to pick it up," All Might said. Melissa nodded and passed the girder over to her uncle, before wiping sweat off her brow. "Phew. This training is fun when you have super strength and can fly," she said. "I was about to say, you've really adapted to your new powers. In, 18 hours? Izuku said, walking over to join the other two. "It's like you were born to have these abilities." "I know, right?" Melissa said, as she rose into the air again. "It just feels so natural, you know? I love it." Just then, the three of them heard a piercing shriek. "Melissa Anna Marie Shield. What in heaven's name are you doing?" Melissa flinched, then looked down, and saw a woman who looked similar to herself, with long blonde hair, emerald green eyes, and, were it not for the expression of pure horror and fury on her face, a fairly beautiful appearance overall, riding in a convertible car with a man with sandy brown hair, glasses, and a 5 o'clock shadow. "It's Aunt Lucy and Uncle Dave," Izuku muttered. "Yep. Here comes the hurricane," Tenko said. Melissa landed a few feet away from the car, as her mother, Lucy Shield, burst out of the door. "You are supposed to be at ballet classes, young miss. Why are you so filthy and sweaty?" she demanded. Mom, you know I hate ballet and all that girly stuff. I canceled the class months ago. Melissa said. Her mother gasped. You canceled your class? Outrageous. You will march back there right now and apologize immediately for your desertion. She said. Actually, Lucy, the cancellation was approved by me. David Shield, Melissa's father, said as he exited the car. She has stepped away from several of her ladylike activities in favor of hero training with her cousins. A vein bulged in Lucy's head. Hero training? My girl is taking hero training. Nonsense. She screeched. My Melissa would never abandon her normal, demure hobbies. Hobbies? What kind of daughter do you think you have? Melissa asked. I always loved doing things outdoors, working with Dad on his inventions, and yes, hero training with Izuku and Tenko. You may try to ignore it, but you cannot force me to abandon my passion. Passion? Your passion as a lady should be to stay at home, care for the house, and dote on your husband. Not this hero foolishness. That's a man's job. Lucy snapped. Melissa clenched her fist. I'm 16 now, Mom. I can make choices for myself. I don't need you holding my imaginary leash all the time. Dad supports me, Uncle Mite and Auntie Inko support me, and my cousins support me. If you can't, then that's your problem, not mine. She said, crossing her arms. Lucy turned her nose up and gave a HMMMPH, before turning around and walking back to the car. David walked over to Melissa. Pay no mind to her. I'll talk to her, but you should know that no matter what she says, she never speaks for the both of us. Follow your dreams, enjoy your passions. I'll be here to cheer you on. He said. Melissa smiled. Thanks, Dad. I'm grateful that you're supportive. I hope Mom will come around, though I'm pretty sure she's too stubborn to. She said. David sighed. We'll see. I'll try to calm Lucy down by the time you get home. Stay safe. He said. Will do, you too. Melissa said. Will do. See you later. Later. With that, David walked back to the car and drove away, as Melissa flew back to the beach. Now, where were we? Oh yeah. That dishwasher. She said, immediately jumping back into her chipper attitude. March. Only a few days remained until the entrance exam finally arrived, and as the teens' training came to a close, All Might brought in one final hero. Boys and girl, for your final bonus teacher of our 10-month training regimen, I present, Best Genist. All Might said, as the neat and orderly hero nodded in acknowledgement. You were not lying, Tashinori. These children are as magnificent as the silks of the Middle East. I'm honored to be the tailor chosen to style these students for their heroic debuts at the entrance exam. He said. Genist here will be helping you with any cosmetic needs you have, be it costume design, hair styling, or anything else. All Might said. Tashinori has woven great stories about you three. It's my pleasure to help you all get off on the right foot. Please, if you wish for my help, just ask. Best Genist said. The three teens looked at each other, before Izuku spoke up. I think we're good. I don't really know if we need dash. Actually, I'd like to make a change. Melissa said. Best Genist quirked an eyebrow. Oh? And what kind of change would you like? He asked. Melissa anxiously twisted a strand of her hair around her finger. Well, my hair is dyed, long story short. It was dyed and straightened to fit my mother's ideals for a ladylike girl that she wanted me to grow up as. I'd like your help returning it to its natural state and color. Wait. What? Your hair is dyed blonde? I thought it was natural. Tenko said. Yep. You boys will be so surprised when you see what my hair really looks like. Melissa said. I should be able to help with that. It's a good thing my Gene Mobile has a portable salon. Best Genist said. Tenko stifled a giggle. The Gene Mobile? That is awesome, man. Best Genist rolled his eyes, before walking to a large van covered in blue denim, and opened the back, revealing a small salon and tailor shop. He beckoned for Melissa to take a seat, and once she did, he got to work. He pulled out a bottle labeled Hair Miracle, then dumped about a quarter of it into a basin, added water, and moved Melissa's head to rest in it. Then, he began to scrub, causing all the dyes to melt away, and her hair to return to its natural state. When the procedure was finished, Best Genist draped a barber's cloth over Melissa, wrapping it around her neck, before pulling out some scissors and a comb, then getting to work, making small trims and adjustments all around the formerly blonde girl's head. Finally, he applied a tonic to her head, rubbing it in, then removed the cloth. How does it look? He asked. Melissa looked in the mirror, and gasped in awe. Her hair had miraculously bounced back from years of straightness, and there was no trace of blonde dye left. Now, she had a huge bush of curly and wavy hair, which was a deep red, with a streak of white in the bangs. It's perfect, she said amazedly. I love it. It's odd. It's asymmetrical, untamed, and wild, yet I find it wonderful. It seems the art of wabi-sabi, beauty and imperfection, has found its place in you. Best Jeanist said. Melissa gently touched her hair. It's amazing, she said, before turning around to face her cousins. Isn't it, guys? Tenko's jaw dropped. Holy whoa, that's amazing. You're like a completely different person. Well. Looks like my favorite niece Melissa finally broke free of that artificial hairstyle and embraced her true self. All Might said, walking up. I'm proud of you, my dear. Heh, thanks, Uncle Might, Melissa said. I think it's really cool you're doing this. Izuku said. Especially because your mom's gonna freak out. You're a real rogue, Melissa. Melissa nodded, before an idea sprung into her mind. Rogue? I like the sound of that. Izuku woke up in the morning with a feeling of joy. The day had finally arrived. The day he had been dreaming of since he gained consciousness. The day that would decide his career for the rest of his life. The day of the UA entrance exam. He groped around for his glasses, putting them on once he found them. After that, he got out of bed, quickly got dressed for the day, then walked to the kitchen, where Inko was preparing a huge breakfast. Whoa! That's a lot of food, he said. Well, yeah. You kids need to eat up, since it's the big day today, Inko said, pointing a spatula at her son. Just then, Tenko walked into the kitchen. Morning Mom. Whoa, that's a lot of food, he said. That's right. So eat up, Inko said, passing a plate to both boys. All right, if you insist, then I won't complain, Tenko said, digging into the food. Izuku did the same, wolfing down the healthy breakfast. No matter how many times she does it, Mom's cooking will never get old, he thought to himself as he swallowed another bite. Now, I know you two are used to standing up for Melissa, due to her weaker quirk, but now that it's been significantly upgraded, Inko started. She can hold her own. We understand. We don't need to run to her rescue anytime she's in danger. Izuku finished. Tenko nodded, remembering back to the steel beam she hurled into the ground like a javelin. Yeah, she can definitely hold her own. Inko nodded. Good. I knew I could trust my boys. Now, finish up your food, then get going. The bus isn't gonna wait for you, she said. The boys nodded, then quickly devoured the rest of their breakfast, before slinging their backpacks over their shoulders and running out the door. Go, Tenko said, using his quirk to launch himself forward. I got it, Izuku called, throwing a lapse blue out, pulling the two boys towards it. Just as they were about to hit the vortex, it vanished. Tenko and Izuku landed on their feet, and kept running. They skidded to a stop next to the bus stop, just as the bus crested the hill and began approaching. Phew, we made it, Tenko said. Yeah, thank goodness, Izuku agreed. The doors to the bus swung open, and the two boys walked up the stairs. They found an empty bench and sat together, resting their bags on the floor. Next stop, UA, Izuku said. Wait a second. Izuku? A voice behind him said. The boy whirled around and saw a familiar head of blonde hair that spiked up in every direction. Kaken. It's been ages, Izuku said, fully turning around. How've you been, man? Great. I'm guessing you guys are trying for the hero course too, Katsuki said. Yep. That's our goal, Tenko said. Well then, I guess I'll see you all in class, Katsuki said, before sitting back down. Izuku and Tenko looked at each other excitedly. Man, it's been years since we've seen that guy. It'll be so cool to go to UA with people we know, Izuku said. Yeah, it will. Speaking of people we know, where's Melissa? Tenko asked, looking around the bus for the familiar red hair with a white streak in it. Oh, she's flying to UA. Said she'd meet us at check-in, Izuku said. Isn't using quirks outside of professional supervision illegal? Tenko asked. She's not flying like that. She's flying in her family's private jet to the school, Izuku said. Oh, I see, Tenko said. You know, with how rough and tumble she can be, I forget she's technically super loaded. Tenko, we're super loaded. Mom and Dad are just really good at concealing it, Izuku reminded his brother. Ah, true, Tenko agreed. The rest of the bus ride was relatively quiet, as the two boys absent-mindedly listened to other kids talking to each other about the entrance exam, UA, meeting pro heroes in person, and more. Eventually, the large blue bus pulled into a parking slot on campus, and the doors opened, allowing the kids to exit. Izuku and Tenko stepped off the bus, then quickly scanned the area for Melissa. See her? Tenko asked. Nada. There's a ton of people with quirks around, all this feedback is jamming my senses, Izuku said. Hey, Salthead, up here, Melissa called. The two boys looked up and spotted their redhead cousin sitting on the roof of the bus, kicking her legs playfully. She hopped down off the bus and walked over to her cousins. How was the flight? Izuku asked. Oh, it was a breeze. I'm hardly winded at all, but the cabin was a bit stuffy, so I'm glad for the fresh air. Melissa said, holding back a laugh. Okay, bird brain, cut it out with the flying puns. Izuku said, patting Melissa on the shoulder. Come on. Let's go get registered before the introductory lecture. Don't want to be late, do we? Melissa straightened up and nodded. Right. Let's go. You both filled out your forms? She asked. The two boys nodded, pulling out the sheets of paper they would use to get into the school. Together, the three of them walked up to the front door. There, they saw two lanes, each with a turnstile at the end. In the middle of both there was a chipper-looking man behind a glass window with a slot cut in the bottom. Hey there! You three here for the entrance exam or to watch a family member? He asked. Oh, we're here for the exam. Melissa chirped. Wonderful, then if you don't mind, let me see your registration forms. The man said. Each kid passed their forms through the slot. The man took each form, glanced over it, then slid it into a folder next to other registration forms. All right, looks like you're all set. Go on into the auditorium for the introductory lecture, Present Mike will be directing it. He said. Thank you, sir. The three chorused, before walking through the turnstiles and into the auditorium. The room was dark, with the exception of two spotlights that shone down on a stage. The three cousins found 3 open seats next to each other and sat down. This ought to be fun, Melissa said. Just then, a small pink pellet dropped onto the stage, before bursting into smoke of the same color. When it cleared up a bit, 2 silhouettes were visible in the cloud. Prepare for trouble. The voice of Midnight was immediately recognized as the raven-haired beauty queen heroine stepped out of the smoke. And make it double. Present Mike said, joining his companion on stage, his bright yellow hair sticking up like a highlighter. Welcome, soon-to-be new students. I'm your co-host, Namuri Kayama. Midnight said. And I'm your other co-host, Hisashi Yamada. Present Mike added. And today, we'll be walking you through how this entrance exam is gonna go. That's right, Mike. First, the written portion. Midnight said, pointing her cat-o'-nine-tails whip at the projector screen, where a picture of students taking a test appeared. This half of the test is purely intellectual. It'll test your knowledge of hero protocol, how to deal with a villain, and, of course, standard testing subjects such as mathematics, science, and literature. Do your best, as this test is 50% of the final score. She explained. Next is the fun part. The physical portion of the exam will pit you against these 4 types of robotic villain targets. Mike said, as the projector changed to an image of 4 robotic silhouettes. The 1-pointer is the easiest to fight, with only moderate armor and attack power. The 2-pointer is a bit more challenging, adding in a splash of quick mobility on top of upgraded armor and weapons. The 3-pointer is the hardest to beat, packing durable armor plating, powerful stun cannons, and advanced targeting AI. The 4th one is the arena obstacle robot. It's the largest of the 4, with near indestructible armor, but no weapons besides its arms. It's more just to hinder you, and is worth no points to take down, so your best bet is to avoid it entirely. Alright, so that one clearly has some major significance if they're trying to divert our attention away from it. Izuku whispered to Tenko. Now, for point scoring, you may have heard that UA is one of the hardest schools to get into. This is true. There are 4,000 students in this auditorium, yet only 40 will pass and enter the hero course. To ensure fair balance, there will be 4 arenas, each one with 1,000 students. The 10 students with the most points earned in each arena will pass and be allowed to enter the school. Under your chairs you will see a post-it that tells you what arena you're going to. Go ahead and take a look. Midnight said. Immediately, everyone in the audience looked under their seat and pulled out their note. I'm Arena 1, what about you guys? Izuku asked. Arena 1 too. Tenko said. I'm Arena 3. Melissa said. Dang it. I wanted to go with you too. Hey, it's okay. It'd be unfair to everyone else if we got the same arena, since we're practically all guaranteed top 10 spots. Izuku said. Fair. Alright, let's do this. Melissa said. Alright. That's everything, so go and get started with your written tests. Mike said. The students all got up from their chairs and walked to the testing halls. Each hall housed 200 students, and there were still 20 of them. Izuku sat down, and a test sheet was passed to him. Once you get your sheet you may begin. Take as much time as you need. The proctor said. Izuku looked over each question, writing down answer after answer with confidence. I've got this. Turns out having All Might himself as a dad has more benefits than I thought. These hero questions are easy, he thought to himself. He breezed through the questions in around a half hour, then turned in his paper and waited outside. A few minutes later, Melissa joined him. A few minutes after her, Tenko exited the hall. Hey, how was it? Izuku asked. Great. I felt really confident in almost every answer. Melissa said. Yeah, same. Though, I suppose we have an advantage. Tenko said. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Training with Dad was awesome, though. As well as the other teachers. Izuku said. The three of them waited for about 20 minutes more, and in that time, more and more people exited the test halls, some with confident expressions, others with nervous ones. By the time a full hour had passed, everyone had exited the halls. Once everyone was finished, Present Mike and Midnight returned, standing in front of 4 large pathways. All right, everyone. Everyone. Midnight said, waving her arms to get everyone's attention. When that didn't work, she sighed, and nudged Present Mike. He cleared his throat, took a breath, then spoke. Yo, can everyone go on mute for a hot minute? He shouted. When everyone quieted down, he returned to normal volume. Take it away, Nem. Thanks, Mike. Alright, kiddos, this is it. Past these paths are the 4 arenas in which you will prove that you deserve greatness, that you've earned your place among the champions of hero kind. People like me, like Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, and yes, people like All Might. Now, are you ready? Midnight asked. 4,000 voices responded with a unanimous yeah. Midnight smiled. Alright then, what are you waiting for? Go to your corresponding arena, and get ready. Izuku, Tenko and Melissa high-fived, before they each parted ways. Izuku and Tenko headed to Arena 1 with the other 998 students. They stopped outside a huge gate, with a large screen perched on the arch above it. There, a countdown sat frozen at 30 seconds. When the last student stepped into the circle in front of the gate, the countdown started. Then, it moved to the corner of the screen as the rules were displayed. You are not allowed to attack other competitors. Doing so will result in disqualification. You may team up with other competitors, however, your total points will always be split in half, no matter how much more one member contributes than the other. Under no circumstance can you leave the arena once the trial has begun, until it ends. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The gates opened, and the students rushed into the arena, some flying, some sprinting, all moving as fast as they could to get to the robots first. The mock city used for the trial was massive, almost 3 miles in diameter. Thousands of robots were scattered across the expansive landscape. And Izuku was determined to destroy the most. Come on, let's team up. Tenko said. Sounds good. Most people are heading straight forward. Let's head right. Izuku said. Tenko nodded, and the two of them banked to the right. Immediately, they saw a group of 1- and 2-point robots. Izuku lifted a hand into the sky, and a lapse blue materialized, pulling the robots closer, lifting them into the air as they were pulled closer to the orb. They all clustered around it, their metal exoskeletons straining, before the force became too much and, with a metallic scrunch, the robots were all compressed into a ball the size of a tractor tire. Izuku dropped the ball on the ground, which landed with a thud and cracked the concrete. Nice one. Tenko said. I think there are more up ahead. Izuku zoomed in on the distant robots, and nodded. Yep. Let's go. He said, taking off running, with Tenko close on his tail. It looked to be more of the same robots, but this time there were more 2-pointers than 1-pointers. Tenko! Shred! Izuku called. Tenko nodded, then swiped his hand, while Izuku made a lapse blue on the opposite side of the robots. BVVVVSKKRRRCHH. The robots were ripped apart by the opposing forces, causing their parts to fall to the ground in an unorganized clutter. Wow, this is a lot easier than I expected. Tenko said. Don't jinx us, Tenko, for all we know, Izuku started. Suddenly, the decorative objects around them, like garbage bins, abandoned cars, and more all transformed into more 2-pointer robots, with their cannons primed and aimed at the pair of boys. It could be an ambush. Crap. Izuku finished. Suddenly, they heard a whistle. Hey boys. I'd advise you grab onto something unless you want to get swept away. A girl's voice said. They looked up, and saw a girl with brown hair, round pink cheeks, and large ruby-colored eyes, riding a sort of bear gorilla lion hybrid with yellow eyes and a demented grin. Tenko and Izuku looked at each other, then ran over and grabbed a bike rack that was bolted into the ground. Upon seeing that the boys had found safety, the girl raised her arms. Inversion. She called. A high-pitched electronic trill pierced the sound of mechanical whirring. To Izuku and Tenko, it felt like the world turned on its side. Gravity around them shifted, now pulling them towards the wall a few hundred feet to the left. The robots all lost their footing, and plummeted sideways to the wall below, smashing to pieces. Revert. The girl called, and the world righted itself. Izuku and Tenko let go of the bike rack and stood up, as the monstrous beast the girl was riding hopped off the roof and landed next to them. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my brother Tenko. Izuku introduced the two of them. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka. The girl said. Pleased to meet you too. That was an awesome ability. Izuku said. Thanks. My quirk is called inversion. It lets me alter the direction of gravity, allowing me to control the battlefield pretty handily. I can flip things inside out, too. Ochako said, demonstrating by pulling an orange off of a tree. In a flash of purple, suddenly, the orange flipped perfectly inside out, with the fruit on the outside and the peel on the inside, completely undamaged. She plucked one slice off and ate it. That's cool. And this, pet? Tenko asked, pointing at the creature beside her. His jaw dropped, however, when another female voice came from its fanged mouth. Ugh, rude. The creature said, before transforming before their eyes into another girl. This one had deep indigo hair with a streak of sandy blonde in it, slightly tapered ears, like an elf, amber golden eyes, and two sharp-pointed fangs in her mouth. Himiko Amajiki, at your service. She said, dipping into an exaggerated bow. Ochako smacked her shoulder. Himiko, come on. Don't embarrass me. She said. Himiko shrugged. Nah, it's fun. She said, before turning to look at Izuku and Tenko. My quirk's called Biolycanthrope. It's kind of similar to my big brother Tamaki's power. When I eat an animal, I can turn into them for 18 hours. If I eat multiple animals, then I can mix and match traits at will, without worrying about interspecies complications, like putting the kicking power of a kangaroo on a gazelle's skinny little legs. I don't know how it works, but somehow it does. Wow, that's amazing. Izuku said. Just then, an alarm sounded in the arena. 5 minutes remaining. Arena trap unleashed. Oh, snap. 5 minutes. Ochako said. Oh, it was nice to meet you. Hope you pass. Come on, Himiko, let's roll. Himiko grinned, then reached into her pocket and pulled out some animal jerky. Gotcha. Rolling it is. Ochako closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Himi, that's not what I dash, she said, but the other. Girl had already transformed into a giant armadillo and curled up in a ball. Ochako sighed, then climbed on top of the armored ball and began balancing on it as it rolled away. They're fun, I like them. Tenko said with a grin. Yeah. Me too. Izuku said. Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound echoed through the arena, and a giant robot climbed out of an underground room that had just been revealed by a sliding door in the floor. Good lord, is that the arena trap? Tenko yelled. I think so. There's 1,000 people in this arena. It's almost guaranteed some of them are in danger. Izuku said. So we go save them? Yep. Let's do it. Tenko said. The two of them leaped into action, running to the center of the arena. Sure enough, they could already see dozens of contestants trapped underneath the rubble in the wake of the arena trap robot. All right. You break them out, I'll SCK up the debris. Izuku said. Got it. What about the arena trap? Tenko asked. Don't worry about it. Ochako's voice was heard from behind them. They turned around to see her and Himiko, who had now transformed into a gorilla-crocodile hybrid, approaching. We'll keep the big guy busy. You focus on getting the trapped kids out of there. Himiko said, her words slightly garbled as she tried to speak through a crocodile's mouth. Sounds good. Izuku said, and the four of them got to work. Tenko ran to the first few trapped people, using his quirk to break apart the debris. Once it had been thoroughly separated, he stood up. This batch is ready. He called. Izuku nodded, then used Lapse Blue to SCK away the debris, freeing a dozen odd students, who all offered some form of thanks before running off. Meanwhile, Ochako and Himiko stood on a rooftop nearby, getting a vantage point of the robot. I need to touch its head to invert it. That's likely where I'll do the most damage. Ochako said. Good luck. I'll attack the legs to keep attention off of you. Himiko said. Ochako nodded, then used her quirk on herself to start floating upwards from behind the robot. Careful, don't get caught. Ochako thought to herself. She was only a few feet away now. Come on, come on. Suddenly, the robot emitted a beep, and its head turned around, staring straight at Ochako. Crap. She said, as the robot aimed its fist at the girl. She closed her eyes and braced for impact, when all of a sudden, she was knocked away by a bouncy ball of bubbles. What is that? A red-haired boy beside Melissa yelled as the arena trap emerged. Don't know, but I ain't gonna run away. Melissa said. Oh, me neither. The boy said. Melissa watched as his entire body turned to a gun-blue metal alloy with cracks of purple in it, before he leaped up towards the robot. Melissa grinned. I like your fighting spirit, man. She said, before flying up with him. They both impacted the torso of the robot simultaneously, making it reel back. The robot looked down at the two tiny humans, before plucking the boy off of its chest, then throwing it down into the ground. Whoa! Melissa said, flying out of its reach. Yo, you okay down there? The boy burst out of the rubble, the purple cracks in his body now blazing brightly, and he nodded. Oh yeah. That hit gave me everything I need. I'm gonna send that guy to the moon. He said, before leaping back up. He ped his fist back for a punch, before slamming into the robot's face. A huge purple explosion rocked the stadium, and the boy's cracks returned to their usual glow. Wow, that was cool. Melissa said. My quirk lets me absorb kinetic energy and redistribute it. Super manly, huh? The boy said. The name's Kirishima, by the way. Melissa said. And it's super manly. Yo, dudes and dudettes, don't hog all the fun. Another boy's voice said, as he leaped into the fight. This boy instantly caught Melissa's attention. He had two chainsaw blades in his forearms, which were spinning at incredible speeds. His head also looked like a chainsaw, with a mouth full of demonic sharp teeth below the blade. He landed on the arena trap robot and began raking his chainsaws across its body, then spearing his face saw into its chest. I know your heart's in here somewhere, and I'm gonna find it. He shouted as he buried deeper and deeper into the robot. Whoa, he's strong. Melissa said. Hey, did I just hear you talking about my boyfriend? Another female voice said. Melissa turned around and saw a girl with dark purple hair and cloudy eyes, as well as bare feet point at her. What? And no. I wasn't looking at him that way. Just making an observation, honest. The girl started laughing. Ha! I'm just playing with you. Name's Kyoka. That's my BF Denki. Come on, let's take this big hunk of metal down. She said, before stomping the ground. Melissa, even while midair, felt vibrations rumbling through the ground as two massive plates of earth flipped upward, sandwiching the robot between them. Yo Denki! I'm about to skewer this guy, clear out. The chainsaw boy, now known as Denki, poked his head out of the hole. Huh? That you, Kyoka? Alrighty then. Here we go. He said, before leaping out of the hole entirely and landing next to her. Actually, mind if I take this one? A fourth new voice said. A girl with sea blue skin, black eyes, and sea green horns that looked like coral, with long wavy aquamarine hair with sea star and shell hair clips in it stepped up onto the roof next to them. I've got a new move I want to test. Kyoka stepped aside. Be my guest. The new girl grinned, then stepped forward. She raised her palm and sprayed a gentle stream of water onto the side of the building behind them. It transformed into a wide pool of water with no visible bottom that stuck to the side of the building. Wow! That's really impressive. Kyoka said sarcastically. One moment. The girl said. Suddenly, a huge blue whale burst out of the puddle, bellowing loudly as it soared through the air and crashed into the robot, which broke into pieces at the spots Denki had weakened previously. Before it touched the ground, the whale fell into another puddle and disappeared, with both puddles drying up shortly after. Whoa, that was amazing. Melissa said. The blue-skinned girl smiled. Thanks. I'm Mina, and my quirk is Poseidon. It lets me open gates to an ocean realm, from which I can conjure and summon any aquatic creature I can imagine. The only limit is they have to be an ocean-native animal, so no birds or land animals or anything. That's still super awesome, Melissa said. And nice job to everyone who helped take down the arena trap. The four other kids nodded in acknowledgement. It's no problem, just doing what any man would. That was lit. Yeah, I had a great time. Well, the exam's almost over, so I'd better be going. Gotta make sure I make the leaderboard, right? Melissa said. The other four all agreed and went their separate ways for the final few minutes. I wonder how Izuku and Tenko are handling their arena trap. She thought. Izuku watched as Ochako was knocked away by the bubble cluster, which was then punched by the arena trap. It bounced off the ground, then came to rest a few dozen feet away. What really shocked Izuku, however, is when the cluster unfolded into a frog-like girl with large green eyes, dark green hair, large hands, and long legs. Ribbit. Are you okay? She asked Ochako. The brown-haired girl stood up and nodded. Just fine, thanks. You saved my life back there. Ochako replied. No problem. I saw you needed help and hopped in. Name's Tsuyu. I have the powers of every frog on the planet. Ribbit. She said. Wow, every frog? That's incredible. Ochako said. I'm Ochako. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Tsuyu said. Now, I'll fight the arena trap. When I open up the armor plating, crush it. Ribbit. Gotcha. Wait, how did you dash? I saw you do it to those other robots, Ribbit. Tsuyu said. Right. Okay then. Ochako said. Tsuyu nodded, then, to Ochako's amazement, swelled to 8 times her normal size, and small, or relatively small for her current size, claws slid out of her fingertips. She then began to engage in combat with the arena trap robot, slashing and smashing it with titanic punches. Ochako floated upwards once more, ready to destroy the robotic adversary once and for all. Tsuyu dug her claws into the chest plate of the robot and ripped it off, exposing the inner workings of the machine. Ochako flew over to it, and reached out to grab it. Only a single finger brushed the core, but that was enough. Invert! She screamed, and the core flipped inside out immediately, beginning a chain reaction around the robot. It teetered forward, about to crush the other contestants, when all of a sudden, a blue orb appeared in the sky. There, floating in the sky, was Izuku, his BLNDFLD lifted, his brilliant blue eyes glowing with power. He moved his right hand to the side, and the orb followed, dragging the massive robot with it. It crashed down on an unoccupied section of the city, completely avoiding any casualties. Izuku's ears were ringing. That was the most energy he'd used at once ever. He just knew the upcoming headache was gonna be a nightmare. Izuku! Ochako and Tenko called simultaneously, rushing to him as he lowered himself to the ground. I'm okay for now. I'm gonna crash like crazy later though. Izuku said. That was amazing, Izuku. You did a great job. Ochako said. Thanks, but I think we really owe it to our new friend over here. Izuku said, gesturing to Tsuyu. The frog girl blushed and waved a hand. Oh, you're too nice. It was really nothing, Ribbit. Just then, the buzzer beeped, signaling the end of the exam. Well, alright then. Himiko said, dropping down from a rooftop in her human form. Guess we'll see if we all made it. That was tons of fun. She said, as the 5 new friends walked back to the auditorium for the closing speech. The teachers of UA watched in both shock and disbelief as the arena trap robots crashed to the ground. The teams of kids that had taken them both out were all very clearly incredible students, but to take out the gigantic robot by themselves? Even I struggled to do that, All Might muttered. Well, they're clearly very talented. You mentioned that your sons were among them, yes? Midnight asked. Yes, that is correct. My 2 sons, Izuku and Tenko, and my niece, Melissa. I thought you said the arena trap was nearly invincible. Aizawa said, turning to stare at Power Loader, the mechanic and tech guy of the UA staff. They're supposed to be. Power Loader said. To have the robots in not just 1, but 2 arenas destroyed, these kids must be amazing. Present Mike finished. And they've got the stats to prove it. Take a peek. The teachers all looked at the scoreboards, and their jaws all simultaneously dropped. It appears that 2 of the arenas have significantly higher average points scored than the other 2. Conveniently, they are the 2 arenas that the 0-point arena trap robots were destroyed in. Nizu, the principal of UA, a sapient stoat with a super-intelligence quirk, said. Wait, look at the individual scoreboards for the 2 arenas. Midnight said. When Present Mike did so, Midnight's hypothesis was confirmed. Arena 1, Combat. Izuku Midoriya, 165 combat points. Ochako Uraraka, 162 combat points. Tsuyu Azui, 158 combat points. Tenko Midoriya, 155 combat points. Himiko Amajiki, 153 combat points. Katsuki Bakugo, 101 combat points. Yuga Aoyama, 89 combat points. Nito Monoma, 87 combat points. More. Present Mike switched to Arena 3's scoreboard. Arena 3, combat points. Kyoka Jiro, 166 combat points. Denki Kaminari, 165 combat points. Melissa Shield, 154 combat points. Mina Ashido, 133 combat points. Eijiro Kirishima, 127 combat points. Fumikage Tokoyami, 99 combat points. Momo Yaoyorozu, 88 combat points. More. All 10 of them, All Might started. Broke the previous record, which was your own, at 102 points, yes. Midnight said. Not to mention that the 5 in Arena 1 received 40 rescue points each, 1 for each contestant they saved from the arena trap, and the 5 in Arena 3 received 35 rescue points each. Even among the increasingly powerful generation of quirks, these 10 are exceptionally powerful. Shota, I would appreciate it if you did some digging. Nizu said. I'll be sure to do so. Aizawa said. Nizu nodded. Good. In the meantime, we should discuss the unique circumstances we find ourselves in, he said, as the other teachers gathered around in a circle. Later that evening, Aizawa found himself at home, looking for anything that could be used to find out how those 10 kids got so strong. He'd ran through criminals with quirk enhancement abilities, no luck there, every one of them was long gone. He checked the possibility of their parents indulging in the quirk stimulant known as trigger. Again, dead end, they all were completely clean. He even considered the possibility that they'd just gotten lucky and found large groups of robots that they could pick off easily. No, that's impossible. If that many robots were in the area, those kids would never have stood a chance, unless they were as strong as they appeared. The midget got you doing his dirty work again, doesn't he? Aizawa instantly recognized the voice of his wife, Emi Fukikato, also known as Ms. Joke. He turned around and saw her in her oversized fluffy bathrobe, holding a mug of coffee. She handed the mug to him, and he set it down on the desktop. Yep. I'm guessing you head through the grapevine about the abnormally high scores in the entrance exam today. He asked. How could I not? Every teacher in the country has heard. She said. Aizawa scrolled through each kid's registration forms, searching for anything they shared that could be tied to their strength. Ms. Joke looked over his shoulder. So, have you found anything yet? She asked. Aizawa sighed and rubbed his forehead with one hand. Nothing yet. I'm at a loss as to what these kids have in common, if they even do. He said. Ms. Joke scanned over the current profile, Denki's. Really? You've been at this for an hour and haven't gotten anything? She asked. Aizawa swapped the profile to Izuku's and sighed again. Nope. Not a one. He said. Ms. Joke looked at the profile, then pointed to the date and location of birth. Date, April 2nd, 2109. Location, Musutafu General Hospital. Hey, go back to the blonde's profile. She said. Aizawa scrolled back to Denki's page, and sure enough, the date was only a few days later. Date, April 5th, 2109. Location, Musutafu General Hospital. Aizawa's eyes widened. The sleep deprivation had to have been catching up to him. How could he have missed that? He moved to the next profile, then the next, and kept going through all 10 profiles. Each kid except Melissa had one similarity. 9 of the 10 were all born within 2 weeks of each other, all at Musutafu General Hospital. He said, before twisting around and kissing his wife. I love you so much, thank you. He said, before going back to his computer. He typed frantically, searching for any abnormal events that transpired between March 31st and April 16th. A large list of events popped up. Celestial bodies in alignment, doomsday is nigh? Pope miraculously survives terminal cancer. New studies find evidence of Vikings with quirks, possible origin of Nordic gods? He scrolled through article after article, until finally, he found one that explained everything. Experimental scanning machine to be activated after 8 years of development. His eyes brightened, and he clicked the title. An article popped up, and a picture of 3 scientists holding a baby, all standing in front of a huge cube-shaped machine. After a whopping 8 years of development, the legendary scientist Liam Manning unveiled his most highly anticipated invention. Dubbed the MASA, or Meta Ability Scanning Apparatus, this machine is able to scan the body of an infant and determine everything the parents may need to know, from potential medical problems, to the chances of contracting various diseases, to predictions of the child's quirk. The machine will run experimentally for 2 weeks, starting on March 31st. Volunteer mothers appreciated. Subscribers added context, this machine was a huge mess. It did exactly what it was supposed to do, but the energy waves leaked over from the room the machine was housed in, to the neighboring maternal ward of the hospital. Over 140 infants were killed by the machine in the 2 weeks it was active, and 70 more died just before their quirks awakened. Aizawa blinked twice, then read the article again. Oh, that's horrible, Ms. Joke said, reading over his shoulder. Those poor families. So out of 220 children born in those 2 weeks, only 10 survived. 9 of those 10 have incredibly powerful quirks. That's too much of a coincidence. Aizawa said. Agreed. You're gonna inform Nizu? Ms. Joke asked. Yes, I am. I'm also gonna tell him that preventing other students who tried their best from entering the school because these kids are abnormally strong won't stand. They'll need their own class. Aizawa said, dialing up Nizu's number. 3 days after the entrance exam, Izuku and Tenko each got an invitation to a group chat on their phones. Invitation from M. Shield to join group, elite class. The two boys looked at each other, before simultaneously accepting the invitation. T. Midoriya has joined the chat. I. Midoriya has joined the chat. M. Shield, hi guys. I. Midoriya, hey Melissa. What's this about? M. Shield? T. Midoriya, why is this called elite class? M. Shield, you mean you haven't heard? I. Midoriya, heard what? M. Ashido has joined the chat. K. Jiro has joined the chat. D. Kaminari has joined the chat. M. Ashido, hi, laughing face. D. Kaminari, wazazap. E. Kirishima has joined the chat. K. Jiro, text-to-speech activated. K. Jiro, hey nerds. I. Midoriya, who are these people? M. Shield, these are our classmates. A few of them, at least. M. Ashido, yeah. We're all gonna be buddies together for the entire year. T. Midoriya, wait. How do you know? D. Kaminari, you mean you haven't gotten the news yet? We're all in a class together. Oh, Uraraka has joined the chat. H. Amajiki has joined the chat. H. Amajiki, hi all. Smiley face. M. Ashido, hey girly. T. Azui has joined the chat. M. Shield, and that's everyone. Welcome all to the official group chat for Class 1E. I'm Midoriya, Class 1E? What's going on? Can anyone explain? He had barely sent the message, when All Might burst through the doors. I am here. And I have news. He declared. The two boys looked at their dad. What's going on, Dad? All Might took a deep breath, before explaining. Because of unique circumstances, we at UA have decided to place you two, as well as 8 others that scored abnormally high on the exam, in a new class, just for the 10 of you. You will be the first members of the new Class 1E, or Class Elite. He said. I've waited for years to say this, but my boys, welcome to UA. To the greatest school in Japan. A week after the entrance exam, the first day of the UA semester had begun. Izuku and Tenko ate a quick breakfast, then rushed out the door to catch the bus. Have fun. Make friends. Don't be a bully. Inko called as she waved. We will. Love you. The boys chorused. The bus arrived just as they did. Tenko and Izuku both got on, and the doors closed, before the bus began to roll forwards once more. They found an empty seat and sat down. This is gonna be fun. Tenko said. Yeah, I'm super excited. Here's hoping our classmates are nice. Izuku said. Well, we already know 4 of them. And Melissa said the other 4 were nice enough too. Tenko assured. Izuku remembered back to the entrance exam, those 2 girls who had saved them from the robot ambush. Yeah, they were really cool. I hope the others are too. He said. The rest of the ride was quiet, with only the sound of the bus moving and some quiet conversations in the background making any noise. Eventually, the bus stopped at the gates of UA, where the hero Ectoplasm, as well as a half-dozen of his clones, were handing out student ID cards. Izuku and Tenko approached the first table, and one of the Ectoplasms sat up. Ah, you must be Tenko and Izuku Midoriya. You're the first of your class to get here. Welcome to UA. He said, handing each of them a laminated plastic card with their headshot, as well as some basic info. Izuku Midoriya. A. 16. G. Male. Question Limitless. Tenko Midoriya. A. 16. G. Male. Question Erasing Hand. Hey, that's pretty cool. Thanks, Mr. Ectoplasm. Tenko said. It's no problem. Alright, your class will be the left hallway, past the pool exit, and just to the left. Ectoplasm said. The 2 boys nodded, then followed the pro-hero's directions, walking down the hall, passing the sign for the pool, then turning to the left. Right in front of them was a huge door, and right beside the door there was a sheet of paper. Class 1E. Amajiki, Himiko. Ashido, Mina. Azui, Tsuyu. Jiro, Kyoka. Kaminari, Denki. Kirishima, Ijiro. Midoriya, Izuku. Midoriya, Tenko. Shield, Melissa. Uraraka, Ochako. Guess this is it. Izuku said, pushing the door open, before his eyes widened in shock. Inside the classroom were 10 desks with name plates on them, each with custom chairs for each member of the class. On the other end of the classroom was a huge desk with a large office chair, likely for the teacher, whoever it may be. Guess we should find our seats. Izuku said. Tenko nodded, and they began looking for their desks. Izuku found his first, a black chair with armrests, and inside he found several different pairs of sunglasses for different occasions. Tenko found his chair a few seconds after. His was similar to Izuku's, only it was gray, and had a large stock of replacement desktops stacked next to it. Guess it's for in case you delete your desk. Izuku said. Tenko shrugged. Guess so. Ooh, this place looks nice. A new voice said. Does it? Describe what it looks like. Another one said. Whoa ho ho. I could get used to this. Yet another voice said. Izuku and Tenko whirled around, and saw 3 new faces. One was a girl with teal blue skin, black eyes, and 2 sea green horns poking out of her thick aquamarine hair. The second was a girl with purple hair, cloudy eyes, and, upon further inspection, bare feet. She was clutching the sleeve of a blonde boy with sharp teeth and yellowish brown eyes. Oh, are you part of Class 1E2? Izuku asked. Yep. That's us. Name's Denki Kaminari, that's my friend Mina Ashido, and this my girlfriend, Kyoka Jiro. Nice to meet you, and nice BLNDFLD man. Denki said. At the mention of a BLNDFLD, Kyoka perked up. BLNDFLD? Are you blind too? She asked. Izuku scratched his head. No, not exactly. In fact, I need this because I see too well. My quirk is advanced spatial manipulation, and a side effect is that space around my eyes is warped, meaning I can see in the dark, and through solid objects. I can even see how strong someone is based on their glow. He said. Kyoka made a face and kicked the ground. Bummer, I was excited to get a blind brother from another mother. Name's Kyoka, as my boyfriend already said. I'm blind, but that doesn't stop me. My quirk is called Quakemaker. I can manipulate earth and stone like putty. It also lets me sense vibrations in the earth, like an elephant does. That's what lets me see and navigate by myself, if I want to. She said. Izuku was about to greet her, when the second girl leaped in front of him. Hi. I'm Mina, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is all so fun, isn't it? We're all so special, and we get our own class. She said. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it is. What's your quirk, by the way? Mina took a step back and grinned even wider than she already was. It's called Poseidon. It lets me create these puddle portals to my own personal ocean. I can use them to travel, but I can also create sea creatures and summon them. Check it out. She said, before pointing a finger at the ground. A small stream of water spilled out of her fingertip, and a puddle appeared on the ground, before suddenly, the puddle transformed into a deep ocean abyss, with no visible bottom. Whoa, that's WHAA. Tenko said, backing up as a huge shark silhouette appeared in the water. Izuku began scribbling in his journal immediately. A megalodon, thought to be extinct for eons. Fascinating. Tenko's eyes widened even further. A real megalodon? Are you crazy? I could have been eaten. Mina laughed. Ha! Don't be such a wuss. Sharks don't actively hunt people, usually at least, and even if they did, everything in my realm is under my control. He won't bite you unless I tell him. Tenko calmed down a bit, as Izuku continued to write. Are you limited to real ocean animals, or can you conjure fantasy creatures as well, such as a kraken, kelpie, or siren? He asked. Mina nodded. The latter. I can make any animal I want to. Only rule is they have to be ocean-dwelling. No primarily terrestrial species that can swim, like tigers or ospreys. Also, it dehydrates me and dries up my skin like crazy, so I gotta drink water a ton, and I sleep in a bathtub full of water. She said. Oof, that sounds rough. Tenko said. Izuku nodded as he added the weakness to his entry about her, then turned to Denki. And you? What's your gimmick? He asked. Denki grinned, then held up his arm. A chainsaw blade sprung out of it, starting at the elbow and extending past his hand. The blood dripping down the blade only added to the intimidating display. Chainsaw Devil. I'm super strong and fast, and I got these neat lil babies in my arms and head, and I can pop them out whenever I need to. Only issue is they make me leak blood like crazy. I can regenerate from anything, but the blood doesn't come back as fast, so if I go on fighting for too long without consuming more blood, I go anemic. I see, that's a cool quirk. A bit violent, but cool nonetheless. Denki grinned, then retracted the chainsaw blade. The split in his forearm healed over in an instant. How about you, Tenko, is it? What's your quirk? Oh. It's called Erasing Hand. If my right palm gets to a certain speed, about enough for a slap, it generates an energy field that deletes anything that touches it from existence. I usually use it to erase space and teleport, but I also use it to clear debris. If I use it too much, though, I get a crazy painful cramp. Mina winced. Oof, that sounds rough, buddy. Yeah, it is, but for my power? Totally worth it. Tenko said. The others nodded in agreement, when the doors opened again. Hey boys. Oh, you met my friends. Melissa said, looking at the 3 kids facing her cousins. Izuku and Tenko turned around and saw their redhead cousin. Behind her, they saw Ochako, Himiko, Tsuyu, and a boy with red spiky hair. Oh, hi Izuku. Ochako said. Hey Tenko! Himiko said. Hello, everyone. Ribbit. Tsuyu said. So this is everyone, huh? Super manly. The red-haired kid said. Nice to meet you all in person. Mina said. Yeah, real nice to put faces to the names. Denki said. So, what are your tricks? Ochako stepped forward first. My quirk's inversion. Anything I touch, I can flip it inside out, or invert gravity on it. That's how I beat the arena trap at the exam. She said. Whoa, that must be strong if you could do that. Mina said. Ochako blushed and rubbed her head. Oh, it wasn't that much. I had some really good help from Tsuyu. She said, gesturing to the frog girl. All eyes turned to her, and Tsuyu waved. Hi. I'm Tsuyu. My quirk is amphibiomorph. It gives me the powers of every frog. Ribbit. Kyoka's eyes widened. Every frog? She asked. Tsuyu nodded. I fought the arena trap by growing to its size, using the power of the Goliath frog, and slashing with bone claws made from the horror frog's powers. Ribbit. She said. I also get these vocal tics when I speak. Ribbit. Melissa nodded. Impressive. Tsuyu turned to look at her. What about you? Ribbit. What's your quirk? She asked. Melissa grinned. Power absorption. Whenever I touch someone, I suck out their energy. With it comes knowledge, memories, and even quirk. I can use any of those things to my advantage. The time I have those correlates to how long contact is maintained. For instance, I got my super strength, durability, and ability to fly by holding the hand of Captain Celebrity for several minutes. The rest of the class gasped. Whoa! You met Captain Celebrity? Denki asked. Wait, the freak accident that caused his retirement, was that you? Kyoka asked. Melissa sheepishly scratched her head. Yeah, kinda. He said it wasn't my fault, though. She said, before turning to Himiko, who was standing right beside her. What about you? What's your quirk? Himiko grinned eagerly. Ooh. My quirk's called biolycanthropy. If I eat the flesh of a creature, I can turn into them for 18 hours, before I go on cooldown. For if I eat multiple animals, I can mix and match traits to my liking, like adding a shark head to a horse, a crab claw on a monkey, etc. It's super fun. She said. Interesting. Does the amount of animals you consume affect your cooldown PRD? Izuku asked, to which Himiko shook her head. Nope. I always can transform for 18 hours, and I always have to wait 12 hours after the first 18 are up. Fascinating. It's certainly a versatile and incredible power, but the cooldown could be taken advantage of by a multi-day fight. Everyone nodded, understanding the strength of Himiko's ability, as well as the potential risks it had. And last but certainly not least, me. The red-haired kid said. The name's Ijiro Kirishima. My quirk's recoil steel. I can harden myself into an indestructible metal alloy. While hardened, I can absorb kinetic energy inside my body, and, at a moment of my choosing, make it all burst out in a devastating blast. Cool, huh? Very cool. Mina said. Any drawbacks? Kirishima nodded. Yeah. If I take too much damage without releasing it, the blast kicks back at me, making me go blind and deaf for about 3 hours. It's only happened once before, when I took a bullet train to the head as a kid. The whole class's jaws dropped in shock. As a kid? Mina said. Yeah, I was about 6 when it happened. Crazy story, ain't it? Kirishima said. I'll say. Alright then, I think that's everyone. Not quite, my young students. You are missing one important member of the class. Your teacher. The class all turned to see All Might landing on the balcony, wearing a gray suit and red tie. All Might? The class said. Dad? Izuku and Tenko said. Suddenly, the class froze, then turned to stare at the two boys, as if they'd both admitted to having secret identities and actually being celebrities, which they practically had. Wait. Let me get this straight. You two, are the sons of freaking All Might? Mina said in shock. Izuku and Tenko looked at each other, then nodded simultaneously. Yeah, we are. Tenko said. To be honest, I don't exactly know you didn't know. Our last name is Midoriya. You know, like Toshinori Midoriya, aka All Might? Izuku said. Not everyone knows the real names of heroes like you do, Izuku. Melissa said. And to be fair, you guys don't exactly look very much like All Might. Really? How so? Tenko asked. All Might's blonde. You two have pale blue and white hair. Himiko chimed in. You know, she has a point. Izuku said. Well, yes, All Might is our dad, but don't let that change how you see us. Alright then. With that explanation out of the way, it's time for a new one. All Might said, moving to sit down in the huge teacher's chair. You all are probably wondering why you are in a separate class from the others, and why your class is only half as full as other classes. I touched on this previously, but it's time for a detailed explanation. The 10 of you all placed incredibly high in the entrance exam, as I'm sure you are all aware. Additionally, you managed to destroy the nigh invincible arena trap robots in both your arenas. Even I struggled to perform such a task when I was your age. We teachers at UA discussed how to go about this. We couldn't put you into class 1A or B, because that would prevent 10 hardworking students from entering because you 10 were extremely talented and powerful. At the same time, we couldn't bar entry, since, by all parameters, you passed with flying colors. That left only one option. We created a third heroics course for the 10 of you, class 1E, which, as you may have guessed, stands for elite. Whoa, so that's why. Ochako said. Awesome. Kyoka exclaimed. It is indeed awesome. Now, I assume you've all been introduced to each other, so let's get started with orientation. All Might said. The other kids stood up, then followed their teacher out the door. He led them through the hallways, pointing out all the important locations of the school. And here's the cafeteria, where our incredible staff will prepare your meals every day. They have the widest assortment of foods in the world, so don't be afraid to ask for anything you need. All Might said. Izuku noticed Himiko liking her lips as he said that. Someone seems excited about that. He said with a playful smirk. Himiko rolled her eyes. Of course I'm excited. This cafeteria has every food in the world. I can get whatever meat I need for my quirk. She exclaimed. True, it's certainly useful for people like you. Izuku said. Now, over here is the infirmary, where we treat students and teachers who get a bit roughed up. We have the best medical staff in the country. Speaking of which, we just hired a new extremely talented doctor, Mr. Kai Chisaki. Say hello, class. All Might said. Chisaki stepped out of the office and waved. Greetings, students. As your teacher said, I am the new doctor here at UA. My quirk lets me repair any wound I want, and restore a body to brand new at will. Come to me for any injury, from a paper cut to an amputated appendage. He said. Thank you, Mr. Chisaki. Now, with the orientation out of the way, All Might said, grinning wider than before. Let's get started with the evaluation test, to see just how above average you all are. All Might led his students outside, towards the training field. With his heightened senses, Izuku spotted another group already there. Duh, Mr. All Might, sir? He asked. Oh, don't bother with the formalities, my boy. Dad works just fine. And that goes for the rest of you. No, mister, if you don't mind. Just All Might will suffice. All Might said. Okay, Dad then, are we performing this test with another group? Izuku asked. All Might scratched his forehead, then looked towards the training field. Sure enough, he spotted Class 1A, led by Shota Aizawa, already at the training pitch. Strange, all the other classes should still be in orientation, attending the lecture about 1ES unique circumstances. He muttered to himself, before walking over. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? It's good to see you again, no doubt, but shouldn't you and your class be at Principal Nizu's lecture? Aizawa turned around. Ah, there they are. Good morning, All Might. I opted out of the lecture, as I prefer learning through experience. As you're aware, we teachers are allowed to run our classes as we please. Therefore, instead of only hearing about your miracle class, I'd prefer if my students experience their strength firsthand. I propose we take the quirk evaluation test together, and structure it similarly to the Olympic Games of the pre-quirk era. 2 of my students will compete against one of yours in 10 games. This will allow us to adequately evaluate their quirks, as well as institute some friendly competition between the 2 classes. All Might considered the proposition. On one hand, it seemed like another one of Aizawa's plans to be different from the other. Teachers, and plant seeds of rivalry between the classes. On the other? This'll be so much fun. Melissa cheered. Yeah, I'd be down to give it a try. Kirishima agreed. Let's do this. Kyoka said, cracking her knuckles, while facing away from the other class. Babe, they're over here. Denki said, twisting his girlfriend around to face Class 1A. Right. You're going down. Kyoka said. Oh, really? How could you say that when your class is so weak, they let a blind kid in? A blonde boy said. That blind kid will beat your sorry tail back to the entrance exam. Mina chirped. Oh, my. The blonde boy said. It seems the siren's song is just as alluring as her looks. He started to advance towards her. Maybe later today, you and I could. Dong. Clunk. Kirishima's metal forearm impacted the boy's forehead just as an orange-haired girl's humongous hand chopped at his neck. Back off, creep. They both said simultaneously, before looking at each other. Their jaws dropped simultaneously. Kendo? Kiri bro? No way. How've you been? They said simultaneously, as they fist bumped each other. I'm doing great, but I guess you're doing better. Kendo said. You got into the special kids club. Hey, you're nothing to scoff at either. You made it through the entrance exam just like me. Kirishima replied. Do you two know each other? Mina asked. Oh yeah. Kendo and I are practically siblings. Kirishima said. We tried to date once, but it felt too weird so we stopped. He's like my brother, I can't do that. Kendo added. Huh, neat. Well, it was nice meeting you, Kendo, but now, let's get this party started. Alright, let's begin. The first event will be the 50-meter race. My selections are Tenya Ida and Shoto Todoroki. Aizawa said. Very well. My choice is Mina Ashido. Go and line up at the starting line. The three students lined up at the starting line, preparing themselves to sprint as fast as they could. Mina breathed in deeply, then exhaled. The sound of Ida's leg engines were drowned out by the calming sea breeze in her mind. These are the fastest students in 1A. I can't sprint nearly as fast as they can. Wait. This is UA. I'm not handicapped by the quirk restrictions of middle school. She grinned. Let's do this. She whispered. Begin. Aizawa instructed. Mina dove into the ground, as a puddle sprung into existence in front of her. For a moment, she entered her vast ocean realm. Fish, turtles, dolphins, and every other sea creature she could imagine swam around her, completely at peace with the presence of a human. It only lasted a moment, however, as just 2 seconds later, a second portal opened, spitting her out just past the finish line. 1 point to 1E. All Might declared. I am possible, how on earth? Ida stammered. Shoto put a hand on his shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself. This class is in a whole new tier of strength. That's why they're in the elite class. He said. Yippee! Mina cheered as she ran back to her class, still sopping wet. Nice work. You smoked them. Kirishima said. Alright, the next event will be the strongman. Whoever can hit the machine hardest will win. I nominate Rikido Sato and Itsuka Kendo. Aizawa said. A large boy with brown hair stepped forward. Very well. I will also send forth my champion of strength. Melissa, come forward. All Might called. Melissa stepped forward with a confident grin. This'll be fun. She said. The three of them all stepped up to 3 identical punching machines. Begin. 1 strike, no do-overs. Aizawa said. Melissa ped back her fist, then punched with all her might. The machine flew back, ripping out of the ground, and slamming into the solid wall behind it, leaving an indentation. Whoa! Tenko exclaimed. I didn't know you were that strong. Katsuki turned to look at Izuku. That's your cousin? Izuku nodded. You bet she is. Melissa's awesome, isn't she? The blonde boy nodded. I'll say. Sato and Kendo both gaped at the crushed machine, their eyes the size of dinner plates. Point to 1E. Aizawa said. Next is the ball toss. I choose Mizo Shoji and Katsuki Bakugo. Very well. I have just the student for this. Young Uraraka, if you don't mind. All Might said. Ochako stepped forward with a grin. Alright, let's give it a go. This challenge is simple. Whoever throws the ball furthest wins. We will be able to accurately measure the distance with advanced technology inside the ball. Aizawa said. Each student took a ball, then lined up at 3 lanes. Begin. Aizawa said. Shoji combined 3 of his arms into one massive one, then launched the ball like a catapult. It soared into the air, until it disappeared from view. Katsuki did the same, launching the ball into the air with his explosive quirk. 707 and 812 meters respectively. Aizawa reported. That's cute. My turn. Ochako said. She held the ball out, then let go. A high-pitched trill sounded from her body. The ball zipped upward, soaring upward into the sky. Once it had reached a substantial height, she twisted her wrist. Invert, 90 degrees. She said, and emitted another electronic chirp. The ball swiveled on its axis, then zoomed away far into the distance. Aizawa watched as the numbers climbed up faster and faster. It surpassed Shoji's distance, then Katsuki's, then kept going. Well, she won. Point to 1E. Once it finally lands, we'll check the exact distance. He said. What the, how? Katsuki asked. Ochako grinned cheekily. I shifted the ball's gravity. Now it falls sideways, forever. Or at least, until it lands on something 800 feet up in the air. She said. Impressive. Let's continue. The hide-and-seek test. This will count for 2 of the events. First, you select a hunter, and I select 2 hiders. Then, I select 2 hunters, and you select a hider. If the hider tags the hunter, they win, and vice versa. Aizawa said. First, I choose Toru Hagakure and Shurahei Kurwaro as hiders. Very well. I suppose this is my best opportunity. Izuku, my boy. Izuku stepped forward. Gotcha, Dad. I got this. He said. Ooh, I'm intrigued. How will you find us if your eyes are covered? A female voice attached to a pair of shoes asked. My whole body is invisible, and my clothes are made of a weave featuring my own hair. Izuku grinned. Believe me, this blndfld won't make a difference. You have 30 seconds to hide. Begin. Aizawa said. Both the invisible girl and the shadow boy disappeared. Toru kicked off her shoes, making her completely undetectable, while Shurahei sunk into the shadows cast by the various equipment and buildings. So, should I hold back or go all in? Izuku asked to the rest of his class. I say give them a chance. Kirishima said. Nah, if they're going no holds barred, then you should too. Denki said. Alrighty then. Izuku said, before removing his blndfld. His bright blue eyes glowed, even in the sunlight. Hunter, you may begin your search. Aizawa said. Izuku nodded, then looked around. He wandered around for about a minute or so, scanning the area. Oh my, I wonder where they could be. Izuku asked to no one in particular. Perhaps, they're trying to ambush me, he said, as he suddenly whirled around and created a lapse blue, pulling both of his opponents together with a thud. Ow! Toru said. Hey! Shurahei said. Yet another point for 1E. Let's see, however, if your students are as good at hiding as they are at finding. My hunter selections are Koji Koda and Mei Hatsum. The 2 students stepped forward, and All Might nodded. I see, very well. Young Amajiki, if you don't mind. Himiko eagerly ran up. Ooh, goody. This'll be fun. She said. Alright, you have 30 seconds. Begin. Aizawa said. Himiko reached into her cargo shorts and pulled out a bag of dark brown pretzel-shaped objects covered in chocolate, before popping one in her mouth, chewing, and swallowing. After that, she pulled out what looked to be Nerd's candy, and ate a box of those as well. Just then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Nowhere to be found. Alright, hunters begin. Aizawa said. Koji and Hatsum both opened their eyes, and began looking around. Koji scratched his neck. Any sight of her? He muttered quietly. Nope. If I'd been able to bring my babies with me, maybe I could find this annoying pest. Koji scratched his neck again. Maybe I should use my quirk? If I can control animals, and she can turn into animals, then maybe I can bait her, gahahaha. His mumbling turned into a terrified scream as a humongous spider the side of his hand crawled out of his shirt. This spider had a deep blue exoskeleton, with tiny yellow hairs. Hey, that's her. Get her. Hatsum said, smacking Koji's shoulder in the hopes of hitting her. Himiko suddenly transformed into a tiny flea, and leaped onto Hatsum, before transforming back into herself. With her legs wrapped around Hatsum, she tackled her to the ground and pinned her with a knee. Tag. She said with a smug grin. Point for 1E, again. Up next is the long jump. Fumikage, Ojiro, you're up. Aizawa said. Alright then, I suppose it is young Azui's time to shine. All Might said. Tsuyu stepped up to the long jump area, while Himiko walked back to her class. That was amazing, Himiko. But what were you eating beforehand? What was that pretzel thing? Tenko asked. Yeah, can I try one? Mina asked. Himiko's grin widened. They're spiders, coated in chocolate to help them go down easier. Mina retched, and Tenko was dumbfounded. A spider? You ate a spider? He asked incredulously. Duh, I've got to, for my quirk. Himiko said. Wait, so does that mean those nerds were, Mina said, her face turning more sea green than sea blue. Fleas, yeah. Himiko said. That's actually one of the side benefits of my quirk. I'm like, totally immune to diseases and poisons because I eat so much wacky stuff. Huh, that's interesting. Izuku said. Alright, long jumpers, you may begin. Both classes watched as the 3 students propelled themselves through the air. Ojiro coiled his tail like a spring. Fumikage launched himself with dark shadow. However, both jumps paled in comparison to the amphibian next to them. Tsuyu soared through the air, landing far past the sand pit, and landing perfectly on her feet. That was fun, Ribbit. She said. Point for 1E, okay, I think we've got the idea. 1E takes the win. But all of you can use this as a learning opportunity. Don't let this drag you down. Learn how to improve yourselves, and one day, you might even win. This exercise is concluded. Aizawa said. As Class 1E started to walk back inside, they suddenly heard a voice calling them back. Oh? So the class that's supposed to be so much stronger than us turns tail and runs as soon as they get the chance? Guess that tells us how strong they really are. Izuku whirled around and saw Monoma smirking cockily at them. What? Your teacher told us the test was over. Why wouldn't he started. Oh, but there are still so many more of us that have yet to be tested. Monoma said, turning to Mr. Aizawa. Come on, teach. Let the rest of us put these clowns in their place. Oh ho. You're really asking to get steamrolled? Kyoka said, grinning from ear to ear. Says the girl who doesn't even know what a steamroller looks like. Monoma retorted. You know what? Fine. Just don't get mad at me when you lose again. Let's continue with the tests. Aizawa said. If that's okay with you, All Might. Oh, it's all right with me, Shota. I'm looking forward to this. All Might said from his lawn chair several yards away. Very well, we will move on to the next test. Up next is the block break. Whoever can destroy these wooden blocks quicker wins. My team will be Yuga Aoyama and Reiko Yanagi. Aizawa said. Very well. Young Kaminari, show them your power. All Might said. Denki stepped up with a devilish grin. Cuttin' stuff up. My favorite. He said. The three students walked up to identical podiums, each with a large pile of wooden bricks. Are you ready? Aizawa asked. Yes. Reiko said smoothly. Yuga said. Oh yeah. Denki said, ripping open his shirt to reveal a ripcord at the center of his chest. He yanked it, and instantly transformed into his monstrous chainsaw form. Begin. Aizawa said. Over on one, as team, Reiko was using her telekinetic powers to lift the blocks up, allowing Yuga to shoot them easily. Their progress was slow, but consistent. Meanwhile, Denki was ravaging the blocks, leaving nothing but splinters and sawdust behind as he carved through them all in record time. He's insane. Himiko said. He's completely berserk. Ida said from the other team. Look. Our team's made it halfway. We have a chance. Mineta said. Booyah. Finished. Denki yelled as he ripped through the final wood block. Another point to 1A. Aizawa said. Denki retracted his chainsaws and ran back to his class with a huge grin. Not bad at all. Kyoka said, before handing him a rag to clean the blood off his arms and forehead. Thanks babe. He said, taking the rag and cleaning himself. On the other team, Reiko consoled Yuga with a pat on the back. Don't take it too hard. That guy's literally built for cutting through stuff. She said. Alright, with that out of the way, next up is the relay obstacle course. Like the hide and seek, this one will double up the contestants. You'll have to make it through one half of the obstacle course, then pass your beacon to the other teammate to finish and place their beacon on the podium. My contestants will be Minoru Mineta, Hitoshi Aizawa, Hanta Shiro, and Ibara Shiozaki. Aizawa said. Excellent. Young Kyoka. Tenko. Show them what you've got. All Might boomed across the field. The two students nodded, then made their way over to a ladder that led up to the obstacle course. Tenko took a disc-shaped beacon, then slipped it on a custom holster on his back. He had just put both hands on the ladder, when Kyoka held up her hand. Don't sweat it, buddy. My way's easier. She said, before stomping the ground. Immediately, a platform of earth and rock beneath them shot up into the sky like an elevator, bringing them to the start of the course. Off you go. I'll go wait at the checkpoint. Good luck, she said. Thanks, you too. Tenko said. Kyoka nodded, then piloted her giant pillar around the first half, to the checkpoint. Tenko took a deep breath, looking across the obstacle course, mapping it out. Okay, I just need to pace myself. Don't look down. Don't look. I looked. Oh, no, this is way too high up. Calm down. Don't panic. Remember, this isn't normal school anymore. I can use my erasing hand to teleport through the course. I can do this. Ready? Aizawa called through a megaphone. Yep. Ready. Tenko said. Ready as ever. The two members of one, as team in the first half, Mineta and Shiro, said. Very well. Begin. Aizawa said. Tenko took a deep breath, then leaped off the starting balcony. Quickly he swiped his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he had teleported onto the next podium. He grinned. Oh yeah, I got this. He assured himself, before leaping again and repeating his process. After repeating this once more, he turned to take a glance at the other team. They were making good progress as well, but still falling behind. Tenko focused back on making it to the checkpoint, leaping and teleporting from platform to platform until finally, he landed on his hands and knees in front of Kyoka. Oh, buddy. I'm flattered, but very much in a happy relationship. she said, before reaching down and feeling around Tenko's body, eventually finding the beacon and pulling it off his back. Alright rookie, watch and learn. Tenko watched as Kyoka stomped the ground. A huge bridge of stone raised from the ground, completely filling the gap between her and the finish line. To his absolute surprise, Kyoka began leisurely strolling across the bridge, as Mineta and Siro were frantically racing across the first half, reaching the other two, and passing off their beacons. Ibara and Hitoshi grabbed the beacons and immediately took off, using their vines and scarf, respectively, to swing across the gaps. Meanwhile, Kyoka was just casually whistling as she walked across her bridge. Kyoka, they're catching up. Might want to hurry it up. Tenko called. Relax, kid. She called. Suddenly, she kicked her heel into the ground, and scooted across the stone bridge at a ridiculous speed, reaching the finish line in no time, and placing the beacon disc on the podium. Congratulations, points to 1E. Aizawa said, as both teams descended and regrouped with their classes. Finally, the heroics test. We wouldn't be a hero school if we didn't test your ability to save someone. 30 yards away, there's a test dummy that will represent a civilian. I will be driving a remote-controlled pickup truck into them. The goal is to protect them, and prevent them from getting hurt. Momo and Monoma. You're up? Kirishima, prove your strength. All Might said. Kirishima nodded, before turning to Melissa. Hey Mel. Do me a favor. Hit me really hard, right here. He said, gesturing to his chest. You sure? I don't know if that's a good idea. She said. Nah, I'll be fine. Come on. He assured. All right, if you insist. Melissa said, before winding up. Clang. Kirishima's body glowed with stored kinetic energy, as he walked over to the dummy. Okay, I'm ready. Aizawa nodded, before pressing a button on a tablet. The large pickup truck parked in front of the dummy roared to life, and began speeding towards Kirishima's metal-encased body. He stood firm, standing in place like a rock. As the truck grew closer and closer, he struck up a defensive pose in front of the dummy. At the last second, Kirishima unleashed the blast he'd been storing. Purple kinetic energy blew the truck up into the air, flipping it over and making it land on its roof. Kirishima didn't even have a scratch. Nice work. Mina said. Kirishima walked back to his friends, and Momo and Monoma stepped forward. Okay, here we go. Momo said, before rolling up her sleeves and holding her arms straight out. A huge fluffy mattress the width of her arm burst outward, then another. Monoma did the same, stacking 4 huge mattresses on top of each other. The 2 students staked them in place, then stepped away. Ready. Momo called. Aizawa nodded, then drove the truck into the barrier. It rammed full force into the mattresses, but they held fast, causing the truck to spring back with no harm done to the dummy. Impressive. Points to both teams. That's everyone. As expected, it's a 1E landslide, but you all did much better than I expected. Consider me impressed. Aizawa said. Just then, alarms blared, as the walls around UA all sprung upwards to about 3 times their height, and Present Mic's voice echoed from the speakers. Yo yo yo, don't mean to cause a panic, but there's totally a break in here on campus. Lockdown's been engaged till we find the perp, so don't freak, you hear? Everyone looked at each other, before panic set in. OMG. OMG. Mina exclaimed. What are we gonna do? Toru asked. Is it a villain? Tsu asked. Keep calm, everyone. Aizawa said, slipping his goggles over his eyes. Tashinori, come with me. Righty-o. All Might said, getting up from his lawn chair and moving to Aizawa's right-hand side. You all get inside and stay safe. I'm trusting you to not do something foolish. Aizawa said. The students nodded, then all walked inside. I got $20 that says the hallways are as clogged as a gas station toilet. Himiko said. I'm not gonna take you up on that, because I'm also pretty sure they will be. Ochako said. Melissa opened the doors to the school, and sure enough, a huge crowd of students filled the halls, all trying to scramble to their homerooms. Oh great, now how are we gonna get to class? Monoma sneered. Relax, I'm sure the crowds will dissipate over time as students find their classrooms. Ida said. Izuku scanned the campus, before he spotted a huge group of reporters and cameramen outside the gates. Hey, everyone, relax. It's just the press. He shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the clamor in the hallways. Come on, everyone. This will all pass in just a moment. As long as everyone follows the rules and protocol. Ida started, before Izuku held up his hand and shook his finger. Not gonna happen. Everyone's jammed together, and their paths are impeded by other students, who are in turn impeded by them. Unless someone takes charge of directing traffic, no one's moving anywhere. He said. I'm on it. Hey, Grav girl. Clear me a path. Kyoka said. Ochako nodded, then extended her arms, before raising them up. With an electronic chirp, the entire crowd raised up into the air, floating like balloons. Kyoka walked to the center of the room, then stamped the ground and rose up on a pillar of concrete. Ochako lowered the people to the ground, and Kyoka began to speak. Hey, dunderheads. All of you are blocking each other, so work together and help each other get where you need to go. General Studies, move to the side for Class 1B. About 40 students moved off to the side, as the 20 students of Class 1B moved past them to get to their classroom. Alright, now support course, move back and let General Studies through. Kyoka shouted. The students did so, moving according to the blind girl's instructions, as the students of General Studies moved through the building. Alright, now, support class, scram. The support class scurried away from the rock pillar, terrified of the short girl shouting at them. Now, is that clear enough for you? Kyoka asked Izuku as she lowered herself down to the ground. Yep, that's great. Thanks Kyoka. No biggie. Come on, All Might said we should get to class as soon as possible. Kyoka said, leading the rest of Class 1E towards the homeroom. Aizawa and All Might walked briskly down the hallway, making their way to the teacher's lounge and security office. Upon reaching the entrance, they pushed the door open, where they saw a single cabinet left open. Is that it? Aizawa said. Was the cabinet the cause of this? All Might wondered. Aizawa pulled a chair up to the security monitors and typed in some codes, bringing up the last 15 minutes of footage. He sped up the footage, scanning for anything he could see. On the tape, a security guard walked through the frame, then opened a drawer and pulled out a folder. Suddenly, in a flash of red lightning, he disappeared, the folder flying into the air, before it also disappeared. At the same time, the press entered the campus, and the gates at the front of the school slammed shut. Slow it down, as far as it goes. All Might said. Aizawa slowed the footage to its lowest speed, then replayed the footage. One frame, then another, the guard took the schedule, started to walk away, then suddenly, it was there. A single yellow and red smudge on both monitors, trailed by crackling red lightning. The guard vanished, the folder disappeared, and the gates slammed shut. Is it a villain? Aizawa said in disbelief and slight horror. No, I know that man. He has the power to teleport from one place to another. He must have left somewhere, but forgotten to bring his folder, so he grabbed it again. All Might said. That's not that unusual. Aizawa said. Yes, I'll have to talk to him and see what's going on, and why that folder was so important, All Might agreed. And the gate? Aizawa asked. Eager press. I assume they're here to interview me as the new teacher of a new class. All Might said. Right. So this is all just one big false alarm. Great. I had to leave my students over a big false alarm. Aizawa said, rolling his eyes and exiting the security room. Is it ready? The voice from the TV asked. Yes, master. It has been adequately starved. It hungers for blood and carnage. A deep voice said. Through a metal neck brace. Good. Ensure its chains are tightly locked. I don't want my masterpiece unleashed prematurely. The TV voice said. Just then, in a flash of red lightning, a second person entered the room. A young woman, maybe in her early 20s, with bright red eyes and wearing a yellow tracksuit with a face mask, featuring red lighting bolts on the temples. How was the maiden voyage, mistress? The deeper voice asked. Wonderful. The anti-drag augments to the suit are most appreciated. Now I can unleash my top speeds without worrying about damage to my body. The woman said. Excellent, and the schedule? Secured. Next public appearance is the USJ training session in 2 days. The woman said. Perfect. That is when we will strike. For now, it is time for the final part of your rising as my apprentice. The TV said. And what is that? The woman said. Your name. It reminds me far too much of my old foe. You require something new. I now declare you. Eliza Thon. The next day, the students filed into the classroom to see All Might sitting at his desk, with the words Battle Trials scrawled on the whiteboard. Ah, there you all are. Just in time for the bell. I was afraid you'd forgotten where the classroom was. He said jovially. Sorry about that, Dad. Some kid in general studies had a meltdown in the hall because of a lunchbox, I think. It was hard to hear what was going on. Izuku said, taking a seat at his desk. Yeah, she was totally losing it, and all the other guy did was joke about her lunchbox. He wasn't even insulting it. Mina added, as she sunk into the water chair that had been custom made for her, to keep her moisturized. Well I'm glad you're all here now. Let's begin. All Might said. Today, we will be performing a series of team-based combat exercises, also known as battle trials. You'll each have a partner, and will be assigned the role of hero or villain. The villains will be tasked with defending a fake plastic bomb planted in a building, while the heroes will attempt to capture it and the villains. Victory is achieved when either the bomb has been captured, or both members of either team are incapacitated. The class nodded at the explanation, before Melissa raised her hand. Uncle Might? How will we have even matches if our class is not divisible by 4? She asked. Excellent question, young Melissa. To equalize the teams, the teacher of our sister class 1A, Shota Aizawa, has given permission for 2 of his students to accompany us. They'll meet us at the combat grounds, All Might said. Melissa nodded in understanding, as All Might continued with his lecture. Now, this may be a practice setting, but treat it as a real combat encounter with a villain. We have the greatest medical team on the planet, so don't be afraid to bruise and break. To help further the immersion, we have also decided to allow you to bring along your hero costumes, which you submitted before the semester's start. He said, as several racks of briefcases, each with a name on it, ejected from the wall. The class all stood up, walked to the racks to grab their costume cases, then began heading to the bus. As they walked, Izuku held back to walk beside Mina. Hey, Mina, I've been meaning to ask you something. Go ahead, Snow White. Mina said, resting her arms behind her head relaxedly. So, you know how you need to stay moist and all? Yeah, I've been dealing with it since I was 4 after all. How do your clothes not get wet? The water just slides off them and they're dry. Mina grinned. Oh, that's what's neat. They're made of a hydrophobic material. My uniform was custom made to repel water. So even if I'm sopping wet, my uniform is dry as a bone. Huh, that's neat. Thanks for the explanation, Mina. Izuku said. No problem. Izuku said, before speeding up to catch up with Himiko. Hey, Himiko. Huh? Oh, Izuku. What's up, my dude? I'm taking this opportunity to learn more about people's quirks I don't quite understand. I wanted to know, how do you come across such a wide variety of animal meats to fuel your quirk? Himiko grinned. Oh, that's easy. My parents own the biggest exotic restaurant chain in the world. We farm almost every animal on the planet, so I can basically pick and choose my selection of transformations for the day. Melissa cut in on the conversation. Wait, Himiko, your parents own Eden's Menagerie? That's insane. My parents took me there all the time for these fancy dinners. She said. Himiko snapped her fingers. That's right. You're David Shield's daughter. Your parents are some of our biggest customers. The class arrived at the bus stop just as the large vehicle rounded the corner. The bus came to a stop and opened the doors, and they all piled in, stowing their belongings under the seats. The bus drove away, as everyone was finding their seats. Izuku had claimed a window seat and was watching the scenery go by, when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Izuku. Mind if I sit here? Ochako said, pointing at the seat next to his. Oh, Ochako. Sure thing. Izuku said. The brown-haired girl plopped down on the seat and breathed a sigh of relief. This is gonna be fun. Our first combat trial against real people. She said. I hope my hero costume isn't too over the top. I was inspired by a character from a manga I love. Oh, no way. Me too. Izuku said. No way, that's awesome. Ochako said. I hope we all have fun, even if some of us get a bit banged up. I'm sure it won't be too bad. We're all super powerful, yeah, but also really durable. Izuku said, glancing at Kirishima. True. Still, I wouldn't really want to hurt anyone. I know just how powerful my quirk, any of our quirks, would be in the hands of someone who wanted to kill. Ochako said, twiddling her thumbs. Yeah, I get that. Makes me glad I'm the one who got my powers, not some low-life villain. Izuku replied. Right. Ochako agreed. They were silent for a few minutes, before the bus pulled into the stop. All right everyone, welcome to Training Ground Beta. All Might said, as the students filed out of the bus and assembled inside the surveillance building. Now, here is where you all can watch your classmates compete. We have cameras set up all over the building you'll be fighting in, so enjoy the show. Just then, the door opened again. Ah, here are our supplementary students for the day. Welcome in, young Bakugo and young Tokoyami. All Might said, as the 2 boys entered. Hey, I heard I get to beat up some students for free. Where do I sign up? Katsuki said. Alright, now that everyone's here, there are changing rooms through those doors, boys on the left, girls on the right. Get changed into your hero costumes while I assemble the brackets. All Might instructed. The students obeyed, and entered the changing rooms, each going into a stall and getting changed into their hero costumes. Izuku put on a black long-sleeve shirt and matching pants, then folded his glasses and tucked them in his bag, before sliding his black blndfld over his head. "Alright, let's do this," he said, stepping out of the changing rooms and into the main room. A few minutes later, Tenko joined him. His costume consisted of a blue jacket with gold charms, and a blue and white glove on his right hand. "Looking good, bro," Izuku said. "Thanks, you too," Tenko said. A few minutes later, Ochako and Himiko came out together. Ochako was dressed in black robes with a golden cross pattern with an arrow on each end in the center. 3 golden bracelets adorned each wrist, and she had black leather boots on her feet. Himiko, on the other hand, was the opposite. Her costume was fully feral, covered in pouches, torn sleeves, and steel-toed shoes with built-in crampons. "Whoa, talk about night and day, you two look awesome, but so different," Tenko exclaimed. "Thanks. You two look good too," Ochako said. Over the next few minutes, the other 8 students emerged, and gathered around the large screen that covered an entire wall of the surveillance building. "Alright, you wonderful students. The battle trials will consist of 3 matches, 2 versus 2. As I said before, victory is confirmed when the heroes touch the false bomb, or both members of either team are incapacitated. Understand? Good. Now let's get on with the matchups," All Might said, as the screen changed to reveal the brackets. Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka vs Tenko Midoriya and Himiko Amajiki. Katsuki Bakugo and Melissa Shield vs Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami. Mina Ashido and Eijiro Kirishima vs Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. "Everyone understands the matchups?" All Might asked. The students nodded. "Good, then let's begin," All Might said. "Hero team, you are cleared for entrance." Upon hearing the robotic voice, Izuku and Ochako entered the building. As soon as they opened the doors, they were swamped in darkness. "Huh? Guess they haven't paid the power bill," Izuku said. "Alright, I know Himiko, you know your brother, so let's share," Ochako said. "Right. Tenko's fighting style is brash and straightforward. He's not one for stealth or trapping. If he can fight you head-on, he will," Izuku explained. "Okay. Himiko's the opposite. She does everything in her power to avoid a close-up confrontation. She hides in shadows and strikes when you least expect it. However, if she misses her first strike, you can easily counterattack," Ochako said. "Alright. Now how are we gonna fight them?" "We know how they fight, but the reverse is true too," Izuku asked. Ochako tapped her chin, before an idea came to her. "I've got it. How do you fight?" she asked. "Me? I'd say pretty aggressively. I'm always using my quirk to displace my opponents and make them come to me," Izuku explained. Okay. I'm similar, but I prefer to use my quirk primarily for self-mobility. Jumping off walls and ceilings to confuse and distract my opponent, controlling the battlefield to fight on my terms. So here's my strategy. Let's fight as each other. I'll use my quirk more offensively, and you use yours more for moving. You can use your lapse blue to teleport and float, right? "Yeah, I can." "Awesome. When I'm throwing Tenko and Himiko all over the room, you make your way to the bomb and secure us the win," Ochako said. Izuku nodded. "Got it. That's a good plan, Ochako." Ochako smiled and batted her eyelashes. "Why thank you, Izuku." A hint of red colored Izuku's cheeks before he snapped out of it and focused. The two of them made their way down the hallway, before Izuku held up a hand to stop Ochako. "They're above us," he said. "You sure?" Ochako asked. Izuku started to nod, when suddenly, BVVVVT. The ceiling above them disappeared, and a huge spinning armored ball fell through. "Crap, it's Himiko's wrecker form," Ochako said, as the ball uncurled into a huge armadillo bear hybrid, which roared at them. The gravity manipulator reacted instantly, and with an electronic trill, the entire room rotated 90 degrees. Himiko fell against the wall, and Tenko slid out from his hiding place, catching the ledge of what was formerly the ceiling with one hand. Izuku activated his quirk and began floating, while Ochako adjusted herself and gently descended to the floor, or rather the wall. "Go!" she instructed, as Izuku continued to move. Himiko growled and swiped at Ochako, but the brown-haired girl was faster, and suddenly Himiko was plummeting downwards again, this time almost smushing Tenko, before the room rotated again and the two of them fell, landing beside each other. "Quick Tenko, catch your brother," Himiko instructed. Tenko nodded and started to run towards the door. Come on, he said, as his fingers brushed the handle. Suddenly, the floor began to slant. No. Tenko exclaimed, as the incline got steeper and steeper until he fell again, landing on top of Himiko's armored form. Ochako peacefully floated down to stand in front of the two of them and smiled sweetly. Having fun on the Ferris wheel? Screw you. Ochako, Himiko responded dazedly as she turned back to her human form looking like she was about to puke. When'd you get all, aggressive? Oh, I learned a few things from Izuku. Ochako said. Of course you did, Himiko said, as the buzzer sounded. Hero team has captured the bomb. Hero team wins. The electronic voice said in a monotone voice. The four students walked back into the surveillance room together as the building was repaired for the next two teams. That was fun. You two put up a good fight. Ochako said. Thanks, you too, even if I got tossed around like a rag doll. Tenko said. That giant monster you turned into was really cool, Himiko. What did you say it was called again? Izuku asked. I don't know, I'm still workshopping the name. Something cool, like Wrecking Ball or, like, Demolition Armadillo. Or maybe, like, Cannon Bolt. Nah, that doesn't make much sense. I'll get back to you on that. Himiko said. Izuku nodded. Their group got inside just as Tokoyami and Tsuyu were leaving to set up defenses and prepare. Hey, good luck. My cousin's known for fighting rough, and she has some strong abilities up her sleeve. Izuku said. So do I, Ribbit. Tsuyu replied, to which Izuku smiled. Good. I'll wish you luck. He said. Tsuyu and Tokoyami both nodded in thanks, and Izuku and Ochako entered the building. Inside they saw Melissa and Katsuki gearing up. Melissa wore a green and yellow fitted bodysuit with an unbuttoned leather jacket over top and yellow gloves on each hand. Meanwhile, Katsuki was armed with a sleeveless tank top-esque shirt, with an orange X across it, and metal shoulder pads. On his arms were two huge grenade-shaped gauntlets, complete with large pins inside. He wore dark cargo pants tucked into black and orange boots, with metal kneecaps. Nice costumes, guys. You think you'll be able to take on the enemy team and win? Izuku asked. Pfft. Of course. Look at us. The top of Class 1A, and the top of Class 1E. Those two stand less than no chance. Katsuki said, smirking cockily. Not so sure on that second bit, but we'll see. Well, good luck either way. I look forward to seeing how you do. Izuku said. Just then, the robotic announcer spoke from the speakers. Villain team is finished setting up. Heroes are cleared for entry. Melissa grinned and started walking out the door, Katsuki hot on her heels. Will do. See you soon, she said, as she flung open the door into the artificial city. Come on, firecracker. Let's get to work. Surely you've got a plan to deal with our opponents, or are you just gonna wing it? Katsuki asked. Well, first let's get an idea of what we're up against. Melissa said. All right. The frog girl may be a problem. Her foam barrier gives her resistance to my concussive blasts. She's strong enough to lift a car, and fast enough to outspeed one on an open highway. Katsuki said. That's true, but I'm stronger and faster than her. What about the other guy, the bird from your class? Melissa asked. Tokoyami's a shadow. His quirk creates a spectral shadow entity that attacks for him. Don't know how it works or how strong it really is, only that it is intelligent, and can act on its own if necessary. Katsuki explained. Hold on. I do remember he was hesitant to use it around me for some reason. Could be my explosive powers are his weakness. Melissa thought for a moment, before she snapped her fingers. I've got it. It's light. His shadow is weak to light. You make huge flashes when you detonate your explosions, so it would weaken his power every time, she said. Huh? You're pretty smart. All right then. Let's give the shadow a bit of sun exposure. Katsuki said. Melissa grinned mischievously, before soaring high in the sky. She ascended past each floor of the building, before touching down on the roof. Right, I'm on top of the building. Let's divide and conquer, and meet at the dash, she started, before her communication device was yanked out of her hand by a long prehensile tongue. Sorry. Can't have you doing that. Ribbit. Tsuyu said, her legs already folded beneath her, preparing for a powerful leap. Oh, there you are. I was afraid I'd have to go looking for you. So, you want to fight right here, right now, huh? Melissa said, squaring up in a fighting position. Yep, Ribbit. Tsuyu said, before leaping towards the redhead. Meanwhile, down below them, Bakugo strolled casually through the halls of the building, making his way to the staircase. I would stop if I were you. A voice echoed from the darkness. Katsuki grinned. Oh, really? And what makes you say that? He asked. We are in my domain. If I so choose, my immense darkness can smother you in an instant. Now, surrender unconditionally, and perhaps dash. Say cheese. Katsuki interrupted, raising his hands to the sky. In an instant, Tokoyami's world turned white, as he squeezed his eyes shut and fell from the corner of the ceiling he was perched in. And that's why you monologue after you've beaten your opponent, Katsuki said, pulling out a roll of capture tape. Tokoyami grabbed his head and groaned, offering no resistance as he was captured. That was a surprisingly effective way of disabling me, he said. No kidding. Quick thinking's always been my forte. I'm not one for elaborate plans and strategies, but I've got a knack for thinking on a dime, Katsuki replied. All right, don't move, I'm gonna go back up my teammate. Tokoyami rolled his eyes as Katsuki left him in the corridor. Melissa skidded across the ground as a giant Tsuyu slapped her out of the sky. She grunted as she got to her feet. Huh, Goliath frog already? We're only 2 minutes in, I'd think you would WHOA. She was cut off when Tsuyu's giant foot plummeted from the sky. Melissa caught it, straining against the weight of the colossal amphibian. Make this easy, Melissa. Give up. You won't win, Tsuyu said. Melissa clenched her teeth. That may, grunt, be true, but I'm a hero, and the best heroes, she said, before shooting upwards, sending her opponent teetering. Do not give up. She finished, landing an uppercut on Tsuyu. The gigantic hero student tilted backwards, landing with a thunderous impact. Both villains have been incapacitated. Heroes win, the robotic voice announced. Melissa picked up her communication device, dusted it off, and slipped it in her ear. Hey, Katsuki. You got Tokoyami? Yep, and by the sounds of it, you got Azui. Good work, Katsuki said. Thanks. Meet you down at the surveillance room? Melissa asked. Sure thing. And Melissa? Call me Kaken. Let's do this, Kirishima, Mina said as the metal-coated boy hoisted her up on his back, before taking off running. Where are you going, fellas? Don't you want to play? Denki said, chasing after them, swinging his chainsaws wildly. Ready? Kirishima asked. Yeah, let go, Mina said, before she began to spray several large puddles all around the perimeter of the building. A giant stone pillar erupted from the ground in front of them, but Kirishima rammed his head through it, breaking the rock with no issue. Come on, quit running, Kyoka said, surfing on a slab of rock behind them. It's been 3 minutes, and you haven't even entered the building. Has it really? Didn't notice. Guess time flies when I'm having fun, Mina said, creating another puddle. Quit running and fight me head on, Kyoka shouted. Suddenly, a stone brick slammed into Kirishima, sending him flying, and bucking Mina off his back. Denki and Kyoka cornered her. It's over, fishy. We've won. Surrender, Denki said. Mina shrugged carelessly. Nah. I don't think so. Whatever game you're playing, it won't work. You can't beat us, Kyoka said. No, I know that, Mina said, before gesturing over her shoulder. But he can. The two defending students looked up in horror as a giant tentacle emerged from each of Mina's water portals. Over 36 of them surrounded the building. What is that? Denki, I hear a rumbling. What's going on? Kyoka asked. Mina began laughing as one tentacle lowered to the ground. She stepped on top of it and it raised her up high in the sky. Fear me, villains. Fear me, and my great, indomitable kraken. She cackled. The rest of the tentacles all wrapped around the building, constricting it, then crushing it. The hero team has destroyed the bomb. Hero team wins. After the last 4 students returned to the arena, All Might greeted them with a sparkling smile. Ah, good. Everyone is here now, and you all did magnificent. I trust you had an enjoyable time. Melissa pumped her fist. It was amazing. I had such a blast. Achiko nodded in agreement. Me too. I'm hoping I get to do more like this in the future. Denki grinned. I don't even care I lost. That was rad. All Might laughed. I'm glad you had an enjoyable time, kids. For tomorrow, you will be doing more of this. Tomorrow you will get to train at the all-new USJ facility. Yes, including you two, Bakugo and Tokoyami. I'll see you all tomorrow? So, this USJ thing, it's a simulation facility, right? You're not getting into actual trouble, right? Inko said with a concerned tone. No, Mom, we'll be fine. No need to unleash the tornado again. Izuku said with a small chuckle. Good. I'm out of shape anyway. Inko said, poking her flimsy bicep disappointedly. Oh, please my dear, you're not even festively plump. Frankly, you could get away with putting on some weight. You've been retired for 15 years, I think you deserve it. Toshinori boomed as he stepped into the living room. Of course you think that, Toshi. At least I can rest easy knowing you'll be going with our boys. Inko said, as she finished packing 2 lunches for Izuku and Tenko. Well, we must be off. I'll see you this evening, Inko. Toshinori said, as Izuku and Tenko hopped up out of their chairs, grabbed their bags, and headed toward the front door. Bye Mom. See ya, Mom. Sorry I'm late, my little sister needed some help with her homework. Mina said as Jiro chuckled. I see you're also the responsible eldest of your family. You know you can just let them figure themselves out. They'll have to eventually. She advised. I know, but I feel so mean doing it. Mina whined. You're missing out, girl. You've got, what, 8 siblings? Let them shoulder some responsibility for once. I'm sure they need it. 7, not including me. Mina admitted, before looking up. Oh, Kirishima, Denki. What are you guys up to? Oh, you know, just listening to my girlfriend's melodic voice. Denki said dreamily, to which Kirishima laughed. Dude, you are seriously smitten. He said. For good reason. Jiro's a total steal. Melissa chimed in. Alrighty then. With young Ishido here, we have all the members of our class, plus young Bakugo and young Tokoyami. Now, let us depart to the ultimate simulation joint. So that's what USJ stands for, so you said. The class piled into the bus, which promptly began driving up into the countryside. So, this USJ thing, what are you hoping to achieve inside? The facility can recreate any scenario a hero has ever faced here in Japan. Any situation you're hoping for? Himiko asked. I don't know. I'd like to do some rescue training. I'm pretty proficient at combat, so I'm hoping I can touch up on the saving. Ochako said. I want to fight 100 villains at once, facing insurmountable odds and defying them with plenty of guts and glory. Denki said. Same here. I want to take down a ton of bad guys. Jiro said. And you'll be able to do all of that. All Might said enthusiastically. Whatever training you wish for, the USJ can arrange. Izuku watched hills and trees pass by his window as the drive to the USJ continued, subconsciously listening to the conversations around him. I hope the teachers running the USJ are nice. If this place is as good as they say it is, I may want to come here more often, and I'd want nice teachers, too. Kirishima said. Oh, you don't have to worry. The USJ is run by 13, the space hero. She can create black holes, but she mainly uses them to SCK up debris after battles. Ochako said enthusiastically. You're a 13 fan too? Tenko said. Yeah. I always have. Ochako said, before nervously tapping her thumbs together. She saved my life back when I was a kid. There was a villain attack, and our apartment building was destroyed. I was trapped under rubble for hours, but 13 was the one to get me out. Because of her, both me and my parents are alive and safe. She said. That's amazing. You must be so happy to see her. Izuku said. I am. Ochako agreed. A few minutes passed by, and the bus pulled into the parking lot. The class exited the vehicle, and were met by what looked like a cross between an astronaut and a marshmallow. 13. Ochako said ecstatically, running up to hug the heroine, who returned the gesture. Ochako Uraraka, right? You've grown a lot since we last met. 13 said with a chuckle. Yeah. Ochako replied, as she began laughing as well. In any case, welcome to the USJ. I hope you all will be able to get the most out of it. 13 said, breaking the hug and moving towards the doors of the facility, opening them for the class to enter. The class stepped in and were immediately amazed. The enormous building was split into 7 sections. A mountainous area with artificial snow and mud, a dense forest packed with trees, 2 huge domes, featuring an ocean and a fire zone respectively, a suburban neighborhood, a city, and a desert. You can simulate any scenario in any environment. This is the ultimate training ground. 13 said, pride radiating from her voice. So, everyone buddy up and pick a biome to start in. We'll get started as soon as, her voice trailed off as a swirling purple vortex spun into existence in the center of the facility. From it, 3 figures stepped out. The first one, likely the leader, was a woman in her early 20s, with long pale white hair, and wearing a yellow full-body tracksuit and face mask with red lightning bolts on the temples. The person to her right wore neat dress attire with a sleeveless vest, and a metal neck brace that supported his gaseous head. To the woman's left was an enormous, hulking, monstrous creature, with an exposed brain, a sharp beak, and jagged teeth. Greetings, heroes and heroes in training. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to, the woman started, turning her gaze up towards All Might. Kill All Might. She finished. As well as the rest of you, if you stand in our way. Really? And who are you to make such a threat? All Might asked. Call me Eliza. I rather like that name. The woman, Eliza, said. All right then, Eliza. How do you expect to beat all of us with just 3 guys? Jiro said, stepping forward with an aggressive stance. Well, that's simple, darling. There's more than 3 of us here. Eliza said, snapping her fingers. Several dozen portals opened up around her, and villains of all sizes and shapes stepped through the portals, until they numbered in the hundreds. Well, you guys got your wish of fighting hundreds of villains. Kirishima said to Denki and Jiro. Oh yeah, let's have a blast, babe. Denki said, yanking his ripcord and transforming in an instant. I've got your back, Denki. Jiro said, pressing her back against Denki's. Oh, how cute. Kurogyri, divide the students up. The rest of you, go hunt them down. Eliza demanded. All of you get back to the bus. I will fight these villains. All Might said, but the gaseous man beside Eliza slipped into a portal, stepping out in front of them, before the purple gas that made up his body began to expand, surrounding them. It is futile. Make peace with whoever or whatever you worship while you still have the power to do so. You are destined to lose, he said, as the portals began to close around them. As everyone began falling through, All Might gave them one last instruction. I authorize you to fight back. These men are dangerous, so don't hold back. Do what it takes to survive. Izuku grinned. As the portal swallowed everyone up, Izuku concentrated his limitless down to his body, before expanding it outward. The portal dissipated, leaving Izuku, Denki, Jiro, and Ochako with All Might to face the remaining villains. Why are you fighting back? Just accept that you will lose. Kurogyri said. Nah. I'd win. Izuku replied, before leaping towards the group of villains alongside his father and friends. Mina plummeted through one of the portals, feeling a hand snag hers as she fell. It felt like crawling through 1,000 spiderwebs at once, until the cool, merciful touch of water cleared her senses. Her eyes snapped open. She had been teleported into the ocean zone. She created a gigantic eel and rode it to the surface, where the inky blackness of night awaited. Great, the power's out. Guess I'm stuck in the water until then. Who came with me? I felt someone grab my hand and follow me into the sea. Suddenly, she felt her eel writhe and buck, before lying still. She looked down, and saw that half of its length had been bitten off and eaten. What? What is in this pool that's big enough to eat my eel? Just then, she heard some voices. A group of men. She dove under the water just in time, as a giant rowboat passed over her. Suddenly, she felt something touch her leg. She looked down, and was met by the face of Himiko. She was half transformed into a shark, mixing her human and shark traits to resemble a mermaid. Hey Himiko. What's up? She said using sign language. Can you alter your appearance slightly? Himiko signed back. A bit, thanks to my quirk's ability of biomimicry. Why? I have a plan to get rid of some of these guys and give the rest a huge scare. But I need your help to make it work. Himiko signed back, before shapeshifting once more. Mina saw her new form, and grinned excitedly. I'm in. You're quiet today. One of the men said. A group of 43 men had been assigned to hunting any students that had been teleported into the C-section. Not much to say. We're hunting in the dark. All we have is this boat, and 6 flashlights. The captain replied. Talk about cheap. One of the men said. Deep down, a hauntingly melodic voice said. What was that? Another man said, swinging his flashlight around the surrounding water. Deep down, a second voice joined, contrasting the first to create a discordant harmony. Captain, something approaches. The second in command said as he pointed to the water. The captain swiveled his flashlight to where the second in command was pointing. The light landed on Mina's body, looking up at them with a predatory gaze. Her hair had grown out, and now floated around her in the water. She had 3 marks that resembled claw scars under each of her eyes, which had turned yellow, with slitted reptilian pupils, like a crocodile. Her normal hero costume had been replaced with seaweed woven together in a sort of leotard. She grinned, showing way too many teeth that were way too sharp to be natural on a human. She spoke one word in a warped, terrifying voice. Hello. Denki's chainsaw sliced through another villain's arm as the latter swung a gigantic club towards his head. Another man with circular saws for arms tried to ambush the berserk boy, but he whirled around in time to leave a mortal gash in his opponent's chest. Yo, we match. Your blades are a little dull though. Denki said, kicking both his opponents away. Hey Danks. More coming your way. Jiro called, catapulting several more villains in his direction. Thanks babe. Denki said, before catching one of the villains, a giant fish heteromorph, in his jagged-toothed mouth, biting a large chunk out of his scaly skin. Blech, I prefer my sushi with rice and crab. Denki quipped as he liked the blood from his saw blades. A few meters away, Izuku and Ochako fought back to back, Ochako lifting their assailants high into the air for Izuku to handle while they floated harmlessly. Where do you think these guys came from? Ochako asked. A group of guys trying to kill us calling themselves the League of Villains? I couldn't possibly tell. Izuku said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I know they're villains, but seriously. You think they were sent by someone stronger? Izuku tapped his chin, remembering the terrifying villain his dad faced 5 years ago. No, it couldn't be. Couldn't be what? Nothing. A villain my dad faced a few years ago. On your left. Izuku said. Ochako looked in that direction, and raised her hand. Izuku grabbed the belt of her hero costume with one hand, while locking himself to the ground using lapse blue. The villains around the pair all raised into the sky. Care to do the honors? Ochako asked. With pleasure. Izuku said, raising his other hand. A lapse blue vortex swirled into existence, dragging all the floating villains towards it. They all smacked together, before Izuku released the orb, and Ochako released her gravity inversion. The villains fell down, dropping unconscious, some breaking bones, on impact. Yikes, that's a bit rough. Ochako said with a wince. It's either us or them, Ochako. I don't like it either, but dash. I do. I'm having a blast. Denki cut in, bisecting a sentient plant. I don't like it either, but we have to if we want to make it out of here alive. Let's hope the other groups know that as well. Izuku said. Oh yeah, I wonder where they've all gone? Ochako wondered aloud. Come on. Get up. Katsuki said, driving his steel-toed shoe into the belly of an overweight villain who had passed out on the floor. Don't pass out on me yet. I'm not done. Take it easy, Kaken. Melissa said as she hovered overhead. Some of these guys may not be doing this willfully. Tenko swiped away a large sword swung at him. Even if that's true, this is a fight for survival. It's not a simulation or a game. Either we hurt them or they'll hurt us. He said. Suddenly, a large black shape emerged from within a ruined building. Who is it? I'm not afraid to. Oh, it's you, Tokoyami. Katsuki said. The monstrous dark shadow retreated under Fumicage's cloak. I'm here with Tsuyu and Kirishima. Dark Shadow also got a look at the center, and spotted Kaminari, Jiro, the older Midoriya brother, and Uraraka, alongside All Might. So that leaves? Mina and Himiko still missing. Kirishima said. They'll be fine. The two of them are both biokinetics. Nature manipulators. They should have excellent synergy. Katsuki said. Yeah, the question is how they're fighting, and where. Did any of you come from the fire or ocean biomes? Melissa asked. We came from fire, yes. No one else was there, Fumicage said. So if they're not in the fire room, and they're not in any of the open biomes, they must be in the sea room. Ribbit. Tsuyu said. That's perfect, right? Tenko asked. Kirishima's eyes widened. No, it's awful. For the villains, at least. Is Himiko a fan of Greek mythology? Hello. Mina smiled hungrily as she looked up at the terrified hunters. Haha. Talk about the hunters become the hunted. The water around her began to bubble and churn as she rose up into the air. Higher and higher, a tall pillar of scales and flesh carried her into the air as she stood on a wet mat of blonde hair. 6 pale white eyes opened underneath her, revealing the main head of the terrifying beast. It, or rather, she, liked her lips, running her reptilian tongue over each sharp, uneven tooth. 5 more heads, smaller, with only 2 hungry crocodilian eyes and a pair of horns that curved upwards, rose out of the water around the boat. Before the largest head, the one Mina was standing on, Himiko's true head, roared, a high-pitched, terrorizing wail. Ultimate team-up move, Scylla. The 2 girls thought in unison. Row for your lives. The captain shouted, but it was too late. Drown in your sorrow and fears. Mina sung as one head snapped up one of the crew. Choke on your blood and your tears. Another hunter was trapped between the jaws of one of the monster's heads. Bleed till you've run out of years. A third villain claimed by Scylla. We must do what it takes to survive. Mina raised her arms to the sky as she sung, reminding the villains that they could have survived, had they not chosen to attack and try to kill children in school. Give up your honor and faith. This time, both girls sung at once to create a haunting harmony as the 4th life was lost. Live out your life as a wraith. Die in the blood where you bathe. We must do what it takes to survive. The voices trailed off as Mina and Himiko sunk back beneath the artificial waves, allowing the boat to escape, 6 hunters short of their starting total. As they climbed out of the water a few minutes later, the 2 girls smiled at each other. I didn't know you were an epic fan. Mina said. Always have been. Himiko said. Mina dunked her hair into the water, washing the blood out of it. I kinda feel bad for these guys, you know? Don't worry. I specifically chose the ones that were talking worst about us. You heard them. I mean, would you have preferred we surrender non-violently and let them do whatever they wanted to us? No, but I still don't want to be a mass-murdering psychopath. I am trying to be a hero after all. Mina said. Me neither, that's why I chose to only take out the worst of the bunch. But you have gotta admit, scaring everyone was kind of fun. Himiko said. Suddenly, her stomach groaned. Ugh, I'm gonna have serious indigestion for at least a day. She said. Mina laughed. Come on, let's get back to the group. They've gotta be worried sick. She said. Himiko nodded, and transformed into a horse with a long, flowing golden mane. Hop on. She said. Mina grinned, jumped in the water one more time to moisturize her skin, then hopped up on Himiko's back. Giddy up, she said, as Himiko took off in a gallop. I'm at how many are you on? Izuku said. 44. Ochako said. Show off. Izuku scoffed. Dad's fighting that big monster, but that girl is still not moving. You think we should engage? I wouldn't bother. If she hasn't engaged in the fight already, we can assume she's either strong enough to not try or not strong enough to try. Ochako said. I take offense to that. Eliza said, stamping her foot. You want to see my power? Fine. She crouched down in a runner's stance, before taking off in a yellow blur, trailed by red lightning. She ran in massive circles around the entire central area of the USJ. Whoa, she's fast. Ochako exclaimed. Should I invert gravity and lift her into the air? Nah, not yet at least. Just let me handle her. I've got a trick I've been wanting to try. Izuku said smugly, stepping forward. Hey Lisa or whatever your name is. You want to fight with All Might? How about you settle for his son? His son? I'll take that over nothing. Eliza said, suddenly making a beeline for the white-haired boy. She wound up a punch, and drove it right into the boy's waiting face. A massive dust cloud obscured Izuku as Eliza stopped, and she smirked. That was easy. Makes me think All Might will be. What? Her smug tone turned confused as Izuku, completely unscathed, dusted his shoulder off. Consider me unimpressed. Running fast is nothing if you can't hit your target. Izuku said. You brat. Eliza shouted, suddenly appearing in front of him and throwing thousands of punches in a few seconds. However, each of the punches stopped just a few inches away from his face. Yawn. I'm bored. Izuku said. Can you please just hit me once? I'm trying. Eliza shouted, slamming her fists against the invisible wall separating her and her opponent. I thought your quirk was vacuuming, what are you doing? You see, that's why you need to do your research. My quirk is much more than my one ability, Lapse Blue. What I've done, is I've compressed my Limitless into a spatial barrier surrounding my body. It's an infinite mass that is only about 3 inches thick. Cool trick, huh? The closer your fist gets, the further it has to travel to get to my body. You'll never make contact, and you'll never win against me. Thanks for telling me. Stupid move, strategically, but thanks. Eliza said. Oh, I don't mind telling you. You can't do anything to combat it. Besides, this was all just one big distraction while my classmate sneaks up on you. Izuku said. Eliza whirled around just in time for Ochako's palm to come in contact with her face. Fly high. Ochako said with a sing-song tone as Eliza began to float upwards. No running for her. That's one of our foes taken care of. What about the big brute Dad's sparring with? Izuku asked, pointing to his father and the titanic beast trading blows. Even if you could beat me, you cannot hope to beat my Nomu. Eliza said as she did involuntarily somersaults in the air. Nomu, eh? Izuku said, scratching his chin. That's right. The perfect killer, outfitted with 3 quirks. Super strength, regeneration, and shock absorption. Your father can't hope to win. So let's swap him out. Jiro cut in, dragging her boyfriend by the handle on his head. Denki flailed weakly, half-heartedly attempting to break free of his girlfriend's grip. Jiro, hey. What's up? Ochako asked. Zippy up there said that Nomu is immune to blunt force trauma. How about cuts and slashes? I say we throw Denki in the ring with it. And what makes you think he'll stand a chance against its super regeneration? Eliza demanded from midair. Well, it's a creature that won't stop fighting as long as he has blood to drink, versus a creature that can bleed infinitely till it dies. I got my money on Denki. Jiro said, before laying him on the soft earth. Ready, babe? Ready. Denki gave a thumbs up. Jiro smacked the earth with her foot, and catapulted Denki towards the Nomu. Dad, tag out. Denki's got this. Izuku shouted. All Might looked at the chainsaw-augmented teenager hurtling at him, and took a giant leap back. The Nomu was about to give chase, when Denki pivoted midair, carving a clean cut straight through the Nomu. Eat that, sucka. Denki said. To his partial disappointment and partial excitement, the Nomu held its two halves together as they mended and regenerated. Okay, so he can handle a bisection. But he does bleed. That means the only possible victor is me. He shouted, lunging once more at the Nomu. He dug all three chainsaws deep into the Nomu's flesh. Blood sprayed out of the open wounds, which Denki licked up hungrily. The Nomu tried to fight back, clawing, punching, and biting, but all the damage done to Denki was quickly healed by his consumption of the Nomu's blood. He's doing good, but we need to do better. This is taking too long. That's why I say we blast this sucker up? Katsuki's voice came from behind the group. They turned around to see the rest of their group, including Mina and Himiko, the latter still in equestrian form. Yeah? What's your plan? Izuku asked. Katsuki smirked, and rested a hand on Kirishima. I blast Kiri at the Nomu like a cannonball. My explosion both charges him up and sends him flying. When he hits the monster, he releases his charged energy, and blows it apart. Then Denki can get to the heart and end this once and for all. Ochako said. You're a genius, Katsuki. Let's rock and roll. Kirishima said, turning into metal. Katsuki picked the redhead up, hoisting him like a giant javelin. Hey! Big, black, and ugly, I got a gift for you, special DLVRY. Katsuki shouted at the Nomu, before throwing Kirishima at it with a huge explosion. Kirishima soared through the air, the cracks in his metallic skin blazing purple with stored energy. His spiky hair stabbed into the Nomu's skin. Just you wait, the fun's not over yet. Kirishima said, before releasing all his stored energy in a single enormous detonation. The Nomu was blasted wide open, its organs exposed. Denki saw its beating heart and took the opportunity. In one clean slice, he severed the arteries and pulled the heart out of the Nomu's chest, swallowing it whole. Try regenerating from that. He said, as the now literally heartless Nomu toppled and crashed to the ground. Quite bloody, but excellent work you all. You've done a magnificent job fending off this villain attack. All Might said, patting the closest student, Tsuyu, on the shoulder. All Might, we found 13. She's alive, but unconscious in the mountain area. Fumikage said, as Dark Shadow retracted its lengthy extended neck. Excellent. Thank you, young Tokoyami. Once backup arrives, we will go fetch her. All Might said. Hey! Don't act like I'm not here. Eliza said, still floating midair. Mistress Eliza, we need to go. Kurogyri said. No. I can win this. Just let me down from here. Mistress, Kurogyri started, before the sound of several pairs of footsteps entering the building reached their ears. We are going. Now. Kurogyri said. No why Eliza started, before a purple portal swallowed her up. The class breathed a sigh of relief as a team of pro-heroes and medical staff rushed into the building. We're safe. Ochako said, deflating as she rested on the ground. Well, that was certainly eventful. Izuku said, running a hand through his snow-white hair. Let's just hope Mom doesn't freak out when she hears the news. You what? Inko shrieked after All Might told the story of their incident at the USJ. You mean to tell me our son and his 11 friends, all of whom are children too, were fighting for their lives against actual villains? It's fine, Inko dear. No lives were lost, none on our side, at least. He assured. Inko sighed reluctantly. Fine. I'll accept that. But you promise it will be smooth sailing until the sports festival? Swear on Sensei Shimura. All Might promised, placing a hand over his heart and bowing. Inko's disapproving gaze turned into a small smile as she kissed her husband. All right. I'll trust you. She said, before turning and hugging her son. And I'm so proud of you, son. You did such a good job, and you were so brave fighting those villains, from what I've heard. Izuku smiled back at her. Thanks, but it wasn't that hard. They were all kinda lame. He said with a slightly cocky tone. Inko shook her head. Still, those were real villains, and I'm glad you're alive. In any case, the sports festival is coming up, and you may be the self-proclaimed strongest hero of today, but you still need to train daily. Izuku rolled his eyes under his BLNDFLD. All right, fine, Mom. I'll train, if it makes you happy. Inko's smile grew. Good. I'll wish you luck. 3 weeks went by in a blur, and one day, Izuku and Tenko entered the classroom with their friends to see their father wearing a sports jersey 3 sizes too small, which squeezed his massive chest uncomfortably. Greetings, students. I apologize for my tardiness, but the sports store only had XXL, he said with a strained tone. He flexed his pectoral muscles and caused the shirt to tear a bit, freeing his constricted lungs. Much better. In any case, today marks the beginning of the Sports Festival, an internationally beloved event that features every class in UA facing each other in head-to-head competitions. The events change every year, so I would advise you be ready for anything. Yes, sir. The class chorused. Excellent. Now, for the rules set for our class, as well as the other 2 hero classes. You aren't allowed to use any gear other than what is necessary. For instance, Izuku is allowed to use his BLNDFLD, because it only restricts his power to make it bearable for extended PRDS of time, but Ochako cannot bring her deployable gyroscopic stabilizing devices, and Mina cannot use her moisture suit, as they would classify as non-necessary gear. Mina crossed her arms in a pout. Fine, didn't need it anyway. I'll just have to create bigger puddles than usual, she muttered. Alrighty then, is everybody ready? All Might asked. Yeah. The class cheered. I can't hear you. Their teacher Sadie cupping a hand over his ear. Yeah. The class shouted louder than before. Ha ha. Alrighty then. Let us get on our way. The drive to the festival location was short, yet packed with discussions and conversation about the upcoming event. Strategies to secure the win, optimal seating locations when they weren't on the field, and most importantly, how to look good for the pros scouting interns. I'm hoping to go with Mirko, she seems like the perfect pro for me to intern under. Kirishima said. Same here, Denki and I want Mirko to scout us so we are guaranteed to not get stuck underneath some prim and proper hero like Best Jeanist or Uwabami. Jiro said as she tapped her foot against the ground, using the vibrations to see the inside of the bus they drove on. I was thinking Gang Orca, he's a water-based hero like me. Mina said. The bus pulled into the parking lot next to several dozen other buses. The class all stepped off and into the massive stadium in front of them. This place is sweet, Ochako said, as stars glittered in her eyes. The class all entered a break room with their class's plaque on the wall. Several lockers lined the walls, some of them open to reveal matching UA gym outfits. Right. No hero costumes, so we're gonna be using these. Tenko said, grabbing his gym outfit and walking to the changing rooms. Several other students followed him, and within a few short minutes, all 10 members of Class 1E were decked out in matching attire. Sweet. I could get used to this. Melissa said as she tied her russet red hair up in a ponytail. Might get a bit torn up when I go chainsaw mode, but I'll be fine. Denki said, looking at the sleeves that unfortunately extended to his elbows. Thankfully this stuff is adaptive, so I won't lose anything when I transform. Himiko said. Alright, is everyone ready? One of the attendants of the festival asked. Yep, let's do this. Izuku said, leading the class out to the field. Almost 4,000 other students were already out on the ground level of the stadium, arranged by their classes. Yo yo yo, everybody, boys, girls and squirrels of all ages. Welcome to the 198th Annual Sports Festival. I'll be your host, Present Mike, and I am ready to see these kids rumble. How about you? The loud, energetic voice of Present Mike boomed through the stadium, eliciting wild cheers from spectators in every direction. Ha! Who am I kidding? I know you're all excited, especially because this year, we have a new class participating. Say hello to Class 1E. One of their students, Melissa Shield, will be giving the introduction speech. All attention focused on the class, especially Melissa, as she walked to the stage and grabbed the microphone. Hello to UA, Japan, and everyone around the world. I'm Melissa, and I'm so happy to be here today. A year ago, I never thought I'd be able to go to UA, let alone the hero course. Yet somehow, here I am, with friends all around me. Let me be proof that anyone can accomplish their dreams if they try hard enough. No goal is unreachable, especially in a world where we can do this. She said, leaping into the air and soaring around the stadium, high-fiving people as she flew by, before landing back on the podium. Let's all have fun, and remember that with our goals in front of us and our friends at our backs, no disaster, villain, or threat can harm us. She closed, before putting the microphone back on the stand and walking back to her class. That was sick, Melissa. You nailed it. Ribbit. Tsuyu said, high-fiving the taller girl. Thanks, Tsuyu. Now let's make sure we win this. Melissa said. Alright everyone. Let's turn the time over to our lovely co-host, Namuri Kayama, better known as Midnight, for the first event. All eyes turned down as a stunningly beautiful woman with glossy black hair and a brilliant smile walked up to the podium. Thank you, UA. As you know, I am Midnight, the chemical hazard heroine. My quirk lets me create any chemical combination and expel it through the pores of my skin, usually a sedative or paralytic gas. Let's hope I don't have to use it today because of someone's quirk flying out of control. Alright, on to the first event. If you'll turn your attention outside the stadium, you'll see a large obstacle course that spans a half-mile. Our student's job is to cross the course as fast as possible. Only the first 400 across will pass, so you'd better be quick. The students all began to file out of the main arena and out to the field. Izuku began to mutter. I can use blue to teleport, but that may hinder other contestants, and I don't want to be the reason someone fails. Suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Hey, Izuku. I'm gonna fly you over the course. Melissa's light southern accent instantly brought relief to Izuku's mind. You sure? I might slow you down. You kidding? You weigh like 160 pounds. I've lifted far heavier, and besides, everyone else in the class has a way to pass quickly. Kirishima's going with Mina, since he doesn't need oxygen in metal form, Denki's going with Jiro, Tenko's going with Himiko, and Tsuyu is going with Ochako. That just leaves you and me, Melissa said happily. Alright, if you insist. Izuku said. Once everyone had lined up at the starting line, the countdown began. Alright everyone. Race starts in 3, 2, 1. Go go go. Melissa shot up into the sky, Izuku clinging to her back for dear life. Wahoo! Melissa hooped, her southern accented voice filled with joy as she and Izuku passed ahead of most of the other contestants. And our contestants all get off to a fantastic lead. Up in front we have Melissa Shield and Izuku Midoriya, followed by Tsuyu Azui, Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Ida, Himiko Amajiki, Tenko Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mick's voice, loud and enthusiastic, was audible even outside the stadium. This was even more impressive when the contestants realized he still was only using his own voice, just amplified to the maximum with his quirk. Hey cuz. Looks like we're coming up on more of those giant robots from the entrance exam. Izuku said, his enhanced eyesight locking onto the energy signatures of the massive automatons. No biggie. Mind covering us with some infinity? Melissa asked, extending both her arms out in front of her. I gotcha. Izuku said, surrounding both of them in an impenetrable barrier. Nice work. Accelerating to terminal velocity, so hold on tight. Melissa said. Wait, terminal? As in, killing? Izuku asked, his usually smooth, slightly smug voice tinged with concern and worry. Yeah, terminal. For them. Melissa said, before flying straight into the chassis of the first robot. The sound of metal tearing apart filled the competitors' ears as they soared past the first stage of the race. Huh. Next is a canyon section. Good thing we're in the air. Melissa said, looking down at a huge gully in the racetrack, with only 3 tenths ropes spanning its width. Yeah, I can only imagine how the rest of the groups are faring. Izuku said. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the rest of Class 1E raced neck and neck, with a few members of Class 1A and 1B keeping up. Other classes were launching debris and other projectiles at the leading racers to try and slow them down, to little success. Tenko hid inside Himiko's giant armadillo form as she rolled at top speeds across the terrain, praying he wouldn't get too nauseous afterwards. Anything that hit Himiko's toughened shell bounced off harmlessly. Denki coasted on a huge slab of rock next to Jiro, who piloted the boulder with expert control. The latter deflected stones, logs, and other detritus hurled at them. Ochako and Tsuyu worked together to fly close behind Izuku and Melissa, with Ochako using her gravity inversion powers to provide move, while Tsuyu glided through the sky. Mina and Kirishima were nowhere to be seen, but they were likely underwater in Mina's ocean, hitching a ride on some sailfish or something. Suddenly, a buzzer sounded, and 2 flares shot into the sky. Oh, and we have our first and second place winners. Mina Ashido and Ijiro Kirishima have passed the finish line. Izuku and Melissa shared a glance, before the latter sped up, zooming past the next 3 stages in a blur to pass the finish line in 3rd and 4th. Melissa toppled to the ground, panting from exhaustion. Whew! I am, definitely, in need of some flying practice, she said in between gasps for air. Hey, that was pretty fast. Kirishima's coarse voice brought a smile to Izuku's face. Hey dude. How'd you 2 get here so fast? He asked. Mina spoke up, and since her throat had been freshly hydrated, it was as melodic and sweet as ever. My ocean realm is 8 times smaller than Earth, so covering the same distance relative to surface area means going much faster on Earth. Traveling 1 meter in my ocean is 8 meters on Earth. We had to go, like, only 500 feet. She said. Now that's really neat. Izuku said. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shook the ground. Jiro and Denki were approaching fast, Tsuyu and Ochako hot on their tails. Coming in hot. Jiro called, as her rock slab slid to a halt a few feet in front of them. Hey girl. Pretty speedy, weren't ya? Melissa asked. You kidding? That was nothing. I could have gone on a casual stroll faster than that. Jiro said, her voice just as full of cockiness and pride as ever. Achiko landed next to Izuku and smiled. Not too bad, top 10. She said, looking back at the huge stampede behind them. Yeah, we sure took the lead, though I wonder what the next event will be. Hold on, we got incoming. Jiro said, pointing down the racetrack, where Himiko's large rolling form rumbled across the dirt at breakneck speeds. Jiro reacted accordingly, raising a thick wall of rock to stop the living wrecking ball in its tracks. With a huge crash, the spherical animal slammed into the wall and embedded halfway into it. Himiko uncurled, dropping Tenko on the ground, before detransforming and walking over to the rest of the class. Ugh, I'm gonna be sick, Tenko said, holding his stomach as he stumbled around dizzily. The main pack's gonna be coming in soon. Might want to get out of the way. Izuku said, gesturing to the steadily approaching dust cloud. Yeah, good idea. Melissa agreed, as they all moved off to the side to get out of the way of the rest of the competitors. So, it's us 10 in 1st through 10th place. I suspect the top tiers of 1A will also get through. Just a matter of time to see who else will. Himiko said, though her high-pitched voice was almost perfectly drowned out by the cacophony of the remaining racers. I predict the pack will reach the finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jiro said, counting down on her fingers. Just as she finished, the crowd of students burst past the finish line in a chaotic swarm. Ooh! Looks like all 400 slots were filled up in an instant. Too bad for anyone who couldn't make it, but for those who did, congratulations. Now, on to the second round. Namuri, take it away. The speakers kicked in as Midnight's smooth, rich voice brought relief to every contestant's ears. Thank you, Hisashi, honey. And thankfully for you students, this next event won't strain you, physically at least. The next, and final, event of the festival is a virtual combat and survival tournament. Let's get into the details. The screens changed to an animated video that played alongside Midnight's explanation. You'll all be attached to these combat simulator apparatuses, which will create a simulated version of yourselves in 1:1 detail, quirks and all. You will fight in a battle royale, Hunger Games type tournament, to the death, or rather, simulated death, until the last one stands. You may proceed to the simulation chamber. I wish the best of luck to you all. Huh, a combat simulation? Sounds awesome. Izuku said. Yeah. We can go all out without any consequences. I'm gonna have fun with this, Mina said, rubbing her hands together mischievously. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Denki said, as he and the rest of Class 1E proceeded into the stadium. They entered a large room with 400 identical pods. Just step into one of these and we will do the rest. One of the female attendants, a tall harpy girl with huge wings, said. The remaining 400 contestants all selected simulator pods, and laid back inside them. See you inside. Izuku said, fist-bumping Tenko before lying down in the pod. He felt 2 pads press against the sides of his head as the hatch closed, and gentle pulsating lights filled his vision as he was lulled into a pleasant sleep. Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he was suddenly inside a dense jungle. Flora of all shapes and sizes surrounded him in every direction. He lightly touched his face, and felt a light buzzing. Upon looking around, he saw a giant floating drone in the sky with 4 large funnels leading up inside it. Guess this is the simulation. He said, before a massive holographic screen of Midnight's face appeared high in the sky. Hello competitors. As I said before, you are currently in a large simulated experience designed to allow you all to use the maximum power of your quirks without worrying about fatalities. Once lethal damage has been inflicted on your avatars, you will be eliminated and your physical body will be released from your pods. You are allowed to team up with other contestants, but remember that only the final man, or woman, standing will secure the victory. Best of luck to you all. She said, before the screen disappeared. Alrighty then, guess it's time for me to bag a win. Izuku said, before taking off running into the jungle. I should look for one of my classmates. Maybe Melissa, or Tenko. We can really work together well, especially in combat. I wouldn't mind any of my other classmates, though. He thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard a panicked shriek from his left. His head snapped in that direction, his eyes focusing and scanning for anyone. He spotted a girl through the trees, with salmon pink hair and yellowish green eyes. Mei Hatsum, from 1A. Her quirk is Zoom In. She passed the entrance exam with her advanced knowledge of robotics and technology. But in this world, where are all my babies? Where's my tech? Hatsum screamed in terror. She scrambled through the bushes, looking for her technology that wasn't there. Just then, she stepped out right in front of Izuku. Hey! Izuku said with a smug smirk as he held out his hand, blue already gathering at his fingertips. Wait, Hatsum exclaimed, before her virtual body collapsed in on itself and exploded into blue sparks that flew up into the sky, before being collected by the giant floating drone. That's probably how they return to their real bodies, Izuku said to himself, before continuing through the jungle. Eventually, he came to a giant lake, nearly a half-mile in diameter, in the center of the arena. Its pristine blue waters lapped at the shoreline enticingly, practically begging him to swim in them. Well, at least this place is beautiful, Izuku said. He took a few steps closer to the water, when all of a sudden, a green, yellow, and red blur tackled him, flinging him far away from the lake. What the, Melissa? He exclaimed, as his cousin panted in exhaustion. Don't, huff, get close, pant, to the water, she said, out of breath. What? Why? Is something in there? He asked. His question was immediately answered, as a loud, aggressive roar rocked the trees around them, and a huge white tail with 4 red flukes emerged from the water. What is that? Izuku exclaimed. I don't know, but it's one of Mina's, and she's already used it to eliminate 20 people. Anyone who gets close to the water is grabbed and swallowed whole, Melissa said. Izuku watched as the tail disappeared beneath the surface of the water. Do you think she's controlling it? Or is it a wild animal she just summoned? Suddenly, the creature surged out of the water, revealing its full form. The enormous monster spanned 150 feet in length, and looked similar to a gigantic shark, only with a horizontal tail instead of a vertical one. It had white and red skin, a large red blunt horn on its head, and 4 black eyes that stared menacingly in all directions. What really got their attention, though, were the 4 massive mandibles on the sides of its face, with long black claws shaped like giant scythes. Good lord! Ochako exclaimed, emerging from the bushes. Himiko was right behind her. Hey, who brought the Reaper Leviathan? She asked, her voice showing no signs of fear. Mina, I presume? How do you know what that thing is? Melissa demanded. Himiko shrugged. I'm a huge nerd on pop culture from the pre-Quirk era. Guess Mina is too. She replied nonchalantly as the Reaper dove back under the waves. So, how do we beat it? Izuku asked. Beat it? You don't just beat a Reaper. They're the penultimate predator, the second most powerful enemy of the video game Subnautica. They're so strong, they can kill their canonical natural predator, the sea dragon Leviathan. Himiko said with a laugh. Ochako's jaw dropped. What Leviathan? Himiko nodded in reverence. You heard me. Nothing short of a black hole will take that thing out. Hey, look. It's Kakin, Melissa said, pointing to the opposite coastline. Izuku strained his enhanced sight. He saw that the top student of 1A was on the side of the lake opposite to them. He shouted a few words that none of them could hear, and leaped into the air, propelling himself forward with his explosions. The Reaper Leviathan locked eyes with him from beneath the surface, roared a challenge, then propelled itself once with its huge tail, leaping into the air. You wanna fight? Katsuki yelled, his voice full of fire and fighting spirit. Well, come and get me, ya overgrown dash. SCHLLK. Chomp. In one swift motion, the Reaper speared Katsuki like a sardine with its mandibles, and shoved him into its mouth, blue particles escaping from between its jaws to fly up into the collection drone above the arena. Midnight's voice echoed from the speakers. Half the competitors have been eliminated. 200 players remain, she said, before disappearing again. Well, obviously a head-on confrontation isn't going to work. Could we find Tsuyu? Maybe her giant form will let her take it on. Izuku said. Nope. I eliminated her earlier. Himiko said. Ah, dang it. Well then, what other plans do we have? Izuku asked. Well, if we do nothing, Mina's going to inevitably win. Izuku is probably the only one who stands a chance, because of Infinity, but he can't keep it held up forever. Melissa said. Suddenly, a dozen or so huge tentacles erupted from the water, curling and bending in abnormal ways. Ah, and now she's pulling the Kraken card. Himiko said. As if they heard her words, the tentacles shot out towards the group. Melissa touched Izuku, and copied his Infinity Barrier, but Himiko and Ochako, having no such defenses, were ensnared. Ochako screamed in terror. Not a squid. I hate squids. Please Mina, tell it to let me go. She squealed. Mina rose gracefully from the water, her teal-blue skin, aquamarine hair, and sea-green, coral-like horns making her resemble a sea nymph, a beautiful and mysterious mythical creature. Ooh, you see, I'd love to do that, but if I do that, I won't win. Relax, you'll be back in your real body soon. Mina said relaxedly. Ochako was yanked under the waves, and the roar of the Reaper was heard, before more blue particles flew up into the drone. Screw that, I ain't going down without a fight, Himiko said before biting down on the kraken's tentacle. She tore a chunk out of the beast, swallowed it, then transformed into an exact replica of the huge cephalopod. Alright, this is kind of getting out of hand, Izuku said, gesturing to the two massive krakens duking it out in the lake. I was thinking the same thing. Wanna help me take it down? Melissa said. I'd love to. Himiko said the only thing that can kill this Reaper Leviathan thing is a black hole. Let's see if we can do that, Izuku said. The two of them gathered their energy, before simultaneously creating two huge blue spheres above the lake. Lapse blue, maximum output. They shouted in tandem. The two vortexes pulled each other closer, until they smashed together, forming a singularity. The black hole began ruthlessly pulling everything towards it, growing exponentially in size with every moment it existed. Trees, earth, and various contestants all flew into the swirling mass, so much so that the accretion disk had turned blue from all the particles flying into it. Both krakens were pulled in, and then the Reaper Leviathan followed suit, with Mina riding on its back. Not bad, you handle Limitless pretty good, Izuku said, lifting his hand for a high five. Melissa grinned. Heh, yeah, I learned from the best, after all, she said, high-fiving Izuku. Suddenly, the boy grabbed her arm with his other hand, and spun her around several times, before flinging her into the black hole. Izuku, you cheating dash, Melissa's southern accented string of expletives was cut off as she was SCKED into the merciless singularity. Izuku shrugged as a virtual crown hovered above his head. Sorry about that, cuz only one of us can be the strongest. Looks like we have a winner. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1E is taking home the prize, Midnight said, as Izuku felt himself transporting back into his main body. When his eyes opened again, he was inside the simulation pod, which promptly opened. He got out, and one of the attendants gestured down the hall. Award ceremony is that way, he said. Izuku nodded and walked down the hallway to a set of 3 pedestals. Mina was sitting on the 3rd place platform, and Melissa was on the 2nd place podium. I still think that was a cheap move, Melissa said. Izuku rolled his eyes underneath his BLNDFLD, and hopped up onto the 1st place platform, before they all rose up into the air. A sliding trapdoor opened in the floor, and the top 3 contestants of the sports festival were greeted by thousands of cheering voices. Introducing the champions of our 143rd annual sports festival, give them a round of applause. Present Mike yelled, as the cheers and claps increased to almost triple their intensity. Just then, All Might himself landed next to the podium, carrying with him 3 medals. He stepped up to Mina's pedestal first. That was some impressive performance you gave, young Ishido. You should be proud, he said, placing the bronze medal on her shoulders. He then turned to Melissa and stepped up to her podium. Melissa, my dear niece, you too have reason to be proud. You did wonderfully in there, he said, placing the silver medal around Melissa's neck. Finally, he stepped up to Izuku, grinning widely as he held out the gold medal. Izuku, my boy. I am so proud of you. You've managed to win once again, and I couldn't be more grateful to be your father. You've most certainly earned this, he said, placing the gold medal around his son's neck. And for all of you who did not make it to this podium today, you can rest assured knowing that you did your best, and there are people out there who are proud of you, including myself, and these wonderful teachers here at UA. He finished, before leaping off into the distance. Izuku smiled. That's my dad for you. Eliza smashed the TV screen with her good arm. Ugh. Why'd that cocky snow-haired brat have to win? It's all because of that dumb infinity barrier protecting him. If he didn't have that, he'd be toast, she said, as Kurogiri began sweeping up the shattered remains of the TV. Patience, my daughter. There will come a time when he chokes on his aspirations and trips on his ego. Until then, hold your rage within. A mysterious voice said from the shadows. But even if he does trip, that stupid infinity will hold him up, Eliza said. Oh, I'm well aware of the infinity problem, and believe me, I am working on a solution. Until then, withhold any attempts to attack the boy until it is complete, the voice said, gesturing to a red knife hilt attached to a long chain.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.